So, welcome back. We're live again, and this match has just started. Nick van den Berg, his second match, featured match of the day, against Ralf Zigahn. You can see on your screen Mark Bijsterbosch sitting there. He's traveled along with Ralf, so he'll be sticking around. And I'm glad to inform that I'm joined by Pascal de Smit, our co-commentator, or main commentator actually, I should say.
What's up, guys?
So Pascal, just like always, I'm gonna ask you for your predictions and your thoughts on this match.
Well, for all the people who watched the first match, it's difficult to not favor Nick in this match. Although, he gave the 12 Rex lead to Ralph, but I still favor Nick.
Yeah, he was in incredible form, especially the latter half, I should say. In that match against Mark, he hardly put a foot wrong. His cue ball was immaculate, and so was the scoreline.
Yeah, it's. I think. Sorry for that. I think the first 5-6 frames, if someone is one of the two is really dominant in the first 5 till 10 racks, then I guess that one is has a big edge. So, for example, if Nick would take the first maybe 4 or 5 out of 6 frames, then although he would still trail, I feel like mentally he would be in a good place, and Ralph would really feel the heat. So, but
I think
the other way around is also.
I think regardless of the scoreline, he will definitely feel the heat, because he was playing table next, and he was fully aware of what was happening on this table, our featured mainstream table. And anyone who can beat Mark over that distance with that large of a gap has to make some sort of impression on you. And I see your point, he's 12 in front, but that could sometimes even put pressure on yourself, thinking, mate, I got a lead, I can't let this slip. But you can, because there's a reason he's giving you that lead, right?
Well, for sure. And I actually think sometimes a lead can work in a negative way.
Yeah, you tend to soften up.
Yeah.
And think a bit too easy. Whereas if your back is against the wall, you take every single detail with caution.
So got a little bit lucky here with the nudge on the 8. Feels like he's a bit straight in.
Yeah, there's an angle here where you can see it's more or less straight, and we can also have the top view. Yeah. So
to create an angle, but the pockets are pretty tight.
Yeah. I just think in his mind he has to think of trying to jack up the cube, his cue, and draw the cube out.
I think he's
back somewhere in the middle
elevate.
of the table. Yeah. And behind us is also watching with a keen eye is Ijsbrand, who beat Ralf just prior to this match in their encounter. Earned his lunch money.
Yeah, he earned some money. So that is also a pretty big influence, if you ask me, for Ralf. Nick is coming out of a winning moment, and Ralf is coming out of a losing moment.
Exactly.
So yeah, this is really, really difficult. I just talked to Mark, and to prepare for this match against Nick, they played race till 32 with 12 on the wire.
Yeah.
So they played it 2 times yesterday, and Mark won both matches. One was 32-18, I guess. So Ralf only won 6
6
frames. Yeah,
Out of 30, that is
yeah.
shockingly low.
It's hard.
And the second one, Mark won 32-31. Oh wow!
So he does miss every now and then. But
But wow, this is pretty heavy.
just
Never
for-
thought I would see this today.
just want to point this out once again. If you've just joined us, welcome to this live second featured match on the TV screen. The scoreline you're seeing is correct. This is because of the handicap both players have agreed on. So they haven't actually played 12 racks. This is the first rack you're watching, and the first 10 ball you will be watching being potted by Nick after having missed the.
So, but this is, if not to be too hard on Ralf, but it is still early days. But if Nick misses
I see your
a
point.
10
yeah.
ball in position, you need to punish him and you need to give him the feeling like, hey, you missed, and this is a big mistake to miss against me. But now, like, Nick doesn't feel any pressure because he still won the rack and he can forget about it. And Ralf is now maybe thinking, oh man, I got an early chance. Don't have,
I know, and I see your point. I see your point. But I mean, it's the first rack, and he has to adapt to this table. 'Cause it really does play different than the table he was just playing. So we can see he's left-handed. We're gonna see his first break here, or maybe a second, because I didn't know who won the lag. I just came in just
well,
after.
if it's alternate break, then Nick should have had the first one, right?
Probably, yeah. Well, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
So let us have a look at his angle here. What is he faced with? There is still some room to maneuver his cue ball towards the left side of the table, but this position needs some care because you could easily snook yourself behind the 8.
Yeah, you need to be perfect on the 2, or maybe he can draw it to go below the 2, then you have a bigger margin for error, or go one reel.
He's playing with right spin, sorry. What's he playing here? Yeah, so he's played what you've suggested. That way you take out of the equation of
Yeah, I think
snookering
that's
yourself.
smart.
And it's a good call there, Pascal. I'm a bit surprised now he's actually looking at the potting angle of the 2 if it goes past the 8. I think this is something you should do before you play that shot. But then again, it does go, otherwise I would be surprised he's played for it.
What?
He
He
touched the 7. Well, good on you for being a good sportsman.
Yeah, real gentleman.
So let me see if he can pot this one. Yeah, he can.
So, but for me, this is not what you want to do to Nick Vandenberg. You don't want to give him, like in the early stages, those kind of chances.
In all honesty, Pascal, I wouldn't want to do that against anyone. Against
True
anyone, it's like when you have a good opportunity. Luckily for Ralf, he's 12 in front, so maybe these first couple, he won't feel them as hard as opposed to when it's firmly close. And looking like back to normal business resumed for Nick here.
So, but with the 12, on the wire, I think he needs to win 2 out of 3 racks, right? So plus minus.
Yeah.
So then he has that task is failed for the first 3. So, but he can make up to that.
I'm just wondering, how many racks do you think it will take for Nick to take off his sweater and get into his groove once again? I reckon it's gonna take 5 racks. Once he gets 5 racks on the board, he just takes off his sweater. He's got, okay, I'm warm now. Let's go.
It would be really funny if we can see like an other level when he takes off his sweater.
Look at his break. Top spin. Oh, it didn't he really hit the one fully perfect on the button.
Outcome is still.
However,
still
couple
good.
of nudges, and he's got a shot at this one. The cue ball is gonna travel up and down. So the biggest problem in this shot is trying to find the right speed to, and also obviously avoid any jaws or pockets to
Yeah.
land on the three.
And
two,
the
I
pot
should say.
isn't it isn't an easy make. But you don't have to do a lot with the cue ball, so could focus a lot on the pot.
So
Went
you
for
see,
inside spin.
he went very close to the side rail, and all things considered, I think he would take this, even though it's a thin cut back. It's still got different options here, and if he doesn't fancy the pot, which I would be very surprised of, he's still got an option to play a good safety, but I'm sure he's gonna go for this one. So this is a thinner. I think he's gonna play it with the right spin, trying to come off 3 cushions.
Oh, maybe he called the shot. Is he going?
No, he's going for the cutback
Okay.
here. Oh, maybe he's trying to draw into the 4. That's maybe an option. Wow, played with check side. Played to perfection. What a shot. A bit unfortunate to be absolutely dead straight, but the 4 does pot in the middle.
You think he played for the hit on the 3?
I'm not sure whether he played for the hit, but he definitely tried to check the cue ball. So he tried to take some speed out of the cue ball. I'll tell you what, what's impressed me most about Nick throughout the day is his touch. I mean, his cue ball on some certain shots
Yeah.
has been very, very gorgeous.
Yeah,
say the
it's
least.
really, really nice to see.
Okay, so natural angle, you can go past the 10, top it through. Anything but straight on the 8 would do. There you go. Nice in the middle of the table. And business is resumed. We have noticed that some of these shots do bounce a bit harder off the cushion than you would have imagined. A prime example here is run probably a foot further than he would have liked, but I don't foresee a problem.
Should
In
still
Nick making
still
this
make
one.
this 10 out of 10.
Yeah. So just the start he was looking for.
Yeah.
And for those who are watching or just joined us, welcome. This stream is offered by you for free with the highest of quality by Orange Forks Production. If you've enjoyed this first match and if you're indeed enjoying this match, please do support us in whichever way you think you can. You can support us in different ways. You can donate something through PayPal, and then you need to donate to Jimmy at orangeforks.com. You could also donate throughout this YouTube chat. It's like an in-app purchase. So with a super, yeah. So if you have like a $sign to the right of the chat, you can
It's a
donate.
super chat.
Yeah.
The super chat it's called, I think.
Super chat. You can donate whatever you want, and but another way of supporting us is by sharing this stream, commenting and liking and subscribing. If you would like to have more of these live, action-packed events. as we turn our focus back to the match. Ralf with a successful break here.
Yeah, so it's they're playing for 500 euros each, so $1,000 pot. And actually, Nick is playing a free roll today because he just won 500 from Mark, so he can or win 1,000 euros total today, or he can play even.
I'm not sure whether he would approach it that way, but in terms of money, yes.
Yeah, well, it takes off a little bit of the pressure. If he lost the first one, then he would have needed to play to not lose money, and now he can play to win money.
Yeah, I understand, but in all fairness, I mean, losing to Mark is no shame to anyone in the world.
No, of course.
And no disrespect to Ralf, but I mean, if Nick is giving him a 12 rack start because obviously he's high favorite, and this one would hurt him a lot more regardless of what he's done in his first match, because he knows he's expected to win. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, he is.
Against Mark, it would have always been a 50-50 match. Unfortunately, Mark didn't show up, and he was struggling with the pace of the table, as he was saying to you and to me as well. Sometimes that happens, and you have a bad day at the office. But yeah, this one.
But pretty interesting. I talked to IJsbrand, who is local here. He said that table they're playing on, those pockets are really, really tight. If you even could make one break and run, that's really
on this
good
table.
effort. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm a retired pool player, but when I look at these pockets, I just feel like playing again. If for some odd reason, call me crazy, but the harder the table becomes, the more, I don't know, the more I like it.
Sharpens up your mind, because you need to.
Yeah, you just can't take liberties with any pot whatsoever. I mean, sometimes some pool halls, not all of them, maybe a handful of them, you just walk up to the table and the pockets look so big and so forgiving. You just think to yourself automatically, I can't miss on these tables. But what happens too often for me is I miss too much. But then when I'm playing on a tight pocket table, I put a lot more concentration into each shot, and it does suit me. But hey, who am I?
Yeah, well.
So this is actually his first rack, even though
it's nice
he
to
is
have
12
one
in front. Well, no, he's not 12 in front, obviously, but he had a 12 start.
Yeah, but it is 13-3, so that's how we need to approach it, I guess.
Shout out to G Master 147. Thank you for the donation, mate. Appreciate it.
So I guess it should be a friend of yours or someone you can relate to, since he has 147 in his name. So maybe he's a snooker fan?
He is a snooker fan, and he does an incredible impersonation of Phil Yates. Hopefully we will hear that somewhere
seriously
down the line here. No, it's our friend and co-commentator, Graham Hickman.
Oh, seriously, that's his name?
Yeah, G-Master. That's his Twitter account. Ooh. Twice he's now flirted with that pocket, middle pocket.
Yeah, I still
luckily
searching a bit.
Cue ball still on the table. However, no shape on the 1. It's an easy jump. It's all about getting shape on the 2 here. And also you have that problem of the 9 and the 10 to negotiate with.
I think he's going real first. Maybe with a little bit of
left spin, yeah. Just
elevation.
Yeah.
Automatic position. Or not.
Well, he has. I mean, he's got a straight up to the diagonal corner pocket.
A little bit fortunate to still have a good shot.
Yeah, so I'm curious. Well,
So
there's
maybe
no point.
maybe fixing the 9
Yeah, but
10
it's,
now.
there's no point because you're gonna sacrifice your position. I'm trying to look for the words, but yeah, this one isn't played ideally either. Yeah, so still need. I mean, I think
Well,
ideally you'd like to nudge into the 10 and the 9 whilst playing position on the 7.
I think he's gonna play the 7 into the 10.
Yeah, that'd be. But that's a nice shot once you're right behind it. If you're not, that's. I don't know. It's.
Yeah.
It can be made look easy, but it can also
but
be.
I think his position will be okay on the 7 for the middle pocket to play it off the 10.
Yeah, this is the moment of truth. I think he's gonna play what you just suggested, Pascal, and it really does make sense. I mean, otherwise, how is he gonna
Yeah.
how's he
has
gonna
to
solve this one?
make a really hard shot on the 8.
I just don't get why he played it with topspin, but he's still got a shot at the 8. Yeah, we can't really see.
Yeah, but
Well,
this isn't.
you can see it here.
This isn't nice.
It is, but I would play this one with a little left-hand side just to make the cue ball come back in the towards the middle of the center of the table. So once you're playing with a trace of sight on longer range, they can be deceiving. And that's exactly, see, if you put just a trace of left-hand side, you can push it towards the thin, you can miss it to the thin side, and which is exactly what he's done. And the question now remains, has he covered the putting angle? I know Ralf can definitely see the 8, but can he also get through to the putting angle? So yeah, it's hard to tell because it's taking quite a while. I'm not sure whether he's composing himself or it looks to me that he is going for it.
Oh.
Right.
He had it, but he came up somewhere in nowhere land.
Yeah, but so the angle he's got here, if you don't want to make it too overcomplicated, you just you draw the cue ball.
Yeah, go one rail and go below.
Yeah.
Or draw it.
Leave a straight 10 in either of the corner pockets. So, okay, so he tried to, yeah, I understand that shot, but it makes it a little bit
harder. You needed to stroke it better with this choice than what you said. You were okay with leaving it below the 10.
As long as you get near the rail, you shouldn't really miss that 10 unless it's tight in the pocket, then it's difficult cueing, but it's not. So, basically, so this positional shot you've just seen, this is the route I was expecting for Ralf to take, but Nick failed to putt the 9 there, so a reprieve for Ralf.
So, more options here. He could do a lot of things. Would you play this rail first, maybe? To go like rail first and then 2 or 3 rails?
Yeah, I think
to go where his chalk is now laying somewhere around there?
Yeah, I try to definitely cross the 10 and play it towards the pocket to the right of his hand. And it's all about... Yeah, so that's a nice line. However, the bounce he got...
It bounced.
Nah, this is horrible. This is not nice. And also, even if you want to play the 10, the cutback, you still have to do something with your cue balls because you can't just cue it in the middle. Then
Yeah, well, I still
chance to scratch.
favor him to make this. Good shot.
Yeah. There was a lot of risk involved with that, especially threatening the center pocket, but he's done well there. So, to me, it looks like Ralf is somewhat trying to emulate. I shouldn't say emulate, but copy the style of break Nick has been producing throughout the day, which is at this side of the table, trying to hit the one as full as possible with some topspin.
Yeah,
Every single time the one ball has gone towards the pocket it's closest to.
I think it's smart to copy it.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, dry break.
I told you, like 5 racks tops. That's where it comes off.
He has to show his nice Plan B t-shirt, of course.
Yeah, also big shout out to Plan B, of course, because of the fantastic conditions they have provided these players to play. Also made possible by Predator cues. Also, they're playing with the Arco rack or something. The balls, sorry.
The balls
set.
are, I don't know what it's called, but it's Predator
Edition, yeah.
Yeah, from Aramid.
Yeah.
Or I'm not sure, but Nick is playing with we talked about it earlier today. He plays with a Musashi playing cue with the Z shaft on it.
Yeah.
With the Predator shaft, and he got the BK Rush break cue from Predator and a Go Customs jump cue. And I think Ralf is also playing with Predator. Not sure if his playing cue is Predator.
Playing with a trace of left.
So
well controlled. He didn't put too much side on
is
it
he going
to
three
ensure
rails
his angle. Yeah, he is. He was queuing high in the cue ball, so that's top with a lot of right hand spin.
Oh, it's hard.
Yeah, it's too hard. The only good news for Nick there, he didn't scratch, so maybe he can somehow get away with this position. It's probably gonna be a jump because
I don't think he's jumping this. It's
can he go around the back of the 10? That
maybe
looks tight.
Maybe go on the back with inside. So go 2 rails with a lot of check side.
So he's called the middle pocket where you see the
he's
sticker of
going
6.
Is he going 1 rail? He's going 1 rail then, I guess. Yeah, he
Yeah,
tried.
for me it looks very tight.
But
I'm
that was
afraid
hard.
he tried a bit too much. He could chew there, but hey, if you're Ralf, you're more than happy to
take it. Like second time now, he got ball in hand with only 4 or 5 balls on the table open. So if there's anything nice to get used to this situation and the match, then those kind of situations are really nice to get.
You can also see Mark in your screen. Must be hard to sit there and watch.
Well, actually, I seriously think Mark is not the kind of guy who really has a grudge over those kind of things. I think.
No. He's very square-headed. Absolutely, yeah. His temperament is second to none for me.
Oh.
Wow. And now that's something you definitely cannot afford against any top player. There's no reason he should have not have closed out that rack there. He had ball in hand, no real problems, and
Yeah.
from going no real problems, he's asking for problems now.
That will hurt. And this rack will hurt Ralf if Nick makes this
Straight.
combo.
Straight as a candle, as we say.
Oh well, it's nice to see his straight stroke. You could see it really clearly now.
Yeah, fun fact. Nick was after his match. He was up here, and you were a witness of this. And he was talking about after roughly 6 months ago, 8 months ago, he was at home thinking about the game since he's retired, obviously, which is well documented after 2017, and he's just come up with his own theory of a different way of aiming the ball, and it's paid off big time for him, and he feels much more confident, especially on the crunch shots, which has also enabled him for some reason to play more into his rhythm and therefore a bit faster as well.
Yeah, because he actually is a really good a rhythm player, but we also know him to be like a grinder if needed.
Yeah, especially the latter part of his career, you could say he's been more of a crafty veteran. But yeah, especially when he first burst in the scene, hence why he got the nickname El Nino. He was young, he was brash, and he was just putting him off the lampshades, if you like. And he was more or less like Mark is now. He just used to steamroll these big name players, and probably got under the skin of one or two of them with his style. And yeah, once you get older and you get one of those battle scars.
Yeah, but he told us he felt way better now with this new kind of aiming technique. So, and he didn't want to tell what it was, but
but
he maybe wants to use it for giving training or
coaching. Yeah, maybe later on. I think what does make it a bit difficult is it's something he's came up with his own. You see Mark there very gently tapping his legs in appreciation of that good shot. It was a hard shot, close to the rail, cued very nice, and also the nice pace. Give himself every chance to get some sort of position on it too.
Yeah, still not out of the woods, and got a good kiss, but
see, I've practiced. Sorry to cut you. I've practiced with Nick, right? And whenever he's like doing these head motions, it's when he's really focused and he's eager to win. I noticed that when he's enjoying playing, he's like that. He's so in the zone and with the balls and busy and trying to manufacture some sort of an angle. Then sometimes when it's a type of shot like that, he's just forcing and he's willing his cue ball to get there, and I like to see that about him because it just shows how much he cares still. And why wouldn't you if there's 500 euros on the line and you're 12 in front, 12-0 behind when you started?
Yeah, so he closed the gap with 2 frames now, so it's 14-4, and has to watch out to not overhit this ball. The cushions bounced a bit in earlier shots, so trying to kill it with some draw. That's a good effort, but can he see the 5? I think he can see it. Yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely see the 5. So it looks like he's played himself out of the woods once again. I think he's got just enough angle to screw his cue ball. Oh no. So it was straight. He had to settle for this cut on the 7. So far he's missed not much of these cuts, I think.
So, and here you can see if he would have had a small angle on the 7, he would have had a much easier shot on the 8 right now.
This is a tricky shot because he hasn't got a lot of angle, and if he wants to force this in, these are missable. I have to say though, played to perfection. I'm
not if you're
surprised.
Nick Vandenberg.
I'm surprised how much he got off his cue ball there.
It looked straight in.
Yeah. Also, I've noticed his pace. He's playing into a more or less similar rhythm every single shot, which is always a great sign of a player being in the zone.
Or at least working himself into the zone.
Yeah. Yeah, so the first rack he did miss a 10 ball, and ever since I think he's sharpened up his focus, and the climb back is still pursuing.
He did, however, gave away ball in hand twice with a few balls on the table, but managed to get away with it pretty okay. So let's see what Ralf is gonna do on the break.
Also breaking with a predicate cue.
You can see he has quite a... Oh, he got lucky. The cue ball got kissed away.
Yeah, it was straight in the
from
middle
the scratch.
there. His position now, though, looks very inviting indeed. However, getting on a 2 ball is going to cause a challenge itself.
Yeah, he has to do a lot.
Yeah, so I think maybe his best bet is to draw it back and miss the middle pocket before where that chalk is, but a bit closer to the middle pocket, and go across the table like a V, if you like.
Yeah, that's
for the 2 in the right bottom.
Maybe he can also just go to somewhere near the middle of the table and leave the cut shot. That position would be the easiest position, but of course difficult pot. Can he go around 6? Is that possible with the stun with inside spin?
I'd prefer to draw it back and just miss the middle pocket on this side.
Well, it worked out.
That did work out, but it's more. Yeah.
Well,
he's been very fortunate, but
fortune
he'll take
favors the brave.
Yeah. So Predator Q's is asking who are the commentators. The one you're hearing now is Arya Sorabi.
And I'm Pascal de Smit. Nice that you're watching, guys.
Yeah.
A lot of products of you
being
on
showcased
this,
here.
yeah.
And has to be said, this lighting system you have is top notch.
Is it Predator?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, seriously?
And it's and I've just Jimmy, our operator, he told us that you can actually even play with the lights in terms of brightness and intensity, which is insane. I mean, the lighting is perfect.
Yeah,
it's,
and
it's
you-
everything you can dream of as a pool or Q Sport player. Let's
You
put
can't
this
see it
way.
right now, but if it looks really amazing. If you're walking into the club, the lighting looks super nice, and really like more of a. You feel like you're playing a big arena.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's almost like playing a matchroom event in terms of brightness and
Yeah.
lighting. Yeah. So massive shout out to Predator, also made who are responsible for this entire day.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And of course, a shout out to Anna Veldhuis, who is probably the most beautiful woman in the world.
I mean, if
You know,
she,
her
if
husband is a really he's some guy.
I've heard her husband is very picky, so I think you're right.
So nice that you're watching, honey. So, but back to the match.
No. Let's
Okay,
just
let's
keep
talk
it
about my wife then.
let's just keep it there. Let's just keep it there. I think she's earned a bit more coverage time. Yes.
Well, she actually, you know, I don't know if she even knows the rules.
Similar to mine. Been playing this for God knows how long, and she still doesn't know the difference between snooker and pool.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, okay, maybe we.
And I can assure you there's a big difference. Big difference.
Okay. So, we're 14-5 in favor of Ralph, and he has maybe a chance for at a billiard, but I'm not sure if it's on. I think he's looking at the safety.
So, when I'm looking at this picture here, yeah, this is
I
a
kind of
tough one,
feel like
actually.
it's
I
just
could-
not on, but
You could maybe try to clip it thin and look the cover between the 9. Yeah, but
yeah,
it wasn't thin enough. When I say thin, I meant ultra thin. just to literally just like scruff the paint, if you like.
Yeah, but the paint won't come off because those are the
No,
really
but you
expensive Predator balls.
You understand what I mean? And because that was always the problem. Once you're nudging those balls towards that direction, it's always inevitable to push one towards the corner, which is exactly what happened there. Comfortable enough angle here for Nick. So yeah, exactly, nice angle. Run it through towards the diamond, just like that, and perfectly on the 10. So this is now 14-6. So he's already pegged back 4
He
racks.
he
on the
trails by
deficit.
8 racks now,
Yeah.
so that's already. You know, Nick must be feeling pretty okay about this. But then again, you know, Ralph is still in a good position to do some damage, and if he would, for example, win the next 2, then you know he's gonna have some more confidence, and he's gonna feel better about himself. And you know, never know what happens. But at this moment, Nick starts to look better every rack.
You can see almost a similar pattern in his previous match, where
Yeah,
the further the race was going on, the better he got and the more confident he got as well.
This is the break he he used against Mark,
Yeah.
and that was really, really effective. He played 10 break and
Run-outs.
runs
Yeah, 10 run-outs.
in the last set, race till 30. So that's 1 out of 3. And you know what? If he does that again, then it's gonna be really hard for Ralf.
It's not ideal.
No, he judged that to
I'd
hit
be,
it a little bit thinner on the 2, I guess.
I think I'd be looking for a safety here now. It's not so much the pot. I mean, the pot is makeable, but the cue ball is horrible.
I think he will be okay with a little bit of insight. I think
But
he will
he's
go for
looking at
this.
the potting angle though. He's lining up.
Oh
Wow.
wow, got lucky there with the hit on the 5.
Fantastic shot. Fantastic shot. I mean, he obviously, yeah, a bit fortunate with his cue ball, but if you take on a shot like that, you deserve everything you get from the table. But that's the main reason if I was behind that shot, I wouldn't really fancy it, because I always struggle to play a certain shot where I can't see a clear-cut path of the cue ball. Then it becomes hard for me. It feels like a nothing shot. But he was fully aware what he was doing, definitely where he was heading with his cue ball.
Yeah, even if he would have missed it.
This is risky. Because of the bouncy rails, right? So the line of the shot isn't that hard at all, but it's the say unpredictableness of the rails that is causing a few problems for both players.
He had a few of those shots against Mark played to perfection in the last race. So I'm actually a bit surprised that he overran this shot. So that's also a small advantage, or maybe not small. It is an advantage for Nick that he just played a race till 30 on this table.
Yeah.
And Ralf just played a race till 17 on another table. And I've heard that the tables are not alike.
No, not at all, not at all. First and foremost is the lighting, which also brings a whole new dimension in aiming and spotting the shots and whatever not. And then you've got also the bounciness of the rails, and also the shelves that are a bit deeper, so which means automatically the pockets get tighter. But I wanted to note something out is that what also Nick was doing very efficiently in his first match is whenever he was playing safe, 9 times out of 10 he was snookering Mark, which was similar this case. So when he's playing safe, he is really forcing an error of his opponents, which is a great weapon to have in your arsenal.
So I feel Nick is loosening up a bit.
Well, he's taken off his sweater off, so
Yeah.
that in itself is a sign. I'm convinced, mate. He wants an angle here. That's more than enough.
So
different
you're playing for the middle pocket or for the corner?
It's it's more logical to play for the middle pocket, but sometimes you just fancy to just draw it back a little. But it looks like he's back in the zone here. So
Yeah, this.
after having started with a 12-0 handicap, he's now back within 7 racks. Nearly half of the deficit he was once facing. So definitely going the right direction for Nick here. The last couple of breaks from Ralf, I've noticed his cue ball was on the loose, so interesting to see whether he can actually control his cue ball this time around. So this time he did get a much more solid hit, but however the spin he had on the cue ball wasn't efficient enough, hence why he snookered on the next shot. I don't think you can even see the edge of the one, so it's either a jump or a push.
Yeah, the jump gives automatic position. If you make it, then you're probably gonna get position. So let's see how his jumps are. And you know what? What I personally like about those kind of situations, you always have the luck factor in it. You know, if you miss, at least that's what I tell myself. Why? As a reason to take the shot on. Oh, he left it straight in. Attempter. So Nick's telling him, okay, you know what, Ralph? Show me what you got.
Yeah, I think he made the right decision there, Nick. I wouldn't have even looked at that one. There's no real outcome here. I mean, yeah, of course, I think
you could roll it in and you know, take
try
on
to
the difficult two.
I don't think he was. Maybe even if he's gonna roll this one in, it's because of
Oh wow!
trying to, well.
So that was a good shot. You know,
yeah, definitely. He had his back against the wall, so he did cue that one well. Made it extra difficult by playing it with pace as well. But yeah, still some work to be done. This is not easy by any stretch of imagination, let's say.
But then still he had to pot the difficult two. Was never easy.
Now he
was brave to take it on, but he had to. But
great chance here for Nick to play a real telling snooker behind the either 10 or the 3. I think he will go for the 10, just because of the path of the 2.
Got the 9.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's actually a very good one, because the cue ball is close to the rail, and the 7 is really in the way of Ralph for an easy escape.
So, but these jump shots I like, because you don't have to elevate your cue that much, so you can aim. It's easier to aim. But then again, it is pretty. It's pretty thin.
If I play these shots, you have a guaranteed ball in hand.
But you will kick it in. He's gonna kick at it.
So he's going before. Nice one.
Oh, that's a good hit.
Wonderful result.
Yeah. He will be happy with this. You know, he probably is gonna get snooker in return, but you know, he was snookered and he didn't sell out. So that's good.
Definitely. That's your main objective. So the biggest thing in this shot here is trying to control the hit on the 10, which he did, Nick. And that's very nice.
That's a really good shot.
I mean, he's played throughout the day
even
several of
Ralph
these safety shots, and I mean, almost every time he snookered his opponents.
Sorry, thought I was gonna sneeze.
If you want to scare the living hell out of people, sneeze.
Yeah, but we have like this
dividing glass.
Yeah, between us.
Oh wow, that wasn't even close. Also caused by the fact that he played it with a lot of pace, though, so they do come off different on the rail.
Yeah, and that's and also it's when you just played another table, then those kind of shots are really hard to judge.
Yeah, they're different. You really need to gauge them. Is it straight? It looks fairly straight though, but not in the negative sense. So yeah, he's going up table, back in the open. Yeah, this is starting to look very nice here for Nick. I'm seeing all the positive signs that we were seeing towards the...
So yeah, but just like this shot, he just stops it, left the, bit longer shot because he's feeling good.
Yeah, he's just at peace with himself. He's got this new, as we've mentioned before, he's got this new aiming system, and yeah, it's working well for him.
So, but now we're going to it's 8-14, and it's gonna feel when they're gonna tie at some point, if that's gonna happen, it's gonna feel like Nick is in front.
Right, so we're gonna have a switch here. You're gonna get two fresh commentators in Gethin Davis and Graham Hickman. Keep sharing, liking, subscribing, commenting, and donating, guys. See you in a bit.
And a big thank you to Aya and Pascal, doing a great job today. I was glued earlier on listening to the first money game between Nick and Mark Bijsterbosch. And with me is Graham. I'm Gethin Davis.
Yes.
Hi, Graham.
Hello, hello, hello. This is a very different game from the last one, that's for sure.
Yep.
Especially for those who've watched the first match versus this match. Yes, obviously getting a 12 head start to 32 is very different. Obviously skill levels are slightly varied, but I think what's interesting, Gethin, is that at the beginning Nick seemed to be missing a few balls and scratching, and I think he had about, 4 or 5 chances early on which he didn't really take, so I think he had a missed opportunity at the beginning there, and Nick seems to be finding his rhythm again in the break. And
Well, just as you said that, Graham.
commentators give us
Welcome to the box.
yeah, I mean, but
Anything's possible. No, I think you're right. I don't know whether to put that down to complacency or just having a break and having a bit of banter with the boys before getting back settled into it. But yeah, you're right. And fair play, that will make for a hopefully a more interesting game than how it played out earlier.
yeah, for sure. I think just the break's been so good for Nick. He broke so well. It took him a little bit in the beginning against Mark to find it, but he seems to be using it pretty well here as well. He's got that one ball going up towards the top right pocket, and he's holding the white very well and seems to be making a ball, so he's giving himself every chance on every rack he breaks, which is dangerous for the best of times. But yeah, his safety play was pretty good against Mark as well, so he's been on it today. So yeah, I mean, Ralph's got every uphill battle possible today against Nick playing like this.
Well,
This looks okay. He's going to get a nice bounce, I think. Table's been playing fast, so there you go. It's a good shot.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks to Enrique for the donation on YouTube towards Jimmy and Orange Folks. For those watching on Facebook and YouTube, thanks for everybody with the comments, the chats, the questions. Please continue to share the stream with fellow players and tag people who you think could be interested in watching some free pool, which is awesome. Big shout out to Orange Folks for the production. It's been great. And yeah, if you really like the stream, then feel free to donate to help towards future streams and the hard work that's being put in from Orange Folks. You can donate through PayPal at jimmy@orangefolks.com, or if you're on the YouTube app, just go and press the little $ at the bottom right corner in the chat, and you can do a super chat. It's 2 clicks, just like buying an in-app purchase, and all donations are welcome.
and if you're like me, at any opportunity you
That's a good chance.
get to like and share a couple of our videos as well. It all goes in the pot and gets out to the masses. A bit more of the Orange Forks productions.
Yeah, absolutely.
He played a nice shot there.
Yeah, it was a good cut, and he's got a shot on this 6. It's not easy, but he's on it. At least he's not snookered, and naturally he's coming back around towards the 7. So if he just spots the 6 and tries to miss the 9, he might have a shot on the 7. Needs a bit of more run if it goes past the 10.
If it does pass the 10,
Yeah. Yeah, it does go past the 10.
played it very well.
Yeah. And so he's got he's manufactured a oh, that's a great shot. Yeah, that was a nice run out. He worked hard for that rack. Well deserved. Ticks another one off on the box, and even though a 12 head start might sound like a lot, it's still a big ask to win 20 frames against probably arguably one of the best players in the Netherlands for sure, and possibly in Europe as well. So it's a big ask. But all he can do is shoot the balls that are in front of him, and that's what he's doing. 15-8. So yeah, 15-8. Yeah, I mean it's a big ask to win 20 frames against Nick any day, right?
Well, I have to agree. But this gentleman, although losing, played a good money game against Icebrand, kept it right to the end, and he could be good, warm.
Yeah.
More importantly,
That's not a bad break at all. He's
feeling overwhelmed by the situation, and that's a handy break. I'm not too sure if the 8's hampering.
yeah, it looks quite tight. Maybe we can see from the different angle.
This one really doesn't help.
No, they tried it there. We've got a different angle at the backside. Yeah, it doesn't go. Doesn't go. You can play it in the bottom right, which still is a tricky shot. Yeah, he's thinking about taking it on. I mean, he's got to take opportunities like this. I think playing too cautiously against Nick is also a bit not in his favour. Nick's such a good safety player and kicker that if you've got a half chance, it's probably worth the risk, you know, as long as he's...
And as in the earlier frame, Nick was prepared to play a jump
Yeah, exactly. So
shot, so he's feeling confident.
That looks good.
Well, dropped.
Yeah. Now, I think the safety would be... Yeah.
Is there a chance to bank it round the back of the
No, I think he's...
6 and the 10?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is he
Just
trying-
stick the cue ball against the 7, perhaps.
Yeah, I think he's trying to play it thin and go down behind the 4 and put the white on the bottom rail, maybe. But he wants to make sure he doesn't leave it. Yeah, that's what he's playing. That's a pretty good shot. It's not a difficult kick, but
It's not a difficult kick.
he's still got to get it safe.
It's how thin I think Nick can contact this two. If he can contact it thin, there's a chance that he'll leave the 7 blocking it. But
Yeah, come off the one rail, catch it kind of half ballish, put the white over towards the black area, and maybe
yeah, if the 2 takes a little bit of the 7,
it'll just hang around that area.
always a chance of leaving the cut up the cushion. But
Yeah, but I think that's the logical safety.
what's good is that Nick isn't rushing into it.
Yeah, he's got a chance to leave him behind the 7 here. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah,
That's okay. I mean, any kind of snooker is always handy. Anything can happen. Yeah, he's going to go one rail and try and kick this. It's a tricky one because he's probably want to aim half ball and try and separate them, put the white ball towards the bottom cushion, but
The last thing he wants to do is hit it full.
yeah, let's see. Oh, ball in hand. I think 6 ball could be the saviour here a little bit. I'm not sure if he can manufacture it open.
Well, with ball in hand, he's got every opportunity here, depending on what's happened with the 6.
Yeah, it's now at what point do you want to be smart and try to open them 6 and 10 ball up? Do you go for it now and try to push the white ball down towards the 3 at the same moment, or do you wait? You could use the 3 ball to open them up, or he's gone a bit low here maybe. Yeah, he's a bit low. He's got a bit of work to do now. I mean, the 6 ball, I can see that it does go in the top pocket, but it's actually that's not a bad shot. If he can get good on the 4 to get back on the 6, then the 7's just there waiting, right? But this is not easy unless it goes all the way up.
That's a good spot, Graham.
Top of the table, maybe. Let's see how he plays it. I think he's just going to roll it through. Oh, wow. Make that even worse, he's pushed the 4 on as well now, and he's left an angle to get on the green, so it's all gone wrong here. I think he can nickel screw down. Yeah, he's looking at it there.
Yeah.
If he can, it's got a nice angle on this 4 just to slide it over, try and get somewhere below the green and have a shot at it. That's all he's hoping for.
Yeah, the 7's on the right side of the centre pocket, so
Exactly.
he doesn't have to do much.
No, exactly. So if he can get anywhere in that area, have a shot on it, then he's got every chance to take this one. Oh, he hasn't played that so great though.
No, yeah.
He can still take it, but it's a lot more difficult now than it was if he would have been further over, obviously.
I'm guessing it doesn't pass.
And the safety's not so great either.
No.
Oh, look, unless he can just play it in between the black and put it on the side rail, and then put the white ball kind of where the chalk is on the table right now. See?
Yeah,
But it looks really tight.
that looks.
But he can definitely get it up towards the black, so as long as he hits it far enough to go past the middle pocket and keep the white ball on the bottom cushion behind the 10, then that's looks like it could be an option. Oh, he's playing it this way. Okay, nice.
Yeah.
He's keeping it tight. So kick shot needed here. I think he's covered the. Yeah, he's definitely covered the left rail. This is awful. He's gonna have to probably swerve it, try and kick it from behind maybe. But I don't even think he'd be able to, he might be able to just get the edge. Looks like he's queuing up for the edge. Oh, you could see it. Oh, that's a pretty alright shot, if he gets a big bounce behind the black. Look at that. Wow. What a shot he's played there. Great shot. Very good. Nick will be a little bit annoyed there.
Yeah.
Had a chance to squeeze the frame, but still, this is he's called the kick. You don't expect Nick to miss the ball, but it could go anywhere.
Well, even if he does go for the pot, there's
Yeah, I mean, this is really hard.
yeah, he's got to hit it hard to get the right side for the 7.
Oh, he's
Which he's
potted.
done.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
What a shot.
The cameras are shaking
Yeah.
from the applause.
The crowd's going wild. I mean, that was a great shot.
Yeah.
Bit brutal for Ralf there. He played a very good shot, but what can you do? I mean,
There was no commentator's curse from
No.
me trying to...
they do go. Nick will be pleased to have. Oh wow, what has happened there? Oh my goodness me! Talk about different games. I mean, this is just crazy.
It looked like he tried to stub it and lost control.
He just tried to kill it, didn't he? So he
Yeah.
could stay on the black in the middle. But I tell you, Ralf needs to capitalise on these chances that Nick's given him.
This is what will make the game now.
Yeah, absolutely, and he needs to be taking these. Needs to slow down a bit. Just needs to slow down. He doesn't want to be going the other way.
A little bit of adrenaline, maybe.
Yeah, now he's one of those shots where do you drop it in, play a bit of a longer 10 ball, or do you try and go around the angles? The problem with that, Gethin, is it's a fast table and it's been running. So if you're not perfect on the angles going around, then you can run away. I think the smart option was to roll it in. Yeah, I would agree with that. This is not a gimme 10 ball. I say that under pressure. 15-8 down. Up, sorry. I think he just needs to commit to this and play it as if he's playing position and just give it everything. That's how he played it. Great shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, well
With
played.
commitment.
Well played. Sometimes you can just tickle them in and just try to drop it in, but he played it well there. It's nice to see.
Absolutely, and making Nick pay for his mistakes, I think, is key now.
You have to, otherwise, you're not going to get that many. So if
No,
you don't
especially not.
But 16-8, I mean, if he can keep a handful of racks in the back pocket, that's the only way he's going to have a chance at this. If Nick catches him up, then I think he's in big trouble.
Yeah.
He needs to keep that distance to put that extra pressure on Nick and just try to snick a few and run a couple for his own racks would be very cool.
Well, let's see what happens with the break here.
I can tell you what's going to happen, Gethin. He's going to play the one ball open bridge with a little bit of topspin, and that one ball is going to go up towards that top left pocket.
Let's see if Graham's on the money.
I thank you very much.
Ah.
There you go.
Ah.
I think everybody who's watched the first game and watching these breaks recently, Nick has got this break nailed on. He knows exactly where that one ball's going, and he's got the pace. He's potting 2, 3, sometimes even 4 balls. So,
well, I think while you're there, though, you should throw out a few lottery numbers just for the viewers at home. After calling that.
Yeah, I think everyone probably has been saying the same that we have. We've been talking about it for a little while. Hey, I think that's just full credit to Nick. That's what great players do. They'll find out what works and capitalise on it, and that's exactly what he's been doing. He hasn't played that well, though.
No.
It feels like the pace is just catching him out a little bit. I don't know if it's the temperature of the room, or I mean, he had a break for a little bit and he's gone a little bit more flat than what he was against Mark, but that makes this game a little bit more interesting as well, though, because then Nick is not as flawless as he was in the first match.
It does show a vulnerability. However, what we did see in the earlier match is what Nick is capable of. So,
I think everybody watching knows full well what Nick's capable of. So, even though he's not in position, I'm sure he's going to find a good safety here. Oh, he's gone straight for it. What a shot!
Oh.
He's a bit unlucky there.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, he's just gone straight aggressive, so fair play. I don't think the combo was a bit tricky, but he could play a... Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong ball.
Yeah, he's just got to come around for the...
Yeah, I'm looking at the 7 ball. This is my problem with colourblind.
He's got to commit to this. Hold for the 7.
Yeah, he should get a nice bounce off the top cushion. See how soft he's played that, because he knew the speed of the table, you know?
Yeah, you called it.
He's got the... Yeah, it's hard for those who are watching. We've been down, had a look at the table, and it's playing super fast and super reactive is probably the word that's best to use. And Nick just seems to be playing it super nice. And it's caught out. You see people getting caught out on it.
Is there an element of
Nice.
having your home table?
You think? Yeah, of course. I mean, there's always a home advantage, right? That's why they call it. But yeah, I think that was a good run up. So let's see. It's interesting because Ralf was kind of trying to replicate a little bit of... He was trying to replicate a little bit of the same break as Nick. But what we noticed was he was putting a little bit too much topspin on, so that he was losing the white ball and it was going down far too far from the table. And he's replicating the same spot pretty much. Let's see if he does open bridge or loop bridge.
Yeah, putting it down there really encourages trouble. And as you pointed out with Nick's break, he's keeping good cue ball, which really holds that 1 ball.
Yeah, let's have a look. That's not so bad, but you see the 1 ball's not getting up as high as Nick has.
No, he did get a kick, which just kept the cue ball in.
It's not. He's got a shot here, and the 2 balls there. I don't know if the green will go. Maybe we'll have to have a look. Yeah, it looks like it might just go. So
It could be worth.
It could be worth going for this one. I mean, the 1 is not. I'm going to try and take this off. Wow. I think he needs a bit of assistance. If he can slip that through there, that's wow.
Yeah.
Fair play. We give Nick 10 out of 10 for one of the previous ones he took off. It was pretty impressive. He had to maneuver the magic rack in such a way, and he got it off. Equally 10 out of 10 for Ralf there. But this is an interesting shot here because he's either going to have to try to play it in a way slow to catch the 4 ball so he can hold for position on the 2, or play it with quite a bit of pace and come back and forwards a couple of times. But he hasn't got a big gap. What would you play here, Geth? Would you play it slow or you play it fast?
I'd probably play it bank with a bit of topspin just to come back over towards the 4 ball. That's why I don't play money games.
Oh, he's missed it completely. Oh my gosh. Oh, and he's lifted as well.
Yeah.
I think the ball coming across next to the 4 might be a bit of a help, but it was thin.
It was thin.
It was.
And without the joke implied, I think the bank may be more of a more percentage shot there.
Yeah, did you think the bank went?
Well,
we never know now.
we will later on when we watch it again.
Yeah.
But I was certainly thinking just a gentle, controlled bank shot with topspin just to push the cue ball off the side cushion and back towards for the long.
Yeah, that would have made a lot more sense. But I think if maybe the bank wasn't on, that's why maybe he looked at the cut potentially. Like you say, it was a bit more out of control on the cut.
Yeah.
But if that was the only shot, then fair play going for it. Don't drag this one in.
Now, did you think that the 6 passed earlier?
I think it is. I think there's he took the magic rack between the balls, so that tells you there's a gap. So therefore, if there's a gap, then it goes.
Well spotted.
Process of elimination.
Well spotted.
Just call me Detective Hickman. It's all good. But yeah, I think obviously if he took the magic rack through, then it must have a gap. So therefore, the 6 will go. But
where are you thinking now? Stuff it with a.
Wow.
A lot of cue back and a smidge of left. I don't know what to.
I don't know, it's a tricky one because he needs to also get back for the 7, but it's near the pocket, so he's got 2 options here. Is it straight enough that he can draw it back? But if he draws it back, he's got a very small margin to get. He's going to have to get close to the 6. Or do you try to just pump it over towards the middle pocket on the left side of the table to at least leave a shot?
Yeah.
He's screwing down, so he's going to try to come back in between the 9 and the 6. I thought that was tricky, man.
Yeah, I thought it was too. I thought he really needed to get into
really,
that.
really tricky.
And the risk was always coming flat onto the 6.
Yeah, but I think he's got quite a good safety. He's either going to... I don't think he's going to play the trick shot, right? He's looking at it. There is a trick shot, like a straight pool shot, or a... That's what he's lining up. The gap in between... So the gap in between the balls, if it's directly in line with the pocket...
It should.
There's a high chance that it could go coming at it from this angle, so I can see what he's thinking. He could just play a screw back. See, has he called it? If he hasn't called it, then he can play a thin shot on the 6, and the 6 ball shouldn't move very far.
I think he's undecided at the moment. I haven't seen the lips move, so
No.
he's leaving us
Yeah.
till the last minute.
I know. He hasn't called it, I don't think. So if he's going to play safe, maybe it's a thin snick on the 6 into the 10 ball, so the 6 doesn't move very far, and try and get the white ball back up top of the table.
Yeah.
Maybe behind the line of the 8 and the 9, or even club to the 7.
I haven't
Depends
seen
on
his
his
lips
angle.
move. So
He's called it.
Oh.
Hold your hats, ladies and gentlemen. He's either going to play the cut off the 10, or he's going to
Oh, who was that gentleman?
blame the cameraman.
That will be me.
As you
by
can
the
gather,
way,
that's not
ladies.
me. Sorry for the miss, but he actually played the shot that we talked about. So he played it straight off the 10 into the corner pocket. So yeah, that was a great shot by Nick.
Yeah. Now has he given himself a bit of trouble with the 8?
Yeah, it's a good call out, Troy, on the chat there. I think you're totally right. I think the pressure isn't going to get better if Ralf doesn't stop the bleeding. It's you can see Nick battling for these, and he seems to just be grinding them out. And I think if it's what we said before, the chances. Ralf has had a few chances to nick a few frames, and that's going to be the difference in this match, I think, because he's running out is more difficult. But if he can nick some of the frames from Nick, see what I did there, then that's going to keep it a little bit more to the wire. And yeah, obviously then the more pressure will build on Nick at some point.
Well, this is an interesting shot.
Yeah, it's a tricky one.
It's halfway house. I mean,
But the 8 doesn't go anywhere, right?
well, he looked at it as if there was a shot into the corner bag.
Oh, okay.
I'll leave it at this camera angle for now, just in case.
Yeah, or if he's got enough nice angle, he might want to try to just bump it and bring it out. Depends on if he's going full aggressive. Yeah, he's going full aggressive. Oh, wow. Missed it.
Yeah,
That was a really great shot, by the way. That was tight in the middle, and he went to just
Yeah.
flick it.
just looking for a little flick.
But I don't think it goes, so... Yeah, it doesn't go. So he's going to try and lock him up behind the 9 ball maybe here. Yeah. That was the shot. And it's right. Oh, that's just... Well,
Yeah.
the fact he's brought it closer to the cushion means the kick's a little bit easier, at least to hit it. But he needs to really try and get some distance. I mean, if he calls he might want to call the pocket, and that's what he's looking at.
Yeah. It's always worth a call from there.
Yeah. I mean, how the cushions are playing as well. I mean, the kicks haven't been great, I think, when these kind of shots today. Nick's played a couple of good ones. He's going to go for it, that's for sure. He did call it, didn't he? So
Yeah.
these are the kind of moments where you need a shot like this. Like Nick played one a few racks ago, didn't he? He cut it in off a kick, and this is what Ralf would need as well.
Yeah.
Something like this to go in.
And there's still a good chance he'd come off safe.
He's played a decent pace. He's left it. He's left it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of them shots where, if you go full for the pot, or do you try to play some kind of half ball kick and safety in mind? It's just a tough one.
Well, I think he did the right thing, which was go for it wholeheartedly. I think if he'd have tried to have done anything safe off of that, he would have not a very good chance of pulling off a safety. So
Yeah, I think he just caught it a little bit on the wrong side. That stayed down there. I think if you had caught it the other way a little bit, it would have came around the table.
maybe the cue ball too.
Yeah, so 16-10. So now they're both in double figures, which is a bit... I'm sure Ralf is already worried about the overall situation, but I think Nick will feel a lot more comfortable now he's in double figures. I mean, it was inevitable. He was always going to get there. It was just how far ahead was Ralf going to be at the time he got there. So
Yeah.
six lead. So yeah, he's kind of half the lead that he had.
And is he taking every opportunity that he gets?
Yeah, but I think let's look at it a different way just for a second. I mean, if you were in Ralph's shoes and they said, hey, you're going to go for a game with Nick and you're going to play first to 10 and you lost 10-6, would you be devastated? Oh, no, it's 10-4 even. Sorry. Would you be on 10-4? Yeah, I think he would like to be in a bit higher. I was thinking that he had got 6 there. No, he got a 12 head start.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
12,
he got a 12 head start. Well, Nick's lost the white a little bit there, but where's the 9 going? Oh, push out coming. So yeah, sorry, I'm thinking he had won 6 racks, but he hasn't. He's only taken 4. So that's yeah. And if you look at the body language of Ralf, arms crossed, legs crossed, a little bit defensive, and thinking, I've got a huge uphill battle here.
And I can't imagine that Nick's not noticed that.
Yeah.
Time to turn the screw.
I think we were just talking about this match before, and it's an interesting one because it can be deceiving getting such what feels like a big lead, 12 head start to 32. But if you don't take the chances when they come, then that lead's going to get eaten up pretty quickly. And I think Nick knew that. So if you were to reflect where we are right now at 16-10, I think he's probably had 5, maybe 6 chances that he probably should have won the racks. That could have made all the difference in the score. That could have been 17-18 versus 7 or something like that. That would have been much pressure on Nick then. It's still raced to 32, but I think he hasn't taken those early chances, which is, of course, all the pressure on the table. 100% way up here. He's down there. He's putting the money on the table. But, yeah, he needs to...
Well, he's having a look at a plant here.
Yeah, this is really thin, though.
This is ambitious.
And these balls are going all over the place a little bit. But, hey, I like he's aggressive. I think if he can force it and try and make something happen, then fair play. Oh, no, he's playing a safety. The only danger with that shot, though, for me, is that he puts it towards the pocket. So Nick can go up and down and still pot it, and then he's back at the table with a chance of a safety. But this is for sure not a piece of cake. But Nick's been kicking pretty well as well, so... Did he call it? I didn't see him call it, mine.
I didn't hear anything.
Maybe he did. I mean, it's obvious that he would. It's a good shot. You see, that's the thing. Is he... Oh, he might have... It's thin. It's thin, but it's potable, but it's thin.
Well, I think he got away with it a bit.
Yeah, I think if we take the bird's eye view, you'll be able to see. I think he's...
I don't think that's cuttable.
Yeah, I think it's deceiving. I mean, the white ball's going a bit wild either way if he is going for the cut, but I think those can be a little bit deceiving sometimes. He didn't even go for it. Oh, wow, he's totally mishit that. So, is he forcing Nick into a combo 1-8, or will Nick try to still keep it tight?
Well, this will tell us what Nick's thinking right now.
Yeah, let's see.
The combo is on.
No, he's really not taking any chances, and I think that's a
I think that's wise.
smart shot, yeah.
Yeah.
So for those who are watching in the YouTube or Facebook chat, I'd love to hear what you guys think in terms of score, final score. Right now we're 16-10 up. Drop your comments, let us know what you think.
And more importantly, if there are any predictions out there. Ralf isn't someone that I've seen too much action from. Obviously, we've all seen quite a lot of Nick play. So again, interesting how he'll respond.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, that's a great shot. Oh, that's a
that
bit
is very
unlucky. He really
unfortunate.
played a good kick there.
Yeah, good two rail shot.
It was a great shot. Look at the one. He would have been in good shape there.
Well, still
Still a
that-
bit of work to do.
yeah, that 3 with the 9 ball covering it could present Nick with some problems. Is the problem big enough that Nick will play another save? Or would that be... Would he be thinking that he can hold on the 2 to take the cut on the...
Yeah. He just wants to make sure he has the best opportunity.
He's hit that well. He's left that very straight.
It's one of them shots where if he just tries to screw through to the gap, maybe even if he was to flick the 10, he might still be alright, but it's whether he wants to just find the gap.
Yeah.
Looks like he was close to the 8. Oh, he's found the gap. That's a great shot.
Yeah. It looked like it squirted out a little bit.
Yeah, it did, but he played it really well there. Nice.
It's come around nicely. Yeah. That's really teed it up for the rest of the frame. Yeah, this looks good. As long as he
Yeah,
leaves a
he's in-
nice shape on the 9.
Yeah, this is good. Speeding up now as well, a little bit.
Yeah.
See how he plays this one. Does he go 2 reels or does he go 3 reels?
3.
Oh, he's underhit that, has he? Wow, it just
Oh,
looked like
yeah.
as soon as he left his cue, I was like, oh, he's underhit it, but I keep forgetting the speed of the table. He's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, you were even calling it speeding up earlier, and I don't think it's slowing down.
Nice. So another one for Nick. 16-11.
Yeah, and for Ralf, that just turns the screw a little bit harder. The folded arms might get a little bit tenser.
Yeah.
It's his break, so
Let's see. But yeah. Just again for everybody watching, please keep sharing the video. Let's try and get this out to as many people as we can on this fine Sunday afternoon. For those who are chilling, want something to watch, it's nice that we can get some live action back again. There's been a lot of people playing the Ghost and some great stuff over Facebook, and nice to watch, but it's always good to see a little bit of head-to-head in person. And the club has got a great setup here for this, with this Predator light, which we unfortunately can't see on the stream, but it's a super light, and the setup is really nice for today.
nice.
Big shout out to Orange Folks for the live stream. I mean, Jimmy's came in and set this all up. 3 cameras, really, really awesome stuff. The quality is just great. So yeah, give the page a like, give his YouTube channel a like, and if you like it even more, then a donation would be super welcome, whether it's through PayPal or a super chat on YouTube. Just a few clicks and then it's happy days. All much appreciated.
Yeah, and having 3 cameras makes a massive difference. A little bit more... needs a little bit more finesse. Having 3. As you're probably noticing at home.
No, it's all good. We'll flick through and try and get the best angles that we can.
With other players playing on the adjacent tables, it can make it a bit interesting sometimes.
Yeah, and it's... Oh, we see Vanessa's joining as well, watching her husband shoot the balls. Hi, Vanessa. Thanks for joining.
That was a nice cut.
The man is doing well today. He's playing very well.
Hi, Vanessa. The man played very well earlier.
Oh, that's a nice shot, though. He cued that well. these are the kind of racks that he has to take, you know, get a chance, and otherwise pressure will continue to build. He's got to come. I don't think he can hold this one. He might have to come back across. Oh, he's trying to hold it.
Yeah.
He has, but leaves the green a little bit longer away. But the good thing is the 7th there and waiting, so just got to concentrate on the pot here.
No, and like you said, he really does need to make the most of a good break, because with Nick breaking so well, the chances won't come thick and fast. So.
No, exactly, and it's what we said in the mark match. Like, you have to take these chances to keep the pressure on. Otherwise, it's a double-edged sword. Oh,
he kept his head down.
Yep. So a few predictions. We're getting some messages. 32 to Nick, 24 to Ralf. Wow, that would make it a very interesting game if that would mean Ralf would get another 8 frames from now. I think if he can take his breaks, alternate break, anything's possible. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
He knows that he will get X amount of chances from now, so he has every chance if he can make them count. And he's taking these ones nicely, so this one looks like another one to Ralf, and that's what he's got to do. Geth, that's what he's got to do.
Yeah.
To have any chance of keeping this lead and getting towards that finish line.
And breaking dishes like this make a marked difference for when you do get the chance in the next frame to step up.
Absolutely. It just gives you that little bit more confidence, knowing that, you know, I'm in this. It's not like you're having to get gifts or presents from the other player, you know. He's did that on his own.
Good little bit of banter on in the commentary box today.
Yeah, well, for those of you who know Plan B, or those of you who don't, as you can see, the view that we have from the table is we actually can't see the table where we are. Well, we can if we stand up, but we're upstairs in this viewing booth.
At the poker table, if you were a regular. This would be where the poker would be going.
Okay, fair enough. And then there you go. That's a perfect example of how Nick's been breaking.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
Look at how he's left that one ball.
Yeah.
And there's a gap for the 2. Ooh, the gap isn't... it looks like he'll have to come across the table, Graham, and back again, which shouldn't present him with too many problems, but there's a 4 ball looking to try and deflect the pass, so I don't know, maybe he'll play it really soft. One thing I do enjoy about Nick is that he always surprises me in a good way.
Thanks for the heads up, Arno. Yeah, we continued on from the last session. The race is not to 30, it's to 32.
32, yes.
It's 32.
Yes. That's something I did learn when I first came in today. So he's played it across the table. Perfect.
He's found a gap. I mean, I'm going to start calling him the gap master. Literally, he can just find it.
Well, I didn't know if the 4 was going to get in the way, and obviously it didn't. And that's a cracking shot. Now it's opened it right up.
Thanks, Lance. Good morning to yourself in the US. Glad you're enjoying the billiards and the commentary. We try our best to give our points of view.
Absolutely, and let me put a shout out to the streaming services from the US. While you're streaming your many games at night, it's perfect timing over here in the Netherlands, and I do enjoy watching some of the games over there and hearing some of the banter in the background. It's great. Yeah, he's played that well.
Looks to be the bridging, maybe? I don't know. Maybe he might be okay. Not sure if he's elevated a little bit. No, he's okay.
Yeah,
He's going straight up and down.
Yeah.
He's been judging these so nice.
You can even Just push it off the one cushion. Very nice.
Yeah, good. Just a little stop shot for the 6 in the middle.
This is where Nick makes it look so easy.
Yeah. And then a little bounce off the rail for the 7 in the top left, and I think he's home and dry on this one.
Home free.
Home free. Home dry.
I was with you.
He's going to hit that a little bit, but you might have to come off the side rail maybe. And just bump it off. He's come back for the middle.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice punch.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Just naturally to bump down for the 10. And there's another one. I'm not sure where the 12 came from in terms of head start or handicap.
No, and it was
Somebody
interesting.
must have mentioned it.
I was going to ask earlier. Is there some unwritten rule that if the more that you give them, if you add a few extra frames onto because it went from 30 to 32 frames,
Yeah.
does that give someone
Psychological,
an
maybe.
advantage, or what? Does it neutralize something? I'm sure there's some mathematics and poker that comes into play there.
Yeah, and I can remember, obviously, you know my background of playing English 8-ball. I know some of the guys used to play money matches there, and instead of giving a head start, they would play from a minus. So
Okay.
So if, like, say for this game, if Nick played off minus 12, rather than giving a 12 head start, then
Yeah.
Ralf would still have to win 32 frames, which on paper you think, well, he's minus 12, but actually it's a bit deceiving. You know, you kind of think he's got to win 40 frames, but that's not a big deal for someone, but someone else to win 32, it's longer to go. So
exactly, it's a much further distance to travel.
It can be a little bit more, psychological.
Well, I see that in the match play with the snooker as well. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
the longer they stretch it out, it really can separate certain
Absolutely.
skill levels.
Yeah, 100%. So let's see if he can keep the white in the middle.
Yeah, he had a good break and run
yeah,
the last time.
He did. He's lost the white a bit
Yeah.
there.
He's got
Has he
a bit of
he's got a
good
ball.
contact.
Oh, he's got a ball, needs a shot. He's not going to get a shot here, he's going to be locked up. So he lost the white there, and that's the result. So he's going to push out here, and the balls are wide open, so he needs to be a bit careful.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. He did hit it quite thick.
Yeah, thanks Braveheart. Might have a future, this Nick kid. Yeah, I think he's. I think he's definitely got a bright future if he wants to think about playing serious pool.
We have to get him off his home table, though.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, hey, these guys knew about it before signing up for the match as well, right? So I think if you're going to play someone on their table, maybe you play on it yourself a little bit, right?
Yeah. No, and I understand that a few of the tables have already started to be renewed here, and with that have come some shimmed pockets. So there's 3 pockets in here now with 3 tables in here with much tighter pockets, and I think that will bring the players in on some more interesting
Yeah. See, that's interesting
matches.
Gethin, because for me, leaving a wide open table for Nick is also very dangerous. And on that push out, I always think, is it worth locking a few balls up? I don't know, making it a bit more difficult in these moments.
I would have certainly locked one up.
I just try to do something.
Admittedly, he hasn't left Nick much, but for Nick, there's 2 or 3 safety options on there.
Yeah, but if you can get a good connection on the 1, he can bring the white ball back down behind the 10.
Yeah, and
on
he
that
can
bottom
leave the 1
diamond.
behind the 4.
Or even just top of the table will be fine.
There you
Nice.
go. Bring it right up behind
Where's the
4.
white going though? Where's the cue ball going? Oh, he's played that great.
Yeah.
So there you go. You see, I just think now if he gives him ball in hand, it's
It's a great shot, and it turns the momentum.
yeah.
After what was a good break, but just an unlucky leave.
It's just finding that right balance, and Nick's been getting it spot on today. And
Well, I mean, even
that's been the
when
difference.
you're pushing, I mean, to not leave the cue ball on a cushion if you're going to leave it in such of the open to limit the opportunities. But you're quite right. I don't think that was the wisest of push shots.
Yeah.
Let's see what he does here as a response.
No, that's a foul.
No, nothing's hit a cushion there.
So let's see how these balls are lining up. Let's see where the problems are.
That angle
6 to
doesn't leave us
7.
too much.
But it looks like everything goes. I think it's probably getting on the 4 ball. Yeah, I mean, it's the... He's just going to stop shot pretty much and leave a nice angle. I think the shot he has 6 to 7. So whether he plays the way the 5 ball is, he can easily get on the 6 for a nice angle to play this 7 in a few different ways. So he could try to come around and play in the 7 in the middle, or he could play the 7 in the bottom right, or he could even really take the combo on the 7-10. He's got so many options on this 7 ball, but the critical thing is the position.
Wow.
So now it tells me that he's going to be on the other side of the 6 ball, so therefore he's going to come down to the right, which could maybe make us believe he's going to play the 7 in the bottom right pocket, unless he wants to hold it and come down for the middle, but that's more risky. Yeah, I think the safer shot would be to come over towards the left side of the table for the 7 in the bottom right. Where's the cue ball? Oh, he's close to that pocket, I tell you. Ooh.
That was a bit too close for comfort for me.
Yeah, so depending on the angle here. Oh, he looks like he's going a little bit to the left as well, so he can just stun it out, and he's going to be perfect on the black. So that's worked out super nice.
He doesn't have to do anything with the 8.
No. And 9 balls there, so again, comes back down to that break shot and maybe a bit of a not the best push out, to be honest. He left a pretty straightforward safety for Nick.
Now, Ralf really needs to be looking at these games. Again, that push shot, you really should reflect upon that and think, would I have done that? Would I really have done that if I'd have thought about it a bit longer?
Yeah. So,
however, I've seen people push Nick into safeties, not from a push, mind, and he will jump it no problem.
So yeah, now it's becoming the pressure's getting super tight now. So 17 to 12, 17-13.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's put it on yet, but the gap's significantly close now.
Ralf would be looking at this.
Yeah, so 17-13. So I mean, you can try to motivate yourself in a different way, and you say, right, I'm going to play Nick race to 32. I close my eyes and I wake up and I'm 17-13 ahead. Would I be happy with that? I think you would be, but you know that you've got a hell of a long way to go still. So
yeah,
there you see. Look at the difference. The white ball plumbing. Oh, that's a bit of an unlucky kiss. Oh, another kiss.
Oh.
Is he scratched?
No, and he's
but
got away with it.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, that was a bit. It was an unlucky kiss, to be fair, but he perfect break again, and that's been the difference. You know, you're in the middle of the table. The 1 ball's near the pocket.
Yeah. And we were watching that in the game earlier with Mark Beisterbosch, and I think it makes life so much more easier for Nick when he's breaking like that. He's taking his games. It puts all of the pressure onto the other opponent.
Yep.
And like you saw, maybe that was the extra bit of pressure on the push shot.
Well, there's another gap Nick needs to find here. He looks a bit
Play
pacey.
cushion first.
Oh wow, he's going to full ball the 3. Oh, wow.
Chunk of the 3 as well.
Absolutely perfect.
I can't see any problems at all. This is going to be down to keeping it tidy.
Yeah, I mean, it's deja vu on the breaks, I'm afraid. Oh, that's not the best. He could have played that 2 ways. He played it the safer way to come around, but he could have played it in the top. But yeah, so now I think he's going to probably play safe. I'd probably expect him to play like a half ball 5 here and try and put the white ball behind the 10. So bring double the 5 off the rail back towards the black, and then put the white ball forward and put it down behind the 10. I think
behind the 10.
Yeah, I think that's probably the logical choice. If I had a pen, I would try to draw it for you, Gethin, but I don't have a pen, so That means I can't say I'm wrong.
And if I had a fourth camera angle, I'd show you a bit better at home.
But it looks like
ladies
he's
and
lining up to take this on. It looks like he's queuing this up to go in. Am I?
Yeah,
Am
looks
I
like
losing
he's
my mind?
slicing it.
He's going for this, I think. He is. Wow.
Oh,
What a shot. How's your look? It's not bad at all. I tell you what, that was a really difficult shot. And that tells me that he wants to get after this. He's not slowing things down. He's just going full on
it's turned the screw
offensive.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And why
what
not?
a shot. That was a great shot.
And why not?
Yeah.
He's a little.
On the wrong side a little bit, yeah, but I think he's still dropping it in.
Yeah.
It's not like the 10 is.
He's got plenty of
Awful.
room to play with.
Is he going to pump this in?
Come round.
He is.
Oh.
Well, that's just confidence for you right there.
How do you like them apples?
Yeah. Thanks for coming. What a shot.
All of this just plays a little bit more on Ralph's mind.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Nick's just stroking it nice and welcome to my house, he's saying, you know. I think that's what the message is.
Yeah, that sends a message, should we say?
Yeah.
Because there was other ways to play that. cutting that ball in the middle bag.
With check side as well, I think, or something.
It was the 7 to come around for the 8. I can't remember now, but that was.
It's the 5. For the 5 to come around for the 8. And yeah, he got a nice kiss on the 8, but fully deserved. I think he went for it. And what is it? You reap what you reward. I think, he went for that. So
Yeah.
fair play.
Come on, Ralph. Let's see what you can do now. Stop the rock.
So let's watch the white here. So this is the critical thing, because he's been breaking well, but he's just losing the white. So he's got to try and keep it in the middle of the table. He just seems to be running a little bit wild.
He could bring the cue ball over a smidge towards the centre if he really was.
I think he's trying to copy Nick's break with the 1. See, the 1's going up towards the top.
Oh.
That's good. He lost the white a little bit,
He did, but he
but he had a great
kept
break.
the cue ball.
That's more like, he's got a cluster down the middle. That's a bit unlucky. But that's the difference, if
Yeah.
he's not everything's wide open, so this makes it a little bit more.
I can't get
Funky.
enough to see if that 4. No, the 9's in the way of the 10, so there's nothing really easy for that 4. Long up the cushion, up to the top left, but I think that's about all your luck there.
Yeah, I think he's.
A good safety
Maybe.
could be the best to hope for.
He might have a 4-10-9 combo. I don't know,
Well, that's what I was saying. The 9's in the way of the 10.
but it looks pretty straight though from here.
You could pot the 10. Pot the 9 and.
Maybe. Yeah, he's got to get through the 1 and try to get. He's also got maybe a 4-6 combo maybe. He could have a few options here if he really wants to push the board out.
How are you thinking of the 1? He's quite straight on the 1.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, he could
He's
take
well-
the cushion first to really, but the control of the cue ball goes.
I mean,
way
the
down in
benefit he has,
percentage.
he's left-handed, so that helps.
Yeah, very
So he
much
might
so.
be able to force it down a little bit and
Very much so.
just pinch a little bit, see what he does. He could pinch a little bit, so where's
He's
the white
looking at the
going?
plant. He's going to
Well,
take
if
that plant.
if that 4-6 is a combo, if it's not, he's got a great chance for it here. It looks great from here. He's got to take this on for me.
Absolutely. He just doesn't
He's-
want to run behind that 10
I
with
mean,
the cue
he's-
ball.
He's borderline perfect with the ball in hand, right? So the 4's not going to travel far, so he doesn't want to go crazy and slam this, but
No,
just a nice little steady shot. The 4 ball shouldn't move much, and then he can play the 4 again, either in the middle or the top.
he's thinking about it.
Yeah.
My only concern is if he gets into it, he's going to pop the cue ball over towards the 10.
No, I think it's pretty straight. I think he's all right. You just took a little bit of screw back and shouldn't move far at all. Oh, the 4's gone too that way.
Oh, the 4 went that way.
Ah,
Yeah. Something didn't look right. I'm not too sure why.
yeah.
But can
But
that cut around the 9?
it's very thin, that's for sure. It looks like it might squeeze
Ooh.
it. He's lining it up. If it goes, then he's naturally coming up the table, and the 5 is not miles away from the
He
middle
might hit
pocket.
he might contact the 5.
I think it's a bit thin to hit the 5, but maybe from that angle, yeah. We'll see.
if he misses the middle bag.
Either way, it's definitely thin, that's for sure. Take the paint off.
Oh, he's
He's being a bit lucky though. Where's the black going?
he has been quite lucky.
Okay. So he needs a little bit of that. Trying to stop the rot from Nick pinching frames and running out.
Unfortunately, I see Nick playing a good safety here, just pushing the cue ball up behind the 9.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky when it's so far away.
Well, he's having a good look at it. Let's see if we can find an angle that he's looking at. And while we're watching Nick take the shot, if you got the time just to share the stream and like it, pass it on to a few friends, that'd be much appreciated, and mention Orange Fork Productions. Even better. Thanks ever so much. Now let's see what he's going to do here. He's approaching it with a bit of...
Unless he's trying to catch it thin, maybe.
He's gone for the bank.
Wow.
And the
he might have
bank
he
was
likes to find the gap.
shut.
He's covered it, you know.
Oh, no.
I think he might be able to swerve it a little bit. And the good thing is the 5 is there, so if he just swerves this and drops it in, he's all right.
And that's as good as an angle I can give you at home, ladies and gentlemen. While Espen scratches his head, I'm sure he's playing with his onepocket.org t-shirt on, representing. We don't need to guess what he's playing right now.
I think it looks pretty alright, actually. He's queuing that easy. Yeah. Oh my gosh, what did he try and do there? Did he try to double kiss it, anything? Unless he just thought the side would take more, but... Oh man, I'm not sure what he played there. Because he didn't seem to be elevated, so he wasn't trying to swerve it much.
I'm flabbergasted. He played that pure.
Unless he thought the side might have just swerved it in, but... So this is an interesting one because the table is very fast. So I'm not sure if he can deadweight this in a hold for the 5. He might try something with a bit of side spin and nudge into the black just to guarantee the shot on the 5. If you know what I mean?
Yeah. Just take a chunk of it.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to be safe, because otherwise it can go a bit funky.
If he'd have played it soft.
I don't think he would have held, so that was probably a smarter choice.
Good point.
So he needs a good angle here to get back for the...
Oh,
what's he played there?
He's chunked it again a little bit.
Goodness me, scratch. That's unbelievable.
Wow.
I'm not sure I think he tried to come higher on the rail there. I don't think the side took as much as he thought, but... So, and again, there's another chance, another mistake from Nick to give a potential rack back to Ralf, and he's got to take these again. We keep saying it, but but it's a fact. He's got to take these.
No,
these
and you're right.
situations.
We might be pointing out the obvious, but it's the obvious for a reason. These are these are the times when Ralf just needs to.
I'm surprised he played like that, man.
Show
I would have
some
been much
composure.
closer to the black rail.
I would have been as well.
Ball in hand, you could have been much closer. But maybe he was just trying to leave guaranteed angle, so he knows if he pots the black, then he's coming down. So I can understand the logic, but just puts that extra bit of pressure.
Now.
Yeah, and it's been bouncy off these top cushions. So let's see. He's missed it.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
Yeah, he didn't even seem comfortable through that shot.
Yeah.
And he hit it way too hard.
See, that's for me. He could have probably been a lot closer to that black ball, I think. And
was that the commentator's curse?
no, it's just I think the pressure is getting a bit much. He knows how important every one of these racks is, and every chance you get from Nick is like a godsend. So you have to take them, because Nick just isn't going to give you that many.
No, and look at this for pace.
It's a bit hard, but that's the thing when you get chances. If you don't take them in this format, you've got a 12 head start for a reason, right? The skill level gap is
you're right.
significantly different. Yeah. So when you get those chances, it's double pressure for Ralf to take it. But that's the make or break for winning this game, or at least making it close.
Nick's looking like this. He's caught in 2 whirls. I think he's going to cut it.
Yeah, it's one of them things. He's going to go fast here, so it's like 1, 2,
He's
3.
lining up like he's going to cut it.
He's going to be like, I don't know, 5 rails if he plays it fast. He's going for the drop. Is he missed it? He's overchopped it. Yeah. It's good pace on the 10. To be fair. See, but even looking at this,
great shape on the 10.
Even looking at this, I'm not feeling comfortable that he's going to get good position on the 10. Because he hasn't been. The feel hasn't been there. And when they're in the pocket, they can be a little bit tricky. Even though you think it's an easy pot, it is. But do you go cushion first? Do you try to judge the pace? He's got to go cushion first. I think he has to.
And just pace.
Just don't overcommit and go too crazy. No, he's hit it all wrong, but he's been unfortunate there.
Yeah,
so
he's got away with that. But you can see his head shake.
He knew. But hey, Ralf will just try and get this one off the table and forget about it.
That's one down though. Chalk it down.
It is what it is. It goes on his table, side of his table, rather than Nick's, and that's all he can do. But again, these chances, he looks nervous as well. I think, yeah.
Well,
Call out in the chat as well. He's just nervous, and I mean, who's to blame him? You know, Nick's kind of hot on your heels now from being 12 lead. I mean, it depends how you're prepared for this. You always expect Nick to come back. You're not going to have a 12 lead all the way through this match, right? So Nick is going to, of course, come back. It's just about how big of a lead you can keep to that most critical moment, I think. And if you can get it close to the wire within 2 or 3 frames towards the end, then happy days. But I mean,
well, putting myself in Ralph's shoes now, I'd be looking at it like, you know, he's trying to finish this a little bit early. If I can keep nicking every mistake I get off of him, there's I could turn the tides a little bit, and that in itself, I think that might be enough just to rattle Nick a little bit. So.
Again, another big break. He's got a little bit of a cluster here with the 60. Deja vu.
Look at that cube.
Deja vu.
All in the one ball. Well, at least it's a lesson for everyone at home, and this is how you really want to attack the 10-ball break. He's not hitting it full blast. He's not giving it everything he's got. It's all about the control. And he's banking on either the wing balls coming around or the 2 to the side of the 1 ball slying in the middle bag. Loving the comments coming in on the feed, keeping us giggling in the commentary box.
Works for us.
Absolutely.
As long as you're having a good time, we're having a good time. That's all good.
Yeah, but you do put me off my camera angles. So please remember that at home, ladies and gentlemen. Be kind. Focus. Quite.
So we're still waiting for predictions. We've had a couple of predictions coming in for the final score of this match. So just drop a short comment. Let us know what you think. Winner, score, frames. Just for the fun.
Nick calling this pure screw. Okay, he's got that.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Yeah.
He might even just bump this out now. Doesn't want to go too crazy. If he can bump it towards the middle pocket, that would be ideal.
Is he going to just
But he's
nibble the 8
perfect.
out the way now?
If he can nibble the 8, great. Or if he can, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's grand.
He hasn't got the best angle on the 5, mind. He might have to play this with a little bit of side and come towards the black.
Knowing Nick, he'll play to put the 6 in the middle bag.
Yeah, he's going to have to let the side take this off the side rail, I think, and just drift towards the black.
That's played.
Oh, he's behind it. Oh, he's
Just
snuggered
a little
again.
bit too much.
Again, so this is not ideal.
And as I was mentioning earlier, he's looking. Well, not that he's making mistakes on purpose, of course, but when they do come, Ralph's really got to.
He didn't call it though, so
Well,
he didn't call it. So
no, of course.
So he didn't call that shot. So it's Ralph back to the table with the absolute gift of a chance. He had to pinch another one, and I think it's one of them things like.
Pinch another one.
Yeah, but Nick's breaking so well, so he's obviously going to get a bit more table time potentially. So there's obviously a higher chance for Nick something to go wrong.
Yeah.
And if it might feel like Nick's making a lot of mistakes and Ralph's pinching them, but that's logically what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But it's whether he can take it. So this is
And how it changes Nick's approach to the game. Nick might start to shut it down a little bit. It might not affect him at all, of course.
It's good pace. So this is it.
But for me, it does add an extra dimension. There are chances coming, which is not what we saw so much in the first game. And watching how Ralf responds is key.
He's got to screw this back down for the middle, I think. Yeah, though.
I think he's going to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's played that well.
So now we play this with a little bit of right hand side to check it back off the cushion. But new cloth, new cushions. It can always react a bit strange.
Oh, look
He's
at
gonna-
you with the commentator's curse.
Wow, I'm surprised he's played it like that. I don't know what he's done there. I don't know.
He
what
was
he's
listening to you, unfortunately.
Well, it just hasn't. That's the thing with the new cloth and cushions. The check side, doesn't react as much as you think. So
I think you should keep your voice down.
just for those listening, he can't hear us or see us, so don't worry. Oh, he's got it. That's a great shot. Well done. I mean, that's a great shot. He needed that big time. So now
Absolutely.
that's great. Keeps him a good 5-frame lead. So I think So I'm gonna.
You're gonna?
I'm gonna step away. I need to switch out, and I'm gonna bring back in Pascal De Smet.
That's a polite way of saying he's been relegated. But that's fine.
Cheers for the chat, Kev.
Thank you, Graham.
Cheers,
Always a pleasure, man. And here we have Pascal.
So what's up? Wasabi.
What's up? We've
How
been
you
missing.
doing, Captain?
We've been missing you. You know.
I've been listening.
As we've got 3 cameras, we should have 3 mics. You know, that's where it's at.
So I know for a fact that if we would have a lot of mics, then this would be chaos.
Well,
Like a fun chaos for us, but maybe not so fun for the viewers.
how are you with the camera work?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna
Oh well, then leave it with
leave it with
Bailey over here. I'm grand.
So gonna open up the chat for myself.
Yeah, and we've been loving the chat, guys. Thanks for adding the old comment and prediction. It gives us something, an extra dimension to talk about in the box. But this is a Nick break with the 1 ball sitting over the corner bag. Everything's split up quite nicely. Doesn't seem to be any problem balls. Has Ralf got some renewed vigour from taking advantage of Nick's mistake in the last frame?
I think it's really hard seeing how Nick is breaking. I think Ralph's not doing too bad, but he needs to take notes about Nick's break.
Yeah. Well, it looked like he did here because he left the 1 ball in a similar area to Nick has. He's had quite a few frames to watch Nick's break now. It's a good shout.
So he has a small angle, a little bit of a stun draw, or using the cushion.
Just push it through nicely. Get out of the way of the 8 ball. Yeah, he's done enough. He's got the 7 and 10.
Pretty
Are,
long shot.
if he can screw into the 7 here, or just use a little blocker, he can commit to this.
Yeah, so he can just see the 5. But he don't have to do much with cue ball. Stunning into the 7, or a little bit draw on it. Oh, wait. Oh. He didn't put draw on it and just stunned it. And pays the price.
I cannot give you the angle you want. It looks like it passes the 10.
He's taking out his jump cue.
Oh, so it doesn't.
So I think it goes.
That's how we do it in the hay. We just jump everything.
So we're here all day, so
Yeah, he needs to hit this nice and thick, not do too much with the cue ball, keep it on the table.
oh, that's great shot. Wow.
Was, if anything, a bit too chunky.
Yeah, well, he focused on the pot and just make the ball and maybe you can, create a new chance here.
Well, this
Maybe
is a
not a
nice
pot.
natural angle. If he hits this,
He's
The
looking at the pot.
yeah,
So, but can he avoid the 10? Man, I don't know about.
it looks like it's
cut.
stopping the in off.
I think he's looking at playing safe. That's what I think that's the right thing to do. Leaving
he's
the
playing
cue
safe?
ball on the short drill.
Yeah, I would play safe here, but it doesn't. Oh yeah, he is. Good shout, Pascal.
Oh, he played it the other way around and left it. Or did he?
Oh, I think he can. Oh, can he?
No, I think he can't. Can't.
He cannot.
He cannot. Don't think so.
So
Or can he?
what do you?
Oh wait.
Isn't that in Friesland? They say canet. It means you just can instead of. I don't know.
I don't know. So, but
He's
if it would go, he would have shot it already, right?
he's playing this safer. He's
Yeah,
just
be-
flicking it behind the 10.
Yeah,
He's got the
just
70.
yeah, that's a good shot. It's
Well,
a really
that's-
good shot.
That's the distance you want.
Yeah, and it's so much harder to shoot at those kind of shots when the white ball is on the rail. Really good effort from Nick.
He's got a 9 ball. If he can get that cue ball up behind the 9 ball, he's laughing. He's really laughing. No, not good enough, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it was hard. It was really hard. He had
Yeah,
to roll it.
but I
And
felt like the 9 was his target. If he could have...
yeah, it was just well, a little bit too soft. Good effort, but not good enough.
No. So, Nick looking for a good stun shot here. Doesn't need to do too much with the cue ball. Just leave him a nice angle to pop over for the 9. Easy for the commentary booth to say.
Really easy.
Quite.
I mean, from our standpoint, I've never missed this shot.
And I wouldn't have looked at it for so long, to be
No.
fair.
He is a bit close to the rail though, but
And Espen's doing his best to interfere.
yeah. Oh, he's okay. I thought he was close to the rail. Now you can see he's pretty okay with his bridge.
He decided to punch it through, which a wise shot. But I thought he was looking at stunning it earlier, which meant he really was going to leave a good angle, a tough angle on the 8. But he solved
Yeah,
that.
but
He
now
solved that
he's-
problem.
Now he's kinda
I think he's
in
going to cut it.
between shots, because in the corner it's the wrong angle, and in the side it's pretty thin cut. Has to go up and down.
He's really got to power it if he's going to miss that middle pocket. I don't know if this is the best angle to catch it from.
He's cutting it in. Not.
No, he had to really power
Yeah.
that though to miss that. Very well played.
That's a good shot.
Yeah,
He
very
made
well
that. He
played.
made that look easy, but that wasn't easy.
No.
These pockets are tight. You have to really shoot straight.
Oh, nice end game.
So Nick Vandenberg going to a four
He's catching
game. So that's Mr. G, Mr. Graham, that you just saw. And Gettin is leaving us for now and joining me in commentary, your very own Arya. So Arya, good to have you back.
Cheers, pal.
So Nick is only trailing by 4 games now, and you have to feel like he is sort of in front. Although that's not true, of course, but he won a lot more games. That's of course why he gave up the 12 racks, but how much is Ralf under pressure right now to perform? Has to make the most of his chances. Got a doable 1 ball. Has to watch carefully with the line of the cue ball for position on the 2. I don't know if it passes the 9. Maybe we can see from another angle.
Yeah, just a second.
The 2 ball definitely not passing the 9. So has to do something extra. Maybe he could go 4 rails position in between the 5 and 6 to go underneath the bunch. That's not easy. It's pretty close to the cushion. He's going for it. Wasn't the line. But he got some kind of result.
Yeah, so the 2 doesn't pass the 8 in the center pocket, so he needs to take it up in the corner.
Oh
Okay,
wow!
so well,
so
yeah,
he
yeah.
nudged it, and he got
My
a bit
bad.
lucky that after the nudge on the 8 ball, that he still got the snooker. But this is a good snooker.
Yeah, Nick immediately called the 2. Very prolific
It's going one rail.
kicker of billiards, so I give him good odds to make this 2, even though it's a funny angle. Cause
I'd say maybe 1 out of 4 he makes this. 1 out of 5 maybe. I think he's hitting this like 5 out of 5.
Oh, without
9 out of
question,
10.
the 2 there in that pocket is a huge ball,
Oh wow!
and he's hit it, but he
Yeah.
didn't go for hit it from behind. He tried to pot it directly, hence the speed he played it. So the snooker at first glance paid dividends, but still need to clear up to make it really count.
Yeah, don't see any problems. So it's just about holding your nerves and just making the correct shots, leaving the correct angles. Don't leave any hard stuff for yourself. Always make sure of your angles. So
Exactly.
he's looking at it now. If you do that, you don't have to do anything difficult from this point on in this rack. But of course, that's easier said than done. So
Yeah.
at least he has the correct angle. A little bit of a long shot. Feel like Ralf is playing a little bit cautious.
Yeah, but he was
With-
trying
with
to
the speed?
ensure his angle on the 5. It's still not that hard of a shot. I mean, just need to focus a touch more on the pot. Still fancy him to make this, as he did.
Yeah, it's a nice shot.
So
Looked easy. Wasn't
Yeah.
super easy.
So the problem he is facing here is it looks pretty much straight, and also, I mean, he's going forward, so he doesn't have to put everything into this shot. As long as he
Whoa! Wow.
comes away off the rail, which he did, but in a very unorthodox way. And now I wouldn't say the long pot is that difficult, but it's about controlling the cue ball, which
This
is
is
natural pad.
there's danger in a lot of ways in this shot.
Yeah, the natural pad will take him close to the middle pocket, so needs to hit this sweet spot of the 7 here. Wow.
Yeah, hit this too thin.
Ironically enough, he hit it that bad that he got away with it.
Yeah, whoa, but is Nick going to give this situation back to Ralf? Because he potted a 10 and then Nick has the option to give the shot back, just like with the push out. So it's not a fall, but he can give the shot back, and he's looking really hard how difficult the safety or the attack is. Don't think there is a bank shot, of course, but I think he's looking at how good are my odds and how good are his odds at succeed at a good safety here. And I think he's looking for the line to go somewhere where he is right now with the cue ball, in that area.
Here's a bold statement. Steve predicting a heel win for Ralf. 32-30,
Well,
31.
Well, Steve, I think there will be a lot of people will bet with you if you want to bet on that. And Vagelis said, "Oh my gosh, jinxed him again." Kinda have the commentator's curse on lock today. So,
Did he call that one?
no, I'm not sure.
Doesn't matter. He's missed it anyway. But I'm
Yeah,
just
but the speed
wondering.
was good. Speed was good. I think he played it safety in mind. And Nick is in a tough position now because this isn't easy to get safe. I think you're always gonna leave the 7, so your cue ball is have to be spot on. Or he could, but that's for me. It feels kind of tricky, but he could try and cut the 7 on the right side, like really thin, and go to find cover behind the 8 or 9. But then he has to hit that super thin.
Yeah, but if you go for that route,
If it-
you're suggesting it's all about hitting the 7 in the thickness, the thinness,
Yeah.
I should say, because the cover behind the 8 and the 9 is just a bonus. Because
yeah,
it
of
would mean
course.
you've judged the pace to
if
perfection.
you hit it that thin that you don't scratch or don't get in the jaws, then you're obviously not gonna leave a really. You're not gonna sell out at least.
You've achieved your main purpose.
Yeah,
But he's called
Yeah, I
it
agree.
In the pocket to the left of his hand. So I'm not really sure what he's trying here.
Oh, he
Oh,
played
no,
it
so
real
he-
first.
So he overruled his first call.
That was a really good shot actually.
That was an amazing shot.
And
Considering his cue ball. Considering
didn't
his cue ball.
didn't watch it that.
Well, I mean, he was, to his, in all fairness, he was, as we look at this picture here, he was standing at the left side of the table. For me, it looked like he was eyeing up the shot. But somehow, between talking, I think we've didn't actually notice that he did call the 7 in the same pocket. But that's behind us now.
So Nick taking the magic rack
It's now 15-19.
to focus a little bit better. And there we go.
He's hit the halfway mark. Well, no, it's actually 32, so needs another rack to achieve that. But it's going all well. I mean, if you've just joined us now, welcome. You're watching this free live stream produced by Orange Forks Production. If you're enjoying it, please do share, comment, like, and subscribe, or donate, because this is offered for you absolutely free.
Yeah, so you could help a lot by or donating or just get the stream out, get a lot of people to watch, because that's the main purpose. Of course, we all love the game, and we love it when you guys watch, and to give some quality, bring some quality gameplay for you guys.
Also, a massive shout out to Predator Qs for supplying amazing lighting, as well as the equipment along with the balls they're playing with. And also a special mention to Plum Bay, who have made this table and this arena available for these
Yep.
guys. So massive thanks to all the different parties.
So this was a super good result with the break,
Yeah.
and no reason for Ralf not to run out this rack. Everything is ready for the run out. Make sure you check you don't get too big of an angle on. This is actually a little bit careless, because now he has to leave a small angle on the tree and maybe have to hit the 7, and
Yeah.
you never know
And
what
then
will happen.
if you hit the 7, 9 times out of 10 you're gonna push it towards the 4. So ideally, you'd like to get as straight as possible on the 3.
Maybe it's even. You could even shoot the 2 of 3 rails, or 3 rails after the pot, and leave the 3 more straight, so you can avoid hitting the 7. Because the pot isn't easy.
So if you're wondering why it's taking that much time, it's all about the position. Obviously, there's 2 in the center pocket. It's elementary. As I say that, nearly pushing it to the far jaw. Still safely in though. So it's all about negotiating this nudge on the 7. Anything is fine unless, except for tying up a ball. Whether it's the 4, the 10, the 8, doesn't matter. Anything besides that, that's enough for
He
him.
wants to hit the 3 as thick as possible. That way you can avoid the 7 hitting the 4. Oh, but this is... I
Yeah.
think he can still make the 4. I'm not sure.
I mean, he's had a right result if that's the case, and it kind of looks that way because he is looking at the potting angle, and having played, has to be said, a very poor positional shot, and to still be left with some sort of a positive. Oh well,
Oh, that's foul.
that was definitely a foul. He was
So
the first.
that's really hard because he had a good result after his break. He had a really nice layout, perfect position on the 1, and he was just... I feel like he just was a little bit careless with the position on the 2 because he would always leave a pot on the 2, but he needed to leave a straight shot on the 2 or an angle the other direction. So, and he paid a big price for that now.
So Nick played a nice positional shot off the 4, 7 into the same pocket because it was blocked in at least 2 pockets. And by the looks of it, judged this one to perfection.
Yeah, well, you know, he really feels the pace of the table. Those kind of shots, you know, traveling with the cue ball, he feels the speed really well.
Pegs another one back, now only trailing 3 frames. 3 racks, I should say. So... it is
So
slowly turning, isn't it?
So Hans, thanks for the nice words in the chat, and Crazy for 67 thinks Nick will win 32-25. Well, it could be a good prediction, seeing how everything is going so far.
I mean, essentially, it's actually 15-7.
Yeah. Yeah, so for now, Nick is winning twice as much then.
Yeah,
And he has to...
and 20, because the thing is as well, I mean, the further this match goes on, you're bound to have some sort of misses, and especially because we're also later on the day, so it's only a thing of a human being of losing a bit of focus, a bit of energy, and a bit of freshness, whereas opposed to when you start off your first match, Nick looked in great shape.
Yeah. Yeah, well, this is
Playing this one
this
jacked
is
up.
nothing
I
but
think
easy.
he's trying to manufacture some sort of angle to go between the 3 and the 5.
Oh, wow.
Wow, no.
How nice did he hit that?
That was sweet as a nut. So, yeah, it's, well, so he's trying to put the 2 in the middle.
I think if Nick
Don't be
ever
fooled.
wants to retire again, he could sell his arm. People want to pay good money for that, I guess.
I think we were actually discussing this when we were having our break, wasn't it? That it's amazing how well his touches remained which is normally one of the first things that leaves when you've been out or retired. In this case, it's
Yeah, he's so
usually the
talented.
touch that goes away, the first thing that goes away. But no, it looks in large spells he looks.
He doesn't. Oh man, what did we say? Oh,
No, he's fine.
is he not stuck?
No, he's not. He's fine.
Yeah. Wow. Should have been unlucky. But Nick is not looking like missing in the open table situations.
His cue ball has been very good.
And he's still looking very focused, so that's always.
Oh wow!
So, oh man!
Just as I say that, he's
Did I
played a
seriously?
shocker.
Oh,
So now it's
Wow.
gonna be kick the 8 in the same pocket. Oh, where he potted the 6. Should get a good contact there on the 8. Safe to say he's utterly disappointed, as you would have expected. Yeah, so he's trying
so
to eye up the.
would you go for the
Yeah,
make?
I'd go for the kick the 8 in the pocket to the right of his hand. Definitely. And it's
Oh,
exactly
wow.
what he's played.
What a
And
shot.
oh man, that's
So I don't.
that's a beauty and the beast at the same time. Great kick, but
Not
not
out
a
of-
favorable position
Not out of the woods yet.
because
This
the
is
scratch
this is
looks
hard.
dead on for me here. So maybe he just
He
has
has
to.
to jack up.
Yeah, I think.
He feels like he could just go above the corner. Yeah. Oh, that's nice.
It's gonna bounce. Well, that's perfect. Well,
So and this is what Nick does so often to people. Like having those kind of moments when you feel like, okay, he's human. You know, when there's sometimes you play Nick and you think like, okay, he's human. Maybe I got this, and then he does like some stuff or find a second gear or something like that, and where at least for me, I'm thinking, okay, you know, I was just dreaming, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, just to get back to that shot, I mean, he played a poor positional shot from the 6, but we've said that millions of times, and you've heard it as well. It's hard to control your cue ball when the object ball is sitting right in front of the hole. He played a shocker there, then he recovered with an amazing kick shot, then still had to pot a tricky 9, not so much the pot, but the angle, and to control his cue ball. And he still
Played it
converted
perfect.
that rack, and yeah. So I have a question here by Hans Olaf Tiederman on the YouTube chat, and he's going, "What's your opinion on leaving the rack on table after the break shot?" Well, me personally, I just find it distracting, so I'd be eager to get it out of the way as soon as possible.
Yeah. Same for
I'm
me.
not sure, but I think I've once I was actually watching the same stream by Orange Forks. I've heard someone who is who's got a lot more knowledge about the refereeing rules said that it's actually obligated to remove the magic rack as soon as the break.
The player on table is like the referee for getting it out of the way if there's not a referee, and of course as a player, as the other player, I think he can argue with that in some kind of situations, and you know, you can get a neutral person to do it, I guess. So, but for me, the magic rack, I think it's for me personally, it's a little bit disturbing while playing. I think if it's really a magic rack, it should disappear after the after every break, right?
Exactly.
But that's not the case, of course. But I like it when clubs have like a some kind of hook or thing on on the lighting to leave the magic rack, so you don't have to put it on the rail like we do here. So
Well, that's
over
worked out a treat there.
Yeah, it
Nice
did.
angle to punch it in and cross over to the other side of the long reel for the 4 in the other side of the table.
Oh, this is really, really fun because we actually talked about this also in our break area. Antonio said it's a measure tool sometimes, and of course, measure tools are not allowed, or you can't like mark a spot to have a better aim at some shots.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you could leave it somewhere to to find direction with kick shots or. And that's not allowed. So, but I'm sure these two players won't do that, and they're really.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Did he
wow.
angle himself? He did. I think he did.
The legendary John Verger would have said, "Where's the cue ball going?" Oh my. It's one of those when your cue ball actually lands there, you just sometimes tell yourself, I could have tried that a million times and it wouldn't have never landed there.
Oh wow, that's actually
So it was like a little swerve. So
yeah.
it's it goes. You can look at it in different ways. You could say he's a bit fortunate, but then again, you could say he was a bit unlucky as well to land there.
So what do you think, Arya, about playing a little bit of bluff poker sometimes in these situations? You can, to have some mental warfare. You can like react like you're really bummed out about being left angled. But if the actual case is that you're not angled, you could, be bummed out for a minute, and your opponent in his chair will think like, oh, nice, I'm gonna get to the table and then shoot the ball.
Yeah, so it's an interesting question you've asked there, Pascal. And the truth to that is, me personally, I've never been a guy of playing mind games, because at the end of the day, in fact, I'm a firm believer that you're playing the table, not the opponent, in such extent that you just have to do to your best of possibilities whenever you get to the table. That being said, there are many different players in and out of Q Sports that have played some sort of a mind games, whether it's like that. I mean, the example you just made there, I've read the biography of Stephen Hendry, and he describes how John Parrott used to, when he went into the pack, used to look disgusted like he had nothing, and then he just gets down and pots it like it's over the hole, which was very annoying while you were setting
that's
in your
exactly
chair.
what I meant.
So yeah, maybe some players do it and some players don't. I'm personally not that type of player that like to play games. I just play the table, and I'm at my best when I'm enjoying the table. Which
Okay,
rarely happens.
so me neither. But how about if someone does it against you?
You know what, Pascal? I've been in very strange positions, and what I've learned over the course of, say, 15 odd years is that the more you are paying attention to different matters rather than the task at hand, which is trying your best at all times, the more you leave yourself open to be vulnerable. So this is something I've really learned, definitely, say, the last 5 years, where whenever I feel or whenever I see or get this sense of, oh, I'm getting distracted or I'm getting annoyed by smallest of factors, that's for me a sign that, okay, my concentration is not where it should be. And I try to, so I've developed a, let's say, a mental tool for myself, how to snap out of it. And it's all about damage limitation for me personally.
Oh wow! So, in the meantime, Ralf shot the 5 against the 4. What made the 4 maybe... it's definitely available to hit it into the 5, into the pocket. But missed a pretty doable shot. And Nick has played a very crafty shot here.
Graham Hickman. Oh, man. Say no comment, man. And if there's anyone who knows in which strange positions I've been, I'm pretty sure you'd be one of them.
The Grey Hammer. The Grey Hammernator.
I've had just one small story. I've had one occasion where we were playing doubles, snooker, and my doubles partner, he played a great snooker, right? So we were sitting at the top end, where behind the D, say, and he plays the snooker, and I was just curious to see if he could see the snooker, because from my point of view, you couldn't have tell. So I just walked down, but behind the guy, without any sound of anything. I'm just looking at the line. For some reason, obviously, he walks to the other side of the table to lining up, and he sees me there, and he just goes mental, like starting some sort of a war, and basically just getting aggressive. And I'm just shocked. I'm thinking, mate, just like do you? I'm already off, and he was really like to the point of trying to get into a fist fight. So trust me when I say I've been in some really strange positions when it comes in playing competition.
Yeah, sometimes, mind games and stuff like that, it's not nice, but, it happens, and I'm pretty sure, like, the players we're watching today are not that kind of players. And they're really respectable guys who really respect the game and respect each other and their opponents. So, but are we gonna see some Nick Vandenberg magic in this upcoming shot? Like one of the longest shots you could have on a pool table. So, it kind of looks like he's not going to hit this rail first, but he's gonna have a real power shot here. Yeah.
Wow.
I wanted to miss that 6 of obvious.
Yeah. But
So
it doesn't look that inviting to try to clear the table anyway, so
but
if you
there
can play
is
a telling safety here, I'll say advantage Nick van den Berg.
yeah, but I kind of feel like he maybe wants to hit this rail first and pot it and go up and down for position. I don't know. Yeah, he's calling it.
Yeah, so the pace is enough.
Yes.
That being said, can he see the edge, the right side?
I'm not sure.
It's tough to tell from this position. First glance, you'd say no. What's he trying?
I think he's looking at jumping to have the easy one rail kick shot.
Well, you say easy, but for me personally, the easy one rail kick shot is of the side of where he's aiming, of that long rail.
Yeah, well, looking at if the 9 wasn't there or wasn't in the way, then that would be the easiest kick shot, right?
Of course.
Yeah, so
but now basically so you have a reference point. You're trying to find as if you were trying to scratch directly with your cue ball in the corner pocket, and then you need to adjust a little bit. Then you always will hit the 3, as you see here. Unfortunately, he's left the 3.
he left it, and Nick will have to negotiate the 7 and hopefully get a good result. Will be a little bit of a gamble, but I feel like there are a lot of positive outcomes in this situation. And having said that, there were, of course, a few negative ones.
Yeah.
So, and pretty nice to see that Arno Hartman, who is normally at the Dutch Championships, our
Who?
very own
Who?
Arno.
Who's
Arno
that?
Hartman. Yeah, he's the stat man. We call him the stat man.
I thought he just played the Bills.
No, we call him the stat man because he knows all the stats and he's checking all the stats. But so maybe Arno, maybe you have some nice stats for us today.
Most recent comment, much too low handicap for Ralf.
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
I
It's
don't know about
nearly
that.
half of the, maybe, but
You know, it's when Nick is playing really well, you know, like a lot of handicaps will be too low. But you know, for maybe he would have had played this level, and maybe you know, maybe Ralph has something in the bag.
so he's got a great opportunity to play a snooker here, but the risk involved in that is he can always leave a jump on because he's gonna try to hit the 5 here at the right side, top side, send it towards the long rail.
Yeah, this is a good shot.
Nice separation, and he's more or less guaranteed to take out of the equation the jump. If I was Nick, I'd be trying to kick it off three rails, and I would call into the
Corner.
top right
yeah.
corner. So you're trying to hit after the third rail. You're trying to hit the
Oh, it's going one rail, and I think calling it in the
side pocket.
the
Is he?
side. So how's his luck? His
Yeah,
luck
his
is
cue
not
balls.
good. And you know, to be fair, Ralph played a good safety here, and you know, got rewarded. Of course, it's a little bit unlucky for Nick to scratch after the hit, but you know, that's what.
It's tough to argue with Nick his shot selection, but for me the 3 rail kick was, I don't know, for me that had a better outcome possibility. It's always easy to say hindsight, but it's maybe also a thing of personal preference.
Oh, he's left-handed, of course. I thought he would, you know, just.
Pascal, this match
it
has
in
been
closer.
going on for.
Yeah. So, but I was, you know, you're watching with the ball in hand, and you're thinking, okay, he's gonna lay it next to on the long rail, but of course he's left-handed. So, sorry.
This is the 27th rack, and you've just noticed.
No. Yeah, and you know what? Ralph is, you know, he plays Premier League here in the Netherlands.
For which
And
team?
At Emmen. In Emmen
okay.
with Michel Drent. And Mark's old team, I guess.
Yeah, Mark is now playing for.
Well,
Goes,
said
right?
that he's played this too soft. You know, he has still, but this is awkward. I don't like.
Is it really? For me,
Yeah.
this is a easy shot. But
No, yeah, it is a Ely roll-in, but it could have been a lot closer with the shot he had.
No problem.
But you know, he had what I want to say was he knows how it is to play. You know, the top guys from the Netherlands, so he knows what it takes to beat them. And you know, maybe at this point he's of course very underdog now. Now Nick is in front, so maybe it works in a good way for him. I don't know. It could be, or no. I said Nick is in front, but I think he is in front now. But So let's see if Ralf has some extra juice in the jar. Don't know if you put juice in the jar, but sounds okay, right? Cookies. Cookies in the jar. So, good cue ball, but no ball spotted. And again, like we've seen a lot of times, there's a little cluster at the long rail. To the left long rail now, the 4 and the 8. So Nick obviously feeling good about the score being settled. So it's a sort of a race to 13 or 12. You have to favor Nick this situation to win, of course, being professional for very long, or at least was. So, and I think he's playing to play the billiard of the 4. Oh, but unexpected miss. So I think Ralf has the shot on the 3 in the middle, but I'm not sure. It looks like it's possible. If it's not, then the shot in the corner is a lot more difficult. Just looking at it now. So, eyeing up shorter bridge. Yeah, it's possible. He can put it.
So is he gonna? Yeah. So he's called a bank shot. It's in a favorable position. It's all about getting shape on the 5, really.
Yeah, I think from this position the billiard is not easy.
Billiard? I was talking about the bank.
Yeah, I know, but before that, I talked about playing the billiard of the 4. If you, for example, had the position somewhere between the 5 and the 9, you could play the billiard and have position on the 4.
Yeah.
But from this position, it's harder.
He's already called the bank.
Yeah. So a bit more difficult with the position on the 5. Judge that not good enough.
And he's left it plumb on. All Nick has got to do is drop the 4 in and make sure he doesn't stick to the rail. He'll automatically have a nice angle on the 5. What's happened there? Ralf just gone. What's the case here?
I don't know.
So you walked away from the table. Can you see? Because you're closer. Where is Nick now?
So Nick is not somewhere we can see him.
That's
So maybe
odd.
Nick took a timeout.
But that's. I mean.
Nick took a.
I had to wee.
Yeah. To the toilet. To go for the short stick. for the really short jump shots.
Right. A bit peculiar that you know that detail, but I'll let this one slide. Something you wouldn't see on a TV though. Middle of the match, well, it has happened sometimes.
Yeah,
Opponent on his phone.
Yeah,
texting away.
Yeah, well, to be fair, it's a timeout now, so yeah, Ralf can of course just check his phone, and it's a long race, so it's not that crazy that sometimes you have to go to the toilet. So Nick is back again. And the only thing, he has to make sure to leave an angle.
Just dropping it in and without sticking on the rail. As I've just said that, for some odd reason, it looks like he's... Well, no, he can avoid the middle pocket. Deep screw.
Deep
And
screw, and
anything but straight on the 6.
he has to... There's a small chance.
No,
oh,
he's going forward.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
ooh,
miscue.
Mm. Has he got away with it? Has he
No,
got it?
he hasn't. So it's awkward bridging, but he only has to drop it in automatic position.
I think he wasn't really actually ready to get back at the table there, because first off, his first shot, the touch wasn't really spot on. I mean, he landed very awkward, because anything but that angle would have been comfortable enough. And then he had the miscue as well, which he hasn't had throughout the entire day.
So
Nicely judged.
good speed. So 2 reels. Could do 1 reel if you prefer that, but
I'd go 1 roll here.
yeah, he did too. But where's the cue ball? Just that's good.
Good enough.
So, and you know, these kind of situations, you have to make sure you take those opportunities. Punish Nick for the mistakes he makes.
I have to say though, credit to both Mark and Ralf. I mean,
They
I'm-
came
I-
over, you know.
honestly, I'm not a bad loser, not by any imagine of. But I mean, once I've had a tough day like that, I just want to go home and chill out. I can't be bothered to stay around.
Yeah. So, but Mark is, they're just playing a bit, I guess. So I'm playing, and I saw him actually sleeping on the chair.
Yeah.
An hour ago. But you know, he's just enjoying himself, and those guys really love the game. And although Mark is, a professional, he still loves the game very much and likes to play.
Yeah, there's no point in just sitting there, so might as well just take his cue out. Maybe
Yeah.
have just like a small side bet action.
So, and Ralf takes a 2-frame advantage, and actually he does. It does look like he is feeling okay. He looks. It doesn't look nervous or on edge. Just doing what has to be done.
Yeah, because the difference is he's still in this match, whereas how things progressed in the Mark versus Nick, he was pretty much almost out of the match right from the start, where he was like trailing 8 racks, and it's very hard to pick back those 8 racks against a top player like Nick, or any top European player for that
Yeah.
matter.
So Nick lost the cue ball. A little bit too much topspin. Not sure if he can. How much he can see of the one. Oh, he can see a full ball. He figures he has a slightly bigger pocket with a 9, being where it is. And with an automatic position on the 2 ball.
Fancy him to get close with this one. Fancy him to get close.
Oh, that's perfect.
Great
Wow.
shot.
But with the same shot, I think he's blocking the path of the 7. He's looking at that right now.
Let's just have a look here.
Yeah,
Yeah, that looks tight. But I mean, he's allowed to make a combination. So if he just lands nicely behind the 7, either side, he could still carry on. Obviously, if he pots the 10 after 7, the 10 will be respotted.
I'm not sure if maybe he's trying to get something on. Yeah, he's looking if he can just let it slide in at pocket speed. I don't know. It's his pockets are pretty tight, but it's still sliding a bit, so with a good speed. If anything, from this position, it's you can cheat the pocket a little bit, but there will be no position on the 8 ball. I feel maybe a thin cut shot, but a lot of work to be done. Maybe it's easier to find a snooker. Just shoot the 7 past.
I don't know. I just walked out of the chair to have another close look.
And he went for it and made it. And
Yeah,
still
so
has the wrong angle, of course, on the 8 ball.
But he's still at the table, and he's got an angle to work with. So I'd expect him to go, see, 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 reels.
So he's looking to
Or-
play position.
Or check side and just leave a half longish.
There is a
cut.
shot with playing it really hard with a lot of check side and having take the effect on the 2nd reel to go play position for where the cue ball is now.
I'm
But
looking long reel, short reel, long reel, and then between the 10 and 9. But if he wants, he can play some check side, I should say, and just to cut a longish 9 in, because the 10 is over the hole. And I'm with you guys in the chat. These guys never bother to take off the magic rack.
no, they probably figured it is real magic. And
So it
But
looks
it's
like
nice
going
if
around the
you-
houses.
if you're not bothered about it, then it's fine, right? Yeah.
Oh well.
He played the. Oh no, where's the cue ball going?
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Gravity
Yeah.
took over. Oh man.
So, but
I'm a bit surprised because I felt that if he was gonna go towards that side of the table, he could have done that with check side. So why take a couple of extra rails, whereas you can just cut the 8 in with some check side and you automatically go that way anyway.
I think if he played with check side, it wouldn't be hard enough, or the cue ball would go too far. So that's why I thought like you could play like with a lot of check side and having take it on the 2nd reel and then go 3 reels, so 4 reels, 4 or 5 reel position in that case. But I know Nick knows that shot.
So if you've just joined us, welcome. We are live here in the capital city, Amsterdam, in the Netherlands, where you're watching our 2nd featured match on this TV table. Ralf Zigahn playing Nick van den Berg. Both players put in 500 euros at stake. Ralf had a 12 rack handicap given by Nick. And as you can see, the score line is... I need to peek myself.
1922.
1922.
So nice break and position on the 1, but not a really easy position to go for the 2.
Now you're looking at center table for the cue ball.
Yeah, that's the best place, but a little bit too much. above the center and you're snookered.
Yeah, obviously, the closer you get to the 2 whilst playing in the center of the table, it's a bit easier to control the cue ball. If there's a more distance, like for example how the cue ball is sitting now, then you have to put a bit more pace into the shot as well, which makes it even harder to control. So ideally, just rather wants to land in the middle of the table.
So key shot, I feel. Oh, he played it for
the 2 in the
for
side,
the center.
Oh,
That's
well,
a
that's
nice shot.
lovely shot. He caught us off guard there, man.
So, and you know what's nice? If he makes this, he will put some pressure on Nick. You know, because Ralf would need less than 10 racks. And, you know, then you never knows what happened, but Ralf will start feeling, you know, better about himself and better about his chances and thinking, hey, you know what? We were even and I'm in front right now. So that's a good result for this moment after getting even.
But a serious question though, Pascal. If you're playing a race to 30, right? And the frame difference is only 3 racks, would you really feel pressure?
I don't know.
I would never. Not with 3 racks in it.
No, but you know, it's about the small pieces of joy you have to take out of moments to get some extra motivation for yourself. So, and sometimes, you know,
Oh, wow.
man.
Just when you think.
Yeah, having said that,
Took his
that
eye
was
off the pot there,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah, you're welcome, Wombra. And
Oh, cool.
nice to see that you're watching from Chicago, USA. Much love. If you enjoy the stream, which is offered by Orange Forks Production, completely free, please do give us a like, a share, or a comment, or subscribe. And if you're generous enough or feeling generous, you could donate through PayPal at jimmy@orangeforks.com. You could also
Do the
donate
super
through
chats
the super chat
on YouTube.
on YouTube. Nice to hear that people are watching from different areas of the world, because this really is a very enjoyable game.
Got a little nudge and
I think in all honesty he needed that nudge, because it looked a bit like the cue ball was heading towards the corner pocket without the nudge.
so, but what's really nice is, you know, this morning we watched Nick play like super high level pool and actually steamrolling over Mark. Like Mark gave some chances away in the beginning, and after that, like, Nick was away. He was played at such a high level, and at this moment I kind of feel like there's a bit more of a match going.
Yeah, so pot the 8 and the 9 in the same pocket. Wow. Grazed the jaws there. But it's only, he's human. I mean, he's more than rightfully feeling some sort of fatigue. And it just, I mean, the thing is as well, because we played this game, this beautiful Q Sports game, it's a common misunderstanding that a lot of people take it for granted and think, well, it's not a physical sport, so you can't really call it a sport. But I always make this example. Let's say you're studying in a university, you always have these exam blocks, like couple of weeks scheduled, and you have maybe 1 or 2 exams on one day. I always say if you play a pool tournament, like a high level pool tournament, it feels like those 3 weeks jammed into one day, where you just have to take a test after test after test, and it just takes everything out of you, physically, mentally. At the end of the day, when you get home, you just want to shut your eye and you will fall into sleep like a little baby. So that's a common misunderstanding by a lot of people, thinking that it's because it's not a physical sport, you could easily maintain that high level, but it's not the case whatsoever.
Well, I think with pool, it can drain you like nothing else. It can be so mentally tough, and just having adrenaline in your body.
Wow.
Oh wow, what can happen? Of course, in a game of pool, you can feel a lot of adrenaline, and that can be really heavy on the mind and on the body. So this. And for now, good chances for Ralf. Don't see any type of problems.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like it's the first scratch in the middle pocket by Nip, directly off his break.
Yeah,
So I'm
maybe
not
maybe
talking
it
about
is.
Getting kicked in. Cheers, Jimmy. Jimmy, our main man of Orange Forks production. Big shout out to him.
Yeah,
Taking
he's
good care of us.
doing the catering today.
Yeah, and
getting us
checking
drinks.
everything, making sure everybody is feeling comfortable. So big shout out to Jimmy. So if anyone deserves a donation, then it's definitely Jimmy from Orange
Yeah.
Forks, because he's also
taking
set up
care.
these
He's taking
cameras
care of us. He's
all
our
by himself.
sugar daddy. So maybe you could be a little bit of sugar daddy to Jimmy and support him a little bit with donations or with likes and subscriptions on YouTube and sharing the stream. Of course, that would be great.
Antonio Ferreira asking on the YouTube chat, is there a 7-ball game? I think there is. I mean, there's multiple different disciplines or games.
Yeah, there is,
Played
but
on-
I don't think not that many people played. I actually don't know the rules, but I heard of it, that it is there, but don't know if there are like tournaments or stuff like that. Maybe someone else in the chat knows. I think if there is any, it's probably outside of Europe. So
Yeah. Same thing with rotation, where you play the 1 to 15, so all 15 balls, with all sorts of different rules as well. So there's a lot of variations of pool, but hey, the best thing you can do is just get into a club and start enjoying this beautiful game we're watching, because it really is addictive in a positive way.
So, meanwhile, Ralf is getting
Increasing
settled.
the gap again, once again. I think this is the closest Nick has been to Ralf. So most of the time it's been 3. This time he was 2 behind. Now it's again 3.
So Nick has to be. Actually, what do you think Nick is thinking right now? Is he thinking like, okay, I have to tie it up?
Well, the thing is, I know Nick personally. I know him well, and if you'd ask me, I think he's trying to gear himself up, because he knows the mistakes he's making is mostly because of his own fault, and like fatigueness, loss of concentration. So I think he's having some sort of inner conversation with himself, trying to gear himself up and reassure him that it's still all to play for, and it's still very much so in his hands, even though he's trailing 3 racks. It's almost disrespectful to say, but it's more his to lose rather than anything.
Yeah, but look at this break. This is probably one of the best breaks we've seen today. Perfect cue ball control, one
There you go,
over
guys.
the pocket.
There you go, guys. He's removed the rack. Apparently, you need a good break.
So, but the first shot is probably the hardest, or at least the position.
Please do explain.
Yeah, because of course the pot will be very easy, but it's always hard to judge those kind of shots when the ball is in the pocket and the cloth is a little bit sliding, so you can't play it really hard with topspin. And he judged it very, very well. So sometimes you see like more inexperienced players have that ball play that ball with a little bit of topspin, and then it could stick to the short rail. Of course, Ralf and Nick know better than that, but it still is always a little bit tricky when the ball is in the pocket.
I'll make a statement here. If he doesn't run this rack, because there's no problem at the table, and he's had a wonderful break, he's gonna lose this match from here.
So the only thing this shot could be a little bit tricky from the 3 till the 6, because I feel like he maybe better could have the other angle.
And so he's looking at the 6 in the middle.
Yeah, position that's the easiest to play that kind of position. I think that's smart. Don't make it too hard for yourself. He's a good putter, so he knows he can make the shot, and he has the 8 to sweeten it up a little bit. But watch out and don't play this too hard if you're gonna hit the 8, because you never know what will happen. Yeah, that's nice. So, but for Nick, of course, he knows how to handle these kind of situations. But I think that it's the first time today that someone took a few frames, like 3 or 4 in a row against him.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, Mark Bijsterbos is a top quality player and one to look out for in the future without a question, shadow of a doubt. But he just failed to show up. And when we talked to him, the first thing he said, which was also noticeable, he was really struggling with the pace. He just couldn't get used to the pace, which cost him definitely in his positions. And the thing we were constantly going on about was him having several visits to the table but not failing to capitalize on them. And it really just caught up with him. But yeah, you're right. This is a whole different game.
Ralf got a little bit lucky with the hit on the 10 ball that he left the straight shot to the side pocket. But still, good results. And surely Nick is thinking about playing better. So he almost laid a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rack, but he didn't. So can he produce a same kind of break Ralf did the last rack? We know he can, but will he? So did he pull the ball?
It's
No,
not
he
looking good
didn't.
here.
Try break. So, and this is what you often see in a long match, that the momentum switches a bit. And I feel like the momentum is switching right now, and it's up to Ralf to capitalize as much as possible at this moment. Because eventually, if the race is gonna take long enough, it's gonna, maybe switch again. So have to stay sharp.
It's taking the 2 in the middle, and I suspect he's gonna try to pot the 3 in the top right corner, where his head is just over.
Yeah, just play stun shot with maybe a little bit draw.
I mean, it's a acute angle in the middle, so yeah, I think he's looking at the corner pocket here.
Yeah, he's rolling this in, or
Yeah, or
rolling.
he could even cross over to the other side of the long rail. As long as he doesn't collide with the 6, he should be fine. It's right in between.
No,
But,
but this is okay. He left. I
still
think he's.
something to work with.
Well, I'm not sure, but if he can, he will just roll it in and leave the 5 to the bottom right from this point of view. Maybe for the side, depends. I don't think for the side. Or he could leave it in Neverland and maybe ask Peter Pan.
Neverland, Ranch
Yeah.
of Michael Jackson, huh?
Oh, yeah, of course. What's Peter Pan? He
Leaving
has a-
Netherlands is actually
Oh.
a documentary, so. But anyways, that's a different topic. So has he called a bank? No.
I played the safe.
Played the safe.
That was,
That's a
pretty.
good one. That's a good one.
I think maybe he, with that shot,
He could go.
he
just
played a
off the
good.
left side.
He
of
played
the
a good safety right now, but the shot that lead him to this point was a little bit careless.
He could go to the left side of the 8 here and play with bottom right.
Yeah, and
and
to make the angle shorter
Yeah,
by
and
drawing.
And he's got a good chance in putting the 5 in the middle if he calls that shot. Definitely in this table, because they tend to come out square off the cushion, especially if you play them with pace or a bit of side. But Nick has gone missing once again. Can't see him. Is it the toilet break? Yep. Not a nice side to come back to.
No, it isn't.
I'm surprised he hasn't asked, did you put it with your hand there?
Yeah.
So he said something, but unfortunately we can't actually hear him clear enough to hear what he was saying to him.
Maybe he said the same thing you said. You cheater! You put it there with your hand, didn't you? When I didn't watch.
So what's he looking at here?
I think he's looking if he would go one reel, if there's a safety possibility. In that case, he's probably rolling it.
So he's trying to, so he's trying to hit the 5 on the edge and leave a snooker.
And he did. He did. Wow, what a shot.
Yeah, so that's also one of the things that does separate the elite players from the good players. When you have them snookered, and if it's not tight enough, for some odd reason, they always tend to turn the advantage.
I
by
think that
playing
odd reason will have something to do with
their knowledge.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. So the elite players, any snooker is not suffice enough. Does not survive, I should say, but you really need to put them tight behind the object ball where they can't really do much other than go off 2 or 3 rails.
So it would be nice to clip the 5 like really thin and go find a snooker behind the 10 with the cue ball, or on this side. Yeah, and
Yeah,
he
but
left
he's
it.
left the 5 though.
So the 6 is over the pocket, so there are a lot of places he could play position on, and he left it. Wouldn't expect Nick to make that mistake, but hey, he's human.
Yeah, so he's currently it's Ralf who's getting the better out of these little safety exchanges, and until really this point, it was mostly just Nick controlling with his safety and pattern play. But yeah, that's such a pivotal moment in the match. It's looking to go Ralph's way. So really, Nick has to try to break through this pattern that's occurring. Yeah, so that's not good to him. He's he's left himself a cut, but there's some work to be done here.
Sorry, I'm back. Needed to order some food because the belly is hungry.
So he's,
Put on the extension.
I think these shots when you have to stretch, finding the putting aim becomes just a bit trickier, especially if you have to cut it in a blind pocket. So,
How's the hit?
oh, that's horrible.
So what
That
do you
is
do?
horrible.
Are you going for the cut? Or
I
maybe the
mean-
bank in the corner and play the cue ball to the short rail and maybe hope that if it's too short, you leave it on the leave the temple on the other
Oh,
short rail.
It's called in this
He's
bottom right corner
he's
pocket.
taking on the cut shot. And maybe. if
And
he
in
m-
Dutch, it really is a cut shot.
Yeah. Oh, he went for the double bank, safety in mind.
But that being said, he's left this one on.
Yeah, and a
It's
favor
not
Nick.
easy at all, and I'm
He's putting his sweater back on, so you know he's going back to basics. But
well, no, I mean, basically maybe he's just a bit cold.
yeah,
These shots are all about technique, lining up the shot correctly. That's why it's taking a bit more time. And whatever you do, you try to keep your head and your body as still as possible. Just let your cue go as smooth as possible through the middle of the cue ball. And then
Yeah.
usually, if
Think-
you're a good player, it would.
I think he also likes to play this at pocket speed. Give the ball every chance
Watch his
to
head.
fall in.
Just ever so slightly a
Oh,
bit of movement.
but seriously, did he not left this?
No, it doesn't look puttable from here. So
I think he's
I'd go-
very, very lucky here.
I'd go short reel. I'll try to kick it in. It's like you're playing to scratch the cue ball off the right short rail.
He could
in
play
this
this rail
picture.
first, but then the scratches is also possible.
Yeah, so he is trying. He's looking at the short rail. I feel. I really don't fancy that shot, cutting it in. So, I'd go up and down. I mean, he's odds-on favorite to make this ball because it's so close in front of the pocket. You'd think 9 out of 10 type of contacts would make it drop, and it did. Nice shot. So he increases his lead 5 racks now. Let's not forget, if you've just joined, Ralf started this match with a 12-0 handicap, and they're playing a race to 32. Winner will take home 500 euros. Courtesy to Predator Cues, who've supplied us with the balls and amazing lighting. Stream offered for you live through Orange Forks production, so please do support. We love it. And also a big shout out to Plan Bay, where we are watching this match unfold and providing us with such a top quality facilitation.
So, Arya, we have to think about, we were, and maybe that's not totally fair, but we were pretty much thinking about Nick going off and win this when they went even. But now Ralf is leading with 5 racks, only 7 to go.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. You know, Nick is looking a little bit. Well, maybe he's a little bit tired. You know, he played like all day, of course, and actually Ralf is, you know, he's obviously feeling pretty.
Yeah, he's feeling the better of the two.
Yeah.
Of course.
So,
But for me, Nick is still favorite because it's not just the skill difference, but I think we've talked about this in the beginning part of this match, is that Nick is crafty enough to find different ways to slug it out, if you like. So he's got different ways of winning rather than just crash bang wallop.
yeah, I know, and I kind of feel what you're saying right now.
He's
but
missed that one. Is he got fortunate? No, he's not.
But
So this is
in like a few, if this would be like, I don't know, 27, 22. If this would be like 27, 22, then he would need 5 racks, and you know, then it could be like Ralf is seriously be the top player of the two for with the odds.
Yeah, for me, Nick is still favorite, but he's under the cosh without question, and he needs to. I mean, it's the obvious to notice that something has changed, and even though you think maybe we are going on about him pulling his sweater back on, but these are little signs. Every odd miss here and there, or running out of position, which he wasn't doing that often, definitely in a match against Mark. But it's also a different, what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, you know, it's a different game. So
Yeah.
you know, before
Intensity,
he
that's the word I was looking for. The intensity of focus. When you're playing someone, you know it's no shame losing to, or it's 50-50. It's a whole different mind game, whereas you play someone without trying to disregard or disrespect Ralf, where you feel like you're the favorite. It's different. It really is different.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Not that I'm ever the favorite against anyone, but you know, I can relate.
Don't sell yourself short.
No, but you know,
So just in between,
I think
leave the 7 on the long reel and hide it behind the 8. It's a gentle shot, needs to be judged by perfection. That's
and he
good
did.
enough.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Can you see the edge? I don't think so.
Maybe
Yeah,
he
carry on.
would have liked to be a little bit close to the rail, but. So are you rolling up to the 7 right now, or are you trying to make something happen?
So he's going off. Yeah. So basically,
Because
he's
the
trying to
hit
roll.
isn't that hard.
Yeah. So you're basically better off by rolling it. Otherwise, even if you have a small distance, there is a risk of leaving it on, or even worse, even if you don't leave it on, you could leave an easy snooker on. And I think.
So, but Nick is now going 3 reels and maybe height. Yeah, well, he have to hit it really thin, but height behind the 10 or the 9. He has a little margin for hitting it thicker, that when he gets the cue ball to the long reel, then the 9 and the 10 also could be a blocker. So if the 7 would stick out a little bit, wouldn't be the problem.
Call
But
the
he's
bank.
going for the bank shot.
Yeah.
Feel like the safety is a little bit too hard.
Yeah, and if you're
And
gonna
he played that
miss
safety in mind.
it short, long rail first, you always have a chance of leaving it safe. That being said, if Ralf manages to get the line of the shot correct, he could put Nick in some trouble here, because he's got 3 balls to hide the 7 by hitting it off the right side. So it's all about the line and the pace here. Oh, I'm surprised. What's he played there? What has he played there?
I think he tried to clip it and not
just
to hit it
actually
that thick.
Total miss hit then.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think he tried to hit it really thin and to play the snooker behind the 10, or at least not leave a pot on. So Nick doing some Bustamante stuff, or Mark Williams, or
Mark Williams.
he
does the
he does the
underhand.
he does
Underhand.
under yeah. But he surely could do this as well.
Well, he's yeah. Yeah, so
So this is those
tight
kind of
against the
shots when
rail,
they're
wasn't it?
so close to the rail. You have to focus because you don't want to catch a bit of the rail. Yeah, that's good. And just you can't force those shots.
I like what I see here, because he's putting a little bit more emphasis on these seemingly easy pots, but he knows the importance of them, and he's just putting just a maybe fraction of 2 seconds longer on the shots, just making sure he does pot them. Because wow, as I say that, he
So,
nearly misses the
look
9.
Look at that body language.
Yeah, but he's fully aware of he's leaving Ralf in every now and then, just with 2 or 3 balls left, and anyone can pot 2 or 3 balls.
Yeah.
That's
so,
no
but
disregard to Ralf, of course, but I'm just saying, if you feel that you're constantly leaving your opponent in with not that much to do, it can really get to you mentally.
yeah, but seeing this, I think he really feels the heat right now. He's starting to feeling the heat. Like, he knows how important it is to don't give Ralf any more easy chances anymore, and that puts in a little bit pressure on everybody.
Have you ever been in situations where you play someone, maybe there's a element of underestimating them, and then it just gets a bit too close for comfort, and you just feel a bit edgy?
Man, I was born to feel that way.
No, I'm serious. Like,
Oh,
have
yeah, I know.
So I feel like that's this position he's in mentally, and he's like, this is way too close than I would have liked, and then of course the pressure will shift, and the pressure will be on Ralf as soon as Nick will get close, or even if Ralf get close to the finishing line, because he would feel, okay, this is a great opportunity. Also, bear in mind he's lost his first match in the beginning of the day against a side game he played against IJsbrand.
Yeah, well, but I think it's it's good. Nick is now seeing, okay, if I let this go any further right now, I maybe am in trouble. So I need to, tighten it up and play my best game right now. And he is the kind of player who steps up and knows when to put up his best game.
Also worth mentioning is that the past few breaks by Nick, he hasn't hit the one plum in the face, where it's caused his cue ball to go towards the side rail or even the side pocket, because he's also scratched couple of times, and it's the biggest change since his first match, because he was nailing the break there on a regular base. That's why he also made 10 runouts.
Yeah, well, for now, not the most difficult jump. And with automatic position, if he stuns it right, favor him to at least hit it. But he's elevating. I don't know. Yeah, he hit it, but I think he left the shot. Kind of lucky to
So he's got options here.
not leave a really easy.
He can pot the 6 through combination, and the 2 will head towards the top left corner. And I think he's looking at this combination as well.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think it will also give him better options to play position. So he did control the 2 balls. It's a smelly one, this one, because you have to screw it back, but you can't really hit it too hard because of the angle he's left himself.
Well,
Or
I think this is those type of shots you need to kill the cue ball, and you could do that with a little bit of draw, or try to pot it with a little bit of left hand English, and throw it in a little bit more, so you can hit it a little bit thicker and get the speed out of the cue ball, but maybe it's going up and down.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Yeah,
That
he
really
left it for the corner or for
all
the
things
cut shot.
considered, that's a very good shot, and very important shot as well.
But is there a way? Can he hit it and put it in the corner and not hit the 8 ball?
If I look at this picture, I'd say I tend to think that he could pot it in the middle, but probably he can't. Otherwise, he would have already been down on the shot.
Well, it looks
is
like
he?
he's going for it. Maybe throw it in a little bit with some right side English. He's looking at the corner. Choices.
Yeah, it's a important part of the game, so he's doing well. Definitely, if he's not made up his mind just yet. Okay, so he's decided to leave himself a guaranteed pot, and he has done. Only problem here is the 5 really just goes comfortable in the top right corner, as we watch in this picture. So, and he's too close to the cushion. He might have to jack up or even play with some left hand spin. Now he's looking at the
Going
maneuver, some sort of an angle.
going 3 rails, 3-4 rails, going with inside, going to the long rail, or leaving it below the 5 for maybe the middle, or maybe for a safety behind the 10. So he's looking at leaving the cue ball somewhere around the first diamond, the top diamond of the short rail. They have to go in between all the pockets. He's pretty close to the cushion, makes it a little bit harder. And the hit, he went for the position, and this is perfect. What a shot.
Cute to a dream. Sensational. Absolutely sensational.
So Steve is asking 4.25 inch pockets. Is that a diamond table?
It's not a diamond table. It's actually a buffalo with new rails. So I'm not sure whether the rails are also from buffalo, but they are. But the table is a buffalo. Extra tight pockets. Dug himself out of a hole there, though, Nick.
Yeah, and this one is really important. Going 22, 25.
Close the deficit.
That's way better than 21, 26. Yeah, and then when I feel like when he makes this, put some real extra pressure for Ralf. So Nick making sure where he wants to leave the cue ball for
Yeah.
the 10, so
Mm.
he's taking extra care.
He's gonna send his cue ball towards the second diamond. Oh, okay, so he's held it.
So, there you have it. A 3-game lead for Ralf. And this is actually getting really exciting because this is, I wouldn't have thought, but this actually way more exciting than the first match. It's a little bit of tension, a little bit of misses.
So talking about misses, is yours still watching?
I don't think so. I think she put on the stream for me to say something in the chat to prove that she watched for 1 minute. Evan made me do a shout out and then go to do other stuff. But that's okay.
It's not for everyone.
No, not everybody is a pool addict like we are. Sure, the people watching are a bit addicted to watching and playing pool.
It's something you wouldn't expect to hear in this phase of the match, but of the two, it's Ralf who's coming up with the better breaks and consistent breaks rather than Nick, who's the veteran.
Yeah, at the moment, and
He's hitting the
recently
one.
broke like really good.
He's hitting the one perfect, and also the one is always going towards that corner pocket. And Nick's break he's just not plumb on the one, whereas his cue ball is going always towards the side pocket where the 8 is sitting here. Maybe it's a bit of unintentional left spin, which in return pushes it towards the right.
So this is too hard.
That's a horrible
That's
shot.
That's a shame. He wanted to put in a little bit more draw, and if he would have done that, it would slow it up a bit. But obviously he didn't. But I still feel like Ralf is, playing pretty decent, and I'm curious to see how he will react if it maybe got close. Like, I don't know. Oh man, yeah, that's a bit unlucky. But I would like it to see this go all the way. That would be really awesome.
So the 3 doesn't pass as the 5, therefore he's looking at the 3 to put it in the middle.
So the thing in this rack will be the position on the 7 needs to be
Yes, this is
to be straight or
this is
straightish
already
on the 7.
imported shot because he wants to leave himself a comfortable enough angle on the 5 to ensure what you're just
Yeah.
saying. And he could even like drop the 5 in and put the 7 in the same pocket that he's trying.
Oh, is that available? Oh, well, if that's available, then
Yeah.
that's probably the better decision. Then it's not.
In this picture, it does look,
Yeah.
but we'll get to that in a second because
If it does, then you have a little bit of a bigger
for me this
margin
looks dead on.
feel. Yeah. But we'll see how Nick plays it. If he plays, if it's available, I think he's gonna play position below the 7.
But he's queuing up, so he's got different things in mind.
Yeah, well then I think it wasn't available.
Still comfortable enough on the 7.
So
Can he?
can he draw into the 8? Is that
I think
that
it's
shot on?
I think it's the shot is on, but you really need to cue these ones very well. You need to time them. It's not about hitting it hard. It's all about getting enough spin and side to just graze.
Yeah, he's
the-
looking at it now. If he can hit it pretty thick,
Yeah,
then he
from this
can leave
picture.
it to
So
the.
if you can graze the right side of the 8, you always leave yourself some sort of shot. But as said, you really need to make sure you cue the 7, but also don't take your eye off the pot.
Yeah, that's wow.
Play to perfection. And it's won him the rack, that has to be said. Hard to see it going wrong.
So make sure to get on the right side of the 9. And he just got there, I think. Don't want to make like those kind of easy mistakes. Yeah, that's perfect. They're both looking to punish the other player for the mistakes they make.
You can hear Nick's support in the background, cheering him on. Interesting spectator here behind us, Gliano Smith, silent assassin.
The silent assassin. Well, when he kills me, he's never silent, and he killed me a few times. Straight in the heart.
Putting up his west side. I thought you was from the east. Ah, okay. Just corrected in time. So yeah, see, Nick is once again trying to.
Figure out his break.
Yeah, because the last, I'd say 4 or 5 breaks he's had, his cue ball has always gone towards the sticker 6 you're seeing here in your screen. And he just really needs to make sure he hits the 1 full in the face. Otherwise, I'm not sure whether he's going to get a nice layout, as he has been getting, or he was been getting against Mark. So that's already a lot better.
Yeah, Cubot got kicked, so a little bit unlucky if he snookered, but I think he's okay. And
can-
if he can see the 1 ball, then this is a perfect
can.
layout.
I think you can see it. It's hard to tell from this point of view, but
So, and Ralf eating a toasty, or a toasty, or I don't know how to say it in English, but some bread. But I think that's always, when you're eating in between a match, that for me that's always hard, because when you're on the table you're thinking, oh, maybe my food is gonna get cold, or your hands are a little bit greasy, or at the least you're thinking about your food with 5 or 10% of your mind, and that takes you off the game a little bit.
interesting point, but I think it's different for me. And I've read an article where it's actually scientifically proven that once you are eating and chewing, you make these hormones where you feel happy. Because have you ever felt miserable while you were eating and enjoying your food? I haven't.
Well, maybe my wife is watching, so can't say that I'm.
No, but I'm serious. So it's actually scientifically proven if you're chewing and eating, eating something you like, of course, you make these hormones where you're feeling happy. And it's not just eating, it's about recharging and fueling your body with some energy. So for me, it's nothing negative. But yeah, if you get those thoughts you were mentioning and you're thinking about these little details, then it's a sign that your focus is not where it should be. That's how I look at it anyway.
Yeah. Well, maybe you're right, but I still think eating is for before the match, and at least for me that works, better, because now he's eating maybe a little bit fast because he thinks, oh, maybe I'm gonna need to go to the table, and I'm hungry, but so I need to eat, and then I don't know. All those things you don't have to worry about when you already ate.
Maybe the point you're making is he'd be better off by taking time out to eat
Yeah.
in peace.
Yeah. Maybe that's what.
Because
the long way.
I struggle to find your point, but I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it eats a lot easier when you don't have business to settle. But yeah, for
it can eat on you,
food for thought, huh?
So.
Corner pocket here.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, just commit to the shot.
So, but leave it on the long reel or the short reel?
Yeah,
I
would
on the
leave
short,
it on the long
right?
reel because I wouldn't play it too hard. Just
I would leave it on the short.
give the 8 every chance to drop.
Oh, don't want how many. Yeah, he wanted to leave it on the short reel.
Doesn't matter. Recharge, refocus. Still in perfect control.
So, but this isn't like really. He's definitely gonna leave a shot because where the 10 is. But
It's hard to see him miss this one though.
yeah, but it's pretty. It's not really easy to get a real straight in 10.
Yeah, so he could play it thin enough to go cross into. Oh yeah, well, he's controlled his pace. I was thinking to even maybe go short rail and then bounce, but this would do for me. I'd be happy with that any day of the week.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't look happy, but looks like a very, very makeable shot.
Yeah, I just think he's putting some emphasis on this shot because he knows it's any shot at this point in the match is important.
Yeah, well, if he makes it, he only trills one rack.
Pressure will be on.
What you see here, this is.
Don't move your head. Looked a bit jabbish, but still safely in.
So, question, Arya. He played this with inside spin, top spin a little bit. So I feel like normally he would stun this in to stun it into the corner. So maybe it was just the position of the 10 was a little bit off. Well, and the scratch maybe was a little bit on. I don't know, but it also could be a little bit of tension, like.
Yeah, for sure. And you saw he was taking a lot more time on that shot because he knows the importance of any winning 10 at this point in the match. But I just think in that particular shot, his cue ball was just a tiny bit too close to the rail to cue it easy to get some stun. So he opted to cue it plane level, so to speak. Anyways, as we turn our focus to Ralf, his break, he's slotted a ball, but
Last ball rolling, coming in between.
it's always the 9, huh?
but
These are actually very important exchanges in this match, because when things are going plain and sailing, these are moments to really apply more pressure on your opponent. That's a fabulous spot. It really is. And he's got an angle to work with. Now you're seeing he's pointing his tip of his cue where he wants his cue ball. So it's all about pace for me, this shot. Needs to find the gap between the 9 and the 8. So much focused on making that gap. Missed the 2. You could be forgiven for that one. That wasn't a gimme. Not so much the pot, but the position. Just a change in commentary here. Delighted to say I'm joined by the one and only, the notorious no, not getting there.
You know I've been waiting for this all day, are you? I've been waiting for this all day. I woke up this morning and I realised Orange Forks was putting on the show again today, and I was blessed with the old dulcet tones.
Is this the club you play on a regular basis?
No, not at all. In fact, it's a club that has some of the best teams in the league, and it's quite difficult to get a table in here. It's that popular.
Yeah.
And my actual home club is at the pool hall Local de Gracht, which is not far from here. Another one in the city centre. But
De Gracht.
yeah, but I have so much fun playing here. especially watching the games from up here.
Yeah.
It's fantastic, quite unique.
Yeah, and the atmosphere is very nice as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and the locals are not only great pool players, but they enjoy a drink, they enjoy some fun, and they'll play every game. In fact, One Pocket has become probably more popular here than anywhere else in Amsterdam. And so that's quite a good draw to some of the old boys that like the game.
True, yeah. Fair comment, fair shout.
But Nick's been here now for a good 12 months and has brought a whole new caliber of not only player, but he's offering lessons here and boosting everyone, becoming quite a dominant pool, let's put it like that.
Yeah, correct. Well said.
So we have to sort that out, don't we? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, we had the pleasure to play them in the Premier League competition, team competition, I should say.
That was the last time I was here.
Yeah, and we were playing, and it was actually
That was Nick?
team of Nick versus us, and there was some controversy about the rules in the standings because, according to the standings, we were leaders of the Premier League, whereas they had the same amount of points and lost less. They had yeah. So they and but for I don't know. So it's been a while.
I didn't realize that
It's
when
been
I
a
was
while.
here, but I knew it was quite a big game.
Yeah, it was a big game. There was some rivalry, but in a good spirit anyway.
Of course.
And so I didn't actually play. Well, I played Nick in the last match where you always have a double. That's one of the matches in the format we have. So I think you play 1 10, 2 9 ball, 2 8 ball, 1 straight, and then you could start if you want. It's not like you have to.
Yeah, not in that order.
In that order, correct. But then you have a doubles match, 10 ball as well. And we were playing Nick versus IJsbrand, who played earlier on this day, who beat Ralf.
Yep.
In their own match they had arranged. And all I can say, we came out on top. So
I love the build-up. That was a great finale. I like the build-up.
yeah.
So basically what you're saying is that the two chaps that won the first two matches today, you were able to best.
Well,
when it came to
it's not just me. I was playing with my great sparring partner and teammate and good friend Fauzi Halabi, and we were
Good
playing
player.
some. He's a phenomenal player,
Yeah.
and we just had a good contested match, and
And I think it's always difficult when you come away. When you're playing away, it's someone else's house. No matter how comfortable you are there, there's always, as the day grows and more people turn up in the pool hall, it can become, it can be anyone's game, and it normally sways towards the home team. So
yeah, true, yeah, definitely advantage because you know just how the table plays. But for me, I think it's no disregard to pool or pool players in general, but that's just me being genuine. I just don't feel that much the difficulty in adjusting to the table
no,
as I would in snooker, where you have a lot more throw and a lot more things. But I think
see that's more technical.
Well,
you know,
yeah, well,
and that's a good thing.
and the pocket sizes and even the cuts, and you have all these elements in pool as well. So I'm not saying I've played on tables where it looked like you couldn't miss, but the pockets were deceiving. So just to make it easy and plain and simple, there's always some sort of advantage because you just know how the table plays.
Exactly, and I always find it a little bit intimidating in someone else's house,
Well, it can be definitely here because as you can see and from someone who's visiting this club on a maybe not on a regular basis, but more than me anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You know that there's a lot of atmosphere here, and people really do get behind one another when someone of their crew or their club is playing, and they really make account of themselves and shout as hard as possible.
Yeah, and they're always close by.
Yeah, so that's if you're talking about intimidating, I can for sure understand that has an effect on someone. Definitely. For me, it works the opposite because I remember that doubles match we were playing, and it got to a point where it was starting to bother me, because like, I mean, even the most elementary easy shots they were slotting, they just went mental, and I just said to Fauzi, I said, all right, listen, don't know about you, but from now I just vow I will not miss a shot from this point on. Because
The
I'm
mental
tired of
game
this
took
shit.
over.
I said, pardon my French, I said, I'm tired of this. And it worked for me that day, but doesn't always work.
Well, I mean, like here, Nick, for the first time in a while from me watching the game, has just not got the best cue ball off the break. And for the first time,
Yeah.
he didn't have a shot on the one. But look at the safety he just played here.
Yeah, his safety has been
Oh.
top notch all day long. So that's definitely something. If he will watch back at some point these matches,
Yeah.
it's one thing he will definitely conclude upon. And also what you've just noticed and said is very true. His cue ball control definitely off the break has been going off the boil, if you wanted to put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's hit it well here, but
Yeah.
the
so-
one ball contacted the two to hold it down that end of the table.
Yeah.
The seven's there as quite an easy. I say easy, but
Yeah, it's a Finnish one, isn't it?
yeah,
And whilst you're going up the table, that 10 and 3 become huge balls, don't they?
mm-hmm.
So you're really trying to...
And thinning the one ball means the cue ball's going back up the other end of the table, and that's where all the traffic is right now.
Exactly.
Leaving the one over the pocket would make sure that at least if he has a line of sight, he's going to have the next pot. But it'd be interesting to see what he does here. We're looking at 25-25, so... Well, Nick was following my lead and looking to play the thin cut, but never underestimate that middle pocket. And sadly scratched, as everyone would have seen, but that's what I would call unfortunate.
Yeah, sorry, I had to text my missus. Yeah, so,
I hope she understands.
yeah. When you're being with someone who's a Q-Sport addict.
Was that because you were with me? You had to let her know, or just
No,
wouldn't?
no, that's all, mate. No, so, but, yeah, I was just texting. So, what happened? Did he miss the combo or something? Or
He did play the combo and
overcut it?
overcut it and scratched the cue ball in the middle bag.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, which was a double whammy for Nick, unfortunately. Whether Ralf can take advantage, right now I don't think he expected to pot the one ball as well, and so has left himself, I would say, tricky.
Yeah, it's the
Four balls just...
it's the cannon on the 10 ball which makes it a bit interesting,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't look like he can get close enough to the 3. Or can he?
I don't think the four ball's going to present him any problem.
Oh, that's a nice position.
But the cannon is there. Whether he chooses or not to take it, he's got to.
I think I'll try to hit the edge of the 10 and play with some stun and left hand side. See, oh wow! Took his eye off the pot.
Well,
It's gonna be costly, I feel.
it's stuck right in the jaws, but I agree.
See, but look at his cue ball where it is now on the 4. That's not a nice shot to take on. Not
But as you mentioned, he was going to contact the 10. I think it was a little bit of a gamble where he was going to end up. And again, Nick's just flicked the 5,
Nah, just enough to
come into a bit of no man's land.
go
But
off 2 rails.
yeah,
Needs to be cautious though with the 8 there.
yeah, if he hits it too hard, the 8
Like-
could...
That can spoil the party. I don't feel the scratches on.
no, and I don't think the 10's going to nubble the 1. Nubble the cue ball, rather. Yeah, but this was...
Wow. And when I said scratch, I was talking about the corner pocket, not in the...
Well, I know what you were meaning by the scratch, but I also, with the 8, I was actually saying if he hit it too hard, he would come off the side rail and then come behind the 8 and block himself off. But I didn't think he would come that side of the 8 with the cue ball.
That's a missed opportunity there. And
But again, it's
sting.
another ball in hand for Ralf, and he should be punishing him on the first one to get 2 against Nick.
Yeah, fair comment, mate. That's a fair comment.
Yeah. Maybe fatigue? Is fatigue coming into play now?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're playing... Let's not forget, they're playing a race to 32. It's not like you're playing a race to 9, a conventional 9, 8, 7, whatever you agree upon.
Yeah. I know Ralf playing Icebrand, their match was first to 17.
Yeah, it was.
And it got quite... It got really close near the end. So he's played a good amount of pool, and also Nick has played, well, he made short work of his first to 30, but...
Yeah, which was a shock.
Yeah, which was a shock, but...
Not because of... I mean, Nick is capable of destroying anyone.
Yeah.
It's just like, I couldn't foresee that. I don't think anyone could have foreseen that scoreline.
I always fancy Mark at least 50% or more in 10 ball. You know, I was listening to you guys earlier and talk about Marco Teutscher and how they all came from the same pedigree, and you cannot rule out Mark at all. However, with all that said and done, Nick broke so well, and he followed it up with everything else that you would expect, but the pressure was there from the start, and Mark wasn't able to respond. This has turned out to be a better format, especially for Ralf, and I'm quite excited. It's there's 7 frames to win from here, so it's first to 7.
Not a good break.
And he's breaking well. That one ball was kicked over beautifully. So and this is what 10 ball can do.
Yeah, I'll be happy with that one.
I'd definitely take it. Whether or not I would do it justice, that remains to be seen. However, Ralf just needs to keep his composure here. I think, he understands what's on the line.
For some reason, when you pot so many balls on the break, always the most difficult shot is the first shot you get. It's amazing
how often that happens.
Yeah, it's like, and when we're saying difficult, we're not talking about the pot, because the pot itself is very easy, but to control his cue ball, because it's gonna go up table, and he's got to negotiate at least 4 or 5 balls with.
Yeah, and if he hits that 9 at all,
any bad nudge can spoil the party here for him.
Mm-hmm.
So he'd love to go between the 5 and the 10.
He's played it slow enough not to worry about it.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
Nice shot, Ralf.
Yeah.
Okay, he sacrificed coming the right side of the 4 in some respects, but he can pop this back. Does it pass the 10?
I think he's
got to do it that way.
He's
got to draw it back.
Yeah, anything past the middle line of the length of the table would suffice for me.
Yeah. Anything just off straight on the 5. So this is probably the most important part of this.
Even if he's straight on the 5, that's still fine, because he's got an angle on the 6. So I think now he's going to use a reel, is he?
Yeah, he's coming past
natural angle, yeah.
Yep.
So that's a sensible shot.
Very sensible.
And here you can see, nice, comfortable angle. One thing though, he really needs to make sure he doesn't butcher this shot, and by butchering I mean the position or the angle he leaves on the 6 here.
Yeah, I would have wanted to have been the other side of this.
I understand. Yeah.
He's managed that well. He's still got a...
Nah, it's comfortable enough to draw it back for me.
Yeah, that's a good shout actually. I wasn't thinking of the draw. Yeah, if you can
snip
this back.
Yeah, draw it towards
hit
either
the cushion
middle diamond or even further.
Yeah.
As long as you don't hit it too hard, you have some sort of a shot.
Yeah. And try to avoid my tried and tired and tested old trick of leaving the cue ball on the cushion, just to make it a bit interesting. If you can avoid that would be great.
Yeah. When the 2 balls are that close, you just have to time it well rather than hitting it too hard.
Yeah, he's popped it.
And
Will it? Oh, he gets that valuable inch and a bit.
just a slight off angle, so he could. I think he can manufacture an angle.
Is
Yeah.
he going to bring the cue ball back to where he's at now? Yeah, it's interesting.
For a lefty, this is not nice. Even for a right-handed, but at least he could reach.
For anyone shorter than 8 foot, this is not nice.
Yeah, but for a right-handed, he might have reached, but now
Yeah, quite.
this is. And also, we know pool players don't like using the bridge, so
They can't even spell it, let alone use it. Look at me.
so he could reach.
Oh,
That's
left
interesting.
hooky. Jimmy White will love this. Oh, and he's done it. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, well done.
It's not that I'm rooting for the underdog, even though it may come across as that, but I do like the
You
underdog.
are 100% rooting for the underdog.
I earlier on today, when Nick was running away with it, you really did help the audience understand that everything is possible in pool.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
I'm bringing the same vein now.
I just feel that's the brutality of 9-ball and 10-ball in particular. You could play 9 perfect positional shots, butcher the last one or towards the end game if you like, and you just lose. That's simple as.
Yeah, and it can be as quick as that. However, I want to apologise. I think I called the game at 25-25 just now, and I've just realised the score is now 27-25. So Ralf was actually in the lead in the last frame and has extended that to 2 frames. So
you were misleading us.
I was unintentionally. However, it may have caused some unintended upsetness or joy. Either way, I do apologise.
All good,
Still a
mate.
bit more pool left in this game. First to 32.
Yeah. So what would you play here? I mean,
Interesting though, with the way that they're coming off the break right now. That the cue ball
Nick's break is not offering him some good opportunities.
twice now.
Whereas Ralf has consistently had better layouts, to say the least.
Yeah. Like you were saying, it's the first pot. I mean, technically, if that 2 passes a 7, this would be the most difficult pot. However, I wouldn't be going for this as a pot. I
So
would be
some-
looking at this for a very shrewd safety.
So some interesting comments made on the.
And that was
comment.
called?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
The 5
excellent.
was over the hole. So interesting comments coming through the YouTube chat. I'm looking.
Thank you.
Eric English watching the feed while playing a 9-ball clash tournament in Indiana, USA.
Excellent.
Thanks to Redditor for the link.
Can we get an
Cheers,
update
man.
on the score?
Yeah, give us an update.
That would be awesome.
Like, share, whatever you can do. But if you're racking, maybe just give us a like.
Brilliant.
Stevenson asked an interesting question. What's more mentally draining, coming back or keeping a lead? I'll leave that up to you.
What, you think I've ever been in the lead? That's an interesting one for you to pose to me.
Tell me.
No. In all seriousness, it can really depend on the person. I mean,
Coming
for
back
me,
or
I can be
keeping
sometimes in the
the
frame
lead.
of mind where being behind has given me the spur to kick on, and sometimes it's, well, see what you got. Whereas you can be in the lead and take your foot off the pedal. So tomorrow could be a different approach.
Yeah, and I'm with you there. I think for me personally, it all comes down. I think it's definitely something personal for any type of player
Mhm.
whatsoever. But for me personally, it all comes down how I'm feeling with the way I'm queuing. So when I could be queuing across the corners and I'd be maybe 10 frames in front. I'd feel horrendous. I'd feel absolutely horrendous. But if I feel like I'm timing the ball as good as I can, or it doesn't matter what the score
Exactly,
is.
yeah.
It really doesn't matter for
It's
me.
more like the pool gods are at play then.
And I have an example. I was playing a friend of mine in I think it was the first big competition we were playing, and we had a interesting format. It was a race to 10, but we know each other so well. We were good pals, and without bragging, I mean, he knew what the score was. But that being said, he jumped into a 4-frame lead, and he just went to me. He's like, "I can't believe what's happened to you," and he's almost like consoling me, right? And I just look up to him and I said, "You know, the odd thing is, I feel like I'm queuing like a dream, but for some reason they're not coming off."
Yeah.
And then something happened in the fifth frame, and it just clicked 10-4, and just breaks. So that's what I'm saying. Even if your back is against the wall, if you're queuing well,
Who was the guy that asked the question? Sorry, I forgot the name.
it's Steve from. He's got a Aussie flag. I think he is an Aussie.
One thing I will say to Steve is that I've been fortunate enough to go to a couple of the big tournaments in Germany, obviously the Mosconis and what have you, and I've watched the players even halfway through a match step outside, have a little something to eat. It's as if they know something. They have not got enough adrenaline, or maybe they've not got something, and they'll just take that moment to have something to eat, very small snack, and then they'll come back in and they'll have approached the game how they wanted to approach the game. It's incredible, and to be able to notice something like that and take the step back, I find that's really important. Even having fun at your local league level, if you want to perform at your best, and as much as the mental game takes place, it's really interesting to watch how they take the mental and the nutrition approach. Just put something in their body,
Absolutely.
go through a little routine.
Yeah, like I said, there's millions of ways of gear yourself up, and like the legendary Steve Davis would have said, play as if it means nothing when it means everything.
Yeah.
And it
Nick
takes a brave man.
Nick has done that just now.
It takes a brave man to actually, absolutely reset your mindset and just go for it.
Yeah.
It's easier said than done.
Like the Dennis Taylor, Steve Davis. Sorry to move it to snooker. So Nick played a great shot there. He just came off unfortunate. He's got a thin cut, and we've not seen him turn down too many cuts today.
No, he hasn't.
He's limited on safeties. And like I said, we're at 27-25. It's starting to count now, which is what's really... whoever chose the format and the numbers, it's working out kind of nicely for us in the booth.
Exactly.
So it keeps it a bit more exciting.
And I'm sure our viewers are enjoying this. Let us know what you think of this.
Exactly.
Nitty-gritty stuff.
It'd be interesting to know how Steve reacts in similar situations. How he feels when he's in the lead.
Oh, who's asked that question?
And how he feels when he's behind.
Yeah, good one.
Because we've all been in them positions.
Yeah, good one. Yeah.
Excuse it.
Yeah, so for me, if I'm not queuing well, I could be, I don't know, even 30 racks in front. I just know that I'm not the same player.
Yeah.
So if I'm queuing well and the other guy's coming back, you're a human, so you will make a few errors. But
that's what gets me
yeah.
with these races to 30, 32, and also with the Derby City and what have you. It's really stamina involved as much as technique and skill, and that's a whole new dimension just to playing for an evening with your team. This is different. A lot of people who may be watching at home that plays in their local teams, they haven't played 30 racks serious, and that it really can
definitely
challenge
not
you.
For that stake anyway.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's something that I had to learn and go through, and it's you have to prepare yourself for this. 30 racks isn't to be, well, it's not just 30 racks, it's many more than 30 racks when you finish it.
Essentially like playing 3 races to 10, isn't it?
Yeah. Playing 3-4 hours, it's tough.
It is.
You've got to be disciplined.
You got to be disciplined and as you say, mentally prepared to prepare yourself to all these different type of situations. And I feel the best players, and when I talk about best players, I'm talking about the guys who have the mental game as much as the skill level that is required.
Yeah.
You have to be prepared for all sorts of different scenarios. You can't just go in there and think, okay, as long as I do this, then I'll win. It doesn't always work out like that.
No.
So the biggest question and the biggest hurdle is, what am I going to do when I feel like I can't put a ball that's more than 4 inches away from me? What am I going to do when I'm in that situation? Is there anything I could do to reverse it?
You have to think like that. You have to think like
Well,
that.
at least be prepared.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this for a break.
Awesome break.
Oh,
And yet, still some work to be done with his cue ball. It's not like a plain insane rack.
no, the 5's a little bit tricky. If you want
4
to
and
be
5, because the 4 is limited because of the 10.
Mm-hmm. It's a shame it's the new rules. Otherwise, he'd be
no.
four-tenning that away from here.
I hate that rule. I really hate
I'm
that.
not a big fan of rotation.
Hate that
Full
to
stop.
the
So
core.
you're singing to the you're preaching to the converted.
I hate that with a passion.
Yeah.
Just make one combination and win. Nah,
No.
I mean, it does add a different element of excitement. Definitely the Mosconi Cup, when you sometimes see the players have a whack at the 9
Oh,
or chase the 9 combo. So yeah, of course it does add a different dimension. But
It's
for
just-
me, I just hate it. I really hate it.
it's for me. It's with 10 ball. At least you have to call it. It's when it happens in 9 ball, and it's just so out of the ordinary. And it happens to you happen to be on the receiving end.
And it's just
You feel it deep.
and if this was a 9 ball rack and the 10 would be the 9 ball, yeah, you just sat in your chair thinking, oh, FFS,
Waiting for the inevitable.
FFS. So you know what I mean, right?
Exactly.
Is it
I'm
that
sure our
tiny?
viewers at home will be reminiscing on similar environments. Damn. Hey, Rolf's thinking about this, though. He's putting the right amount of time into it. Busy pool hall. People getting to their table, not realising what's going on here. But that's fine.
Graham, our very own Phil Yates, is saying, if he can run these, it's huge for me. Good for you, pal.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree, Graham.
Does it pass the 8?
You mean towards C? Ooh, that's tight. That's looking tight.
What does Graham think?
What does Graham think? Please be civil.
Is he giving us good odds?
Yeah, so could he like send the 2 close towards the 3 and then hide? Oh, he's gone
Yeah,
the other way
yeah,
around.
yeah,
oh,
yeah, yeah.
wow.
That's a nice way to do
sellout.
it.
That's a sellout. He's left the 2, and worse even, he's just made the 5 a bit more inviting.
It was the nice way to do it. Unfortunately, he didn't. I think he meant to miss the 3.
Yeah, definitely. How costly would this be?
Well, it's not a gimme, so let's give Ralf all of the support he needs for this, because this would be a very good frame for him to steal. I think that's our year's missus getting back to him.
No.
Sounded like the right melody. Sounded like wedding song or something.
Now, unfortunately, I had to change my phone, and I'm stuck with this symphony that just blasts off your eardrums.
It's beautiful.
Nah, mate, I hate it. Don't call me more than twice a day. Just does my head in.
Or answer it very quick. Before you get to the second chorus. Oh, what's he doing here? This is...
That was a bit of... wow.
Oh, I thought he... I didn't know... I actually thought he was going to get a little bit of the 10, and that was not the bad pace if he was going to take some 10. But he missed it completely, and it looked like the cue ball was, as everyone could tell, going down the
So
pocket.
what's he playing? He's playing, obviously, the run through, is he?
Yeah, he needs to. And just...
Oh, wow. No, he tried to... What?
I'm not too sure.
What was he playing then? Was he trying to hide?
The crowd have gone, ooh.
But I think he tried to hide it behind the 7 then. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's the only shot that would have made sense the way he played it.
Only Ralf can tell us what was happening.
Yeah,
Poor
so it's
fella,
gonna-
because that to me looked quite a good opportunity for him to.
Absolutely.
And if Nick,
Definitely, since Nick butchered that shot when he ran into the 3, he's gonna cross his cue ball towards the middle diamond, exactly where he's
I
heading.
can see what Nick was doing back then. It was very unusual for him to miss it like that, but I guess that was the danger in the safety shot. Obviously, a shame that Ralf couldn't take advantage of it, but for Nick to pounce now would really. Oh, excuse my really. I hadn't really finished my really until the ball had stopped rolling. So, okay.
How has he got himself in that position?
Just overran it by like a foot, but
It's one of those where even the safety doesn't look all that inviting.
no. I mean, the safety I would think about would be middle diamond, put it behind the 10 and stick the cue ball somewhere up in the bulk end. But
And if you say behind the 10, you mean the 8 ball, right? Or
yeah, bouncing it off
yeah,
here.
so controlling the 8 ball, the object ball. And
Yeah,
then-
like this.
yeah. So then the main part of that shot is controlling the pace of the 8 ball. Whatever you do, just don't leave the pot on.
Yeah. Nick didn't expect to find himself in this position,
Something to
so
think about here, though.
this is what I like though, because
He could even send it across the table, right, and just hide his cue ball towards the.
he's looking at it. Look at that.
See,
Look at that.
that's what he's played.
That's a nice shot. Nice
Yeah,
spot,
that's-
Aya.
That's
That's
nice.
a nice spot.
Enough.
He can see it, but there's again, my naivety. I'd probably have a crack at banking this. Exactly.
Well,
in there.
I mean, it's
I'd have a crack at banking it in there.
it's worth It's definitely worth calling that, even if you fluke it.
Come on, Ralphie. Bank it for the beard, please. This will be beautiful. This will make my day in the commentary booth. Oh. However, he's left Nick a teaser.
A Malteser. There we go. Look at this.
With it being 27-26, you'd want Nick just to secure this, stuff it with some confidence, and just show him who's
Mhm.
boss.
For me, these shots all go down for the technique for me.
Holding it tight.
Just line up the shot, be fully committed before. You don't want any sort of doubt creeping in your mind, even though you know it's a tough shot and it's a missable shot. But all you're
Commit.
trying to do is get your mechanicals as good as possible on that shot and don't move on the shot.
Yeah,
whatever
and that's
you
an
do.
important thing. Keep your head down. Keep your discipline. Always good to stick to your routine, no matter how difficult or simple the shot. He lifted his head up then, like he didn't contact it the way he wanted to.
Yeah,
However,
has to be said though, it's played to perfection.
he's nailed it.
Played to perfection.
And this
Also
will,
doing good by giving this 10 also a bit of care.
if my understanding is correctly, this brings it back to 27. This brings it, to 27-27 apiece. So,
For the first time there.
yeah, now it's a race to 5 evens.
Right, I'm gonna leave the commentary booth. I will hand over to you guys, Pascal, the skateboarder Smith.
Thank you, Aya. Pleasure. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are blessed with Pascal in the commentary booth, which is very, very fortunate and opportune because it's a race to 5, all to play for.
Yeah,
It's hot in here tonight.
it is.
And
This is the moment of the heat.
this is Ralphie's break. He could make it happen now. If he break and runs this, it puts the pressure back on Nick's break. We're in
No,
party
it-
time mode.
It is Nick's break now.
Oh, is it Nick?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I got
I
it
know they're
wrong.
both bald.
I got it wrong.
but seriously.
I got it wrong.
Okay, so but from the top, it's harder to see, of course.
Yeah, I should have remembered. Shorts.
So
his
getting
break
rid
lo-
of the magic rack.
The cue ball and the one ball isn't performing like it was throughout the day. However, this is still a good break to slide over towards the 2. Would make for a not too difficult clearance. Bit of finesse required for these two.
So
Good camera work, Pascal.
I'm doing my best.
You got to keep up with these guys. They're
Yeah,
quick.
Yeah. So, but it is from this moment on we've come to the real nitty gritty, and wow,
He's
and this
cheated
is
that too much.
this is the moment where the fatigue and the pressure and everything builds up to this moment.
This is interesting. He's got the combo. I heard combo on the mic down there, but I don't know if he's going to play it. There are 1 or 2 safeties that are there. However, with Nick, how safe is the safe? So he's got to be mindful.
I feel if you play safe, you have to play it behind the 10 maybe. I went for.
He's fortunate.
I'm not sure. You went for the combination, right?
Yeah. He went for the combo. He played it in such a way that the cue ball wouldn't chase out on the 3, but then he'd have been left with this.
So did he get the snooker? Guess he did.
He has, but
Left a one rail escape. I think.
yeah, it's not just the one rail escape, but he's got his hand on the table, even though it appears he's not looking at the one rail escape, but he's got his hand on the table, which makes for a better control of the cue ball.
Has to watch out for the scratch though if he's going 2 rails. Oh,
That was a good shout, Pascal. He did need to look out for the scratch, and
he did.
I think he may have sold out even after avoiding it. So Nick looking to pounce, speeding up his pace around the table.
Yeah, he's maybe a little pumped up, a little
Mhm.
bit of adrenaline.
Yeah, he knows what time it is now.
It's taking off the sweater time. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do that.
I don't know. Depends if we have more female fans on the viewership. Sorry,
So-
Vanessa. But you know what the fans want. No. If anything, he just needs to be a bit particular with the 6, but this is looking quite elementary.
Play check side.
Ooh. Ooh.
He's okay, I guess. I think the 6 in the pocket of the 9 ball is a slightly bigger pocket.
Mm.
So if he gets kind of straight on the 6, doesn't need to do much with the cue ball to have position on the 7.
That's good awareness, Pascal. It's good awareness. Good for the people at home as well. It may look like the more difficult pot, but that 9 ball does make it a juicy pocket. Even for us Welsh pool players, that's kind of
So here you can see it really clearly that if he hits the 9 ball, the 6 will probably go in. Still have to be careful though.
Yeah, he doesn't want to kick the 9 ball out of position too much if he does hit it.
So, but this actually came out really nice.
Yeah, that's the sort of stuff we see Nick perform in the Mosconi Cup.
She actually wants to get the cue ball exactly at the spot he is right now.
Where he is now, yeah. Et voilà. Pas problème. For our French viewers. So Nick quickly getting himself into a 28-27 lead. Interesting.
So yeah, well, has to be said. A lot of people thought that it wasn't gonna be this close.
No, I guess after the first match, I would have agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we all thought like, okay, so Nick is steamrolling, and if he continues that, then it's gonna be really, really difficult for Ralf. But he held himself really well, and you know, if he comes out the winner, then it's fully deserved.
Of course. I really think, though, this shot right now is a key shot. At 27-26, he really could do with a breaking dish. At least not scratching. Oh, and he's held the cue ball beautifully.
You said not scratch, but he did.
It's as if he's stolen the Nick break.
So
He's stolen Nick's break. How does that happen? It's as
man.
if he's walked past him,
He stole it and he perfected it.
put his
Just-
hand
man.
in his back pocket, and he's just taken that break from him. I don't know how he's managed that, and that he's kept it in his shorts all this time. What's been happening? I don't know what we're gonna do.
He wait. It was. I think it's kind of like a superpower you can't use the whole time. You have to wait out for the perfect moment.
I have to say
Oh,
that's
man.
pretty special.
Yeah, it is, and he has to
Oh,
just make sure
he's done it.
to don't make an easy mistake.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
And, sorry.
Look, he
I'm
heard you. I'm
I'm
sure he
messing
can
this
hear
up.
you.
Yep.
Subliminally, that dude heard you. Poor Ralf. He's like, will you stop it, Pascal? Let me do my thing. No, this will be... Oh, I don't want to say anything. Nice.
It's
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah, good. I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Well,
There's still the moment. There's still the occasion. It can get to anyone at this stage of a match.
It is kind of funny angle because he can't play it one rail.
He's got to push it forward.
Yeah, or
Can
he's
he?
gonna draw it and leave it long, or draw it like punch it in and draw it like all the way to the
Oh.
short rail, force an
I'd be
angle.
too scared to draw it here. There's too many pockets involved. I would have to try and push it and hope that I would come between the 10 and the 7 and leave a long 7 up
Yeah,
to
so,
the pocket where his right hand is now.
so he's
But,
thinking.
but that's me, and quite honestly, I'm not one to back now and again. So you probably. He's gonna. What's he gonna do?
oh, he's going topspin, like you said.
Oh,
But
do it for Wales.
oh,
He's done it half and half.
forced it.
He sort of did a bit of you and a bit of me.
Yeah.
How did that work? I'm pretty impressed with that.
Well,
Oh, this will
pretty
bring,
good effort.
this will
you
bring
know.
the house down. Plenty of people watching downstairs, wanting backing both guys. So, not financially, of course, but he's brought it back to 20. Oh, what's going on with the score? Someone pressed the wrong number. Okay.
So,
Bit confused in the commentary box with the score. Apologies there.
you know, the thing, when you're
Yeah,
at
that's better.
those moments and playing such good breaks, that's you see how important the break is. It's massive.
There was like a gentleman earlier made a comment, Steve, about what's easier to deal with, being in front or coming from
Yeah, I
from
heard
being
you
behind, you know.
Talking about it.
And it can even be as simple as, what's the pressure like if you have a good break compared to if you have a bad break? Sometimes you can
Yeah.
have a bad break and just think, okay, bang, and go for it and win. Sometimes you can have a good break and put all the pressure on you thinking, I've got to clear this now because
Yeah.
I've just potted
Yeah,
everything.
you're right.
You know,
You're right.
it can really swing that way, and that's a wonderful game of pool. You got no one else to look at,
So
just yourself.
has Nick taken notes about Ralph's break? Let's see.
That's a good shout. No, yes, ish. Oh, the cube, the one's
Ish.
gone in, and the 2 is a sneaky.
So let's see if
It goes. It
I
goes.
think it goes, but he doesn't look too happy. But the 3 goes.
Yeah, a
That's
nice
good to know.
pure, clean top spin 2.
Yeah. Maybe with a slightly left hand spin.
Oh, he's looking like it's tighter than we're giving it credit for. So maybe his side was deserved. It's not as clean cut as we.
Or
think-
he's making it look more fancy.
Yeah, well, of course, if I was on the camera, I'd do the same thing.
No, but if we look from this camera,
You can fit a double-decker bus through there.
I think it's just a smaller pocket than I think the 8 is just sticking out.
He's going to go for it, though, eh? You think?
Yeah, for sure.
He's not going to turn it down. He keeps looking at it like, nah, this is it.
I
is it.
think
This is
I
the
think it's
final
just he knows he wants to shoot it, but he wants to be ready, and he knows the importance of the shot.
Is he going to try and hit it with follow-through, or is he going to screw back from 2 cushions? He's not going to screw back.
No, it looks like he's gonna. No, he wanted to stun.
He's putting a little
but
bit. He's
playing
putting a little bit left just to make sure he keeps it on straight and narrow. Nice shot.
How's the speed?
Yeah, that was good. If he didn't put the left on, there was a good chance he might have flicked over towards the 6.
So we just saw the 3 goes.
Great camera work.
Yeah, I finally figured out the
It's amazing.
the buttons. Took me like a day.
3
No,
fingers at once. It's terrible.
Pretty much the only thing I can do is talk.
Yeah. As males, we've not been known for multitasking. That's what I'm going to say. I'm sure you could do an ollie while you were doing that, though.
Yeah, for sure.
That's second nature.
So he has to be careful with the speed. This one.
That looked like it got zesty. That looked like it really bounced.
Yeah. Well,
Did you
know,
see that? It looked like it picked up off the first bounce.
Yeah, but it's just. I think he just hit it slightly too thin. It comes when they're in the pocket. It's so hard to judge the speed if you're playing like position over 3 rails and your ball's in the pocket. It's really hard, or 2 rails, 2, 3. So
He's looking at the angle, but
yeah, he's
is,
going.
is,
He's
is
going
the
in
ba-
the
is
side
the
pocket.
bank is the bank a bigger pocket?
Yeah, well,
I hate to keep bringing this in, but I do fly the.
I
the
think
one
he's
pocket-
going middle pocket 3 rail position on the. I think that's pretty natural. Or he's drawing it.
No, he's putting it in the middle for sure.
Yeah.
Played it very well.
But he is.
He walked
this
away
is
like
a-
he's not happy.
Yeah, because of the angle. Look at this.
Oh, let's
He
look
has
at his
to-
face. Keep
has
your
to
eye on his
m-
face.
He
What
has
is
to
his
make something happen.
No, he can suck it back. Look at it. Oh,
Yeah, but if you wanna, well,
eased off straight. You're right.
If he wants to go one rail, the side pocket is in the place he wants to draw it to, and otherwise he has to punch it in with.
Do you know what? I would just suck it back a bit and play the rail shot and bank the over to the 8 and in, because you're going to be guaranteed on the 9. I wouldn't even bother trying to force it. I would just suck it back to the last diamond even, and you can just bank it in. It's a big pocket.
On the other hand, there's one player in the world who can play these kind of shots with topspin to go 2 rails position to the middle of the table. Nick can play these shots to perfection. I know, I've seen him do this so many times, and it's almost frustrating to see, especially when you're playing him. You think he's in trouble now, and then he plays.
Well, right now I think he's in trouble. So let's see what he does. Oh, he's done it just as you said. Oh, how did he make that happen?
He hits those balls so well.
That is why Pascal is in the commentary booth, ladies and gentlemen, because he has seen it. He's got the T-shirt. He's read the book. He's got the lot.
I got the ball.
Dude, that was as long as it's only one, it's okay.
So, but Nick's, he was in trouble. He got out of trouble. 2 easy shots to go. 29-28.
And for Ralf, it's a bit of a kick in the guts. I mean, Nick's now in front. Again, he's taking the lead. He's back in quick. Come on. Interesting.
So this is really interesting. This is getting really heated.
What are you thinking right now, Pascal?
I don't know. I'm definitely feel like Nick is on the upper hand now because of he was in trouble. He got out, and he is definitely more experienced in these kind of situations. So you should say like to favor Nick is obvious.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, Ralph's with his back against the wall, and you never know how people respond to that. Maybe he finds himself playing really, loose.
He's eyeing up this break.
But
he's got his break down.
Yeah, let's see. Another Ralph break. Like 5-6 balls on the break.
Cheer out.
There we go. 1, 2.
Oh, where's that one ball going?
Only 2 balls.
Oh, it's taken a horrible kick. I have to say though, his break has really picked up.
Yeah,
the last
it improved.
4 or 5. Oh,
yeah,
it's good enough for him as well, because he's been watching Nick do it consistently for quite a while. The fact he's been able to pick it up, and Nick's not necessarily getting the best of luck off his breaks now, is what's keeping this game tight.
So it's really nice, because earlier we talked about making notes about someone's break because the break is so important, and it's really nice to see that Ralf actually found a really good break, effective break in a really important moment of the match. And I think because of his break, he stuck on or made it this exciting.
Well, it's something that every time I speak to good league players, it's when they ask me, what would you do that would make, what have you done that's made your game different? It's when I get to a pool hall, I try 4 or 5 breaks of my rack that I'm going to play, if it's 10 or 8, from certain spots, just to get the pace right and to get the angle right, because on different tables it's always different.
Yeah,
and
so
exactly
true.
When you get to watch the home players break, like Nick, and watching how they break and how hard they hit it, because a lot of the time they don't even seem to hit it half the pace that they could if they really wanted to give it a whack.
Especially on those fast tables like this.
And it can really change the way that your match will go. The break is obviously the first opportunity you get to take the game by the horn, so...
Yeah, well, I was talking to Marco Teucher, our very own
10-ball
US
champion.
Open 10-ball
Oh,
champion.
dude.
Yeah,
That was one of my most heart-stopping moments of the last 12 months. That was awesome.
Oh,
He
wow.
played so well.
This was
Sorry, I
actually a
missed that.
really, really good. He rolled it to the just past the 6 to leave this safety.
He's
Well,
giving
it
him
was
an edge.
really, really difficult and daring, but executed really well.
He
but-
can see an edge.
I think you can.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think you might find that Ralf might get this back a little bit gnarlier.
So
Sorry.
But actually, like,
Deutsche.
yeah, Deutscher, like the shark. Like Marco, he told me that before he went to the US Open, he said, okay, when they offered him to sponsor him for his ticket and to go there, he said like, okay, I'm gonna practice my break and I'm only going if I can break.
Wow.
And he practiced for a few weeks. He practiced like 3 or 4 hours a day, only breaking.
Wow.
And he said, and actually that's very
Nice
smart.
shot,
This
Ralf.
is a good shot.
Sorry.
He said like, there are so many people at the US Open that can play. Everybody can play. Everyone can play.
Yeah, quite.
Like
Everyone can pop balls.
Every player there is really good in playing, but he said a lot of those guys can break.
Yeah.
Or can break like not like on a like Shane Van Boning break.
And consistently.
Yeah.
And like you say, every table can be different as well,
Yeah. So, and that's well, he's a big time pro now, and I guess you can take that serious.
I've been really
advice.
impressed with Marco since not just since he went to New Zealand, but before then. But the way that he's embraced it and brought the game up and
Yeah, he's a worker.
Oh.
He puts in the hard work, and
he's a credit to the game, to the sport. He's also he's an inspiration to certainly myself and many others. Good luck to him. Good luck to him.
yeah, it would be nice to see him
and to
him
see
again.
it culminated in the 10-ball win.
Wow.
Ooh.
That's a good.
And
good hit.
to see Marco come out of it with the US Open, that was just the cream on top.
That
Fair
was
play.
really, really big.
Yeah.
I don't know if you watched the match against Sky
Oh,
Woodward.
Skylar Woodward, yeah.
That match was like.
And Skylar was on
unbelievable.
fire too,
He
eh?
was on fire
Dude.
too. Yeah.
I like watching Skylar play.
Yeah, I do. I also
Yeah.
very much like him to watch him play. But to be fair, like they both played so good, and to come out a winner for Marco, I think that was like a big moment.
Yeah, and Skylar was also. I'm through the Moscone Cup. I'm good friends with him, his mum Debs, and they were both so humble in defeat, as well as in how Marco did afterwards. That's what I love about this game. As much as it's gladiator time when you're at the table, around the table, it's beautiful.
Yeah. Well, at least most of the time it is. Of course, there's.
You wait till about 12 o'clock tonight. The
Yeah.
gloves are off.
Yeah, well, of course it is like it's becoming, or at least the match play is like all fair, but there are some places where playing money games and
Where they're even
hustling
bashing
and-
the players while
yeah.
they're playing the shot.
yeah,
Yeah,
it is-
I've seen some videos. Nick is in a bit of trouble here. He's looking at a 2-cushion
yeah. So
escape.
enough about Marco. Marco, we wish you all the best.
Wish you were
course.
here.
Wish you were here, Pink Floyd. And
He's gone 3. Good hit.
how
Oh, where's that
Does it
cue ball
work
going? Is that
out?
going to run up behind the 5? Oh, that's made it quite easy for Ralf here. I think the only difficulty is making sure a cushion is hit, because he could really roll.
Yeah, but I think maybe it's safer for what you said to, if you want to hit the cushion, to hit the one really thin
Yeah, and come
and
there.
play the cue
Yeah.
ball to where he's pointing right now.
Now, would you leave the cue ball on the cushion, or would you look to bounce it back into the
To the-
4 and 2, 4 and 3?
Yeah, well, It would be nice to get
Cheeky.
stick to the 3 and the 4 and to open them up as well. So that-
You want to open them up and finish. I know what
yeah,
you're like.
to go into the 4, but I think you have to play
How hard's he gonna hit
to
this?
leave it at the cushion.
No, he's coming. He's
Yeah.
gone for a pounce.
Oh,
He's gone for a pounce. The 10's now in the way. That's not a bad shot.
this is a
I'll
really
give Ralf his due there because I could have I could have seen a few ways that would have gone wrong, and he's done that really well.
I think he needs to go 3 rails now.
Can he slide past the 10 for a 2-railer? I don't think he can.
Not sure.
Our cameraman's doing his best, but
Yeah.
unfortunately,
Oh,
He's
he
going
can,
for
he
it.
Can, he can.
oh, he's done it well. And he's
Oh.
opened up your 3 and
Oh,
4,
wow.
Pascal.
So,
He's opened up your 3 and 4.
but it's an easy jump.
He
the
doesn't
pot,
jump
the
this.
pot is
He
not.
doesn't jump this, does he?
He is.
No.
It's half a ball, so he's definitely.
He's
you
gonna
know-
jump that.
Hear this out. I think he's definitely gonna jump, and maybe he's gonna jump with a whole cue. Or
Is he going
but
to cross
I
bank?
no, I think he's gonna draw it.
Oh, he's got the
It's
jump cue, you're
doable
right,
when
yeah.
it's just the 4 sticking out. He don't have to elevate super high.
No, he's just coming over the edge of the ball. Still,
Still, it's
level of
just
difficulty is 8
yeah,
at least.
for sure. But just make sure you don't make a foul. Or am I jinxing right now?
I love it when
Please
you
don't make
guys
a
do
foul.
that. Sometimes I wonder if it's just you
So-
challenging fate itself.
So
he's got
second-
away with that.
Second prize or not? I think he can just see it. But can he see enough? If he
I think he
I
can
think-
see that.
I think so too, but the 3 is in a difficult spot.
Well, for me, I never normally look at the next ball when it's like this. I just have to pop this one first and worry about what happens later. Maybe avoid the middle bag just to be on the safe side, but that's it. Well, welcome to the Welsh world of pool. However, moving back into the Dutch world.
So
Nick's looking at this. He's looking at the 3. The 3 doesn't pass the 8. So is it worth potting this?
I'm not sure. He's looking at bouncing into the 10 and maybe leave the bank shot or a safety attempt.
Okay. That's interesting.
So and still, if he doesn't hit the 10, which I think he does, he has to watch out to don't leave the 10 against the 5.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't hit the 10 and he sees the 3, he still has enough safety options. It's gonna be maybe a bit harder, but
Yeah,
But
he's
I
gonna
don't think there's
he's gonna
another
do well to
safety as
avoid
well.
the 10. So if he's going for it, he's going to do well to avoid the 10. However, how hard does he hit it then? How much of the 10 does he expect to take?
oh, wow,
He expected a big chunk of the 10.
yeah. And you know what?
It doesn't pass the 8.
It doesn't.
Really? Phew. I thought I was going to have to go downstairs and have a second look then. Thanks for that.
No, I actually thought maybe it would. When you look at this angle, it kind of looks like it maybe goes, but
You'd play the cannon, wouldn't you? Oh, he's just clipped the 5.
oh, did he get lucky?
No, I don't think the
Mm.
5 helped him. I think without the 5, he'd have been down by the 10. And that would have made it a lot more difficult. So, Ralf, compose yourself.
Big chance.
You're 1 frame behind against Nick van der Berg. This is your time.
This is your time to shine.
Yeah,
There are
yeah.
only a few hundred people watching.
No pressure. Thankfully, you can't hear them.
Yeah, and it's not like you can
They're all
win
screaming.
money
They're
or
all
lose money.
screaming at their laptops right now. You watch this. Do it. Good pace. Too hard. That's okay.
It's a bit awkward.
That's okay.
The 4 is a little bit high.
Missed the 6. Bounce
So-
towards the 9.
Are you gonna go draw it above the 6?
Yeah, I think I would. He's got enough distance behind us.
So, but he's also a little bit awkward with the 5.
He's making it look awkward. I think it's not that bad. Come on.
Like a hustle. like a poker face. Like a poker
Absolutely.
move.
Like when I do my 6 laps of the table. This is interesting. He might be hampered by the 5.
So let's see.
Oh,
Yeah, nice call.
a little bit too chumpy.
It's too hard.
Does it bank past the 6?
Is that
Does it bank past? He's looking.
half pocket?
Oof. Well, that is tight like a tiger. That's all I'm going to say. However, it's the move,
Do you play the safety now?
is there?
5 to the short rail. Cue ball going up and down to the other short rail.
Good shout. Yeah, good shout, Pascal.
Or maybe even, but I'm not sure if you can get the 5 to the short rail then. Go behind the 10. He's looking to go
I
behind
don't
the
know
10.
if this is the right shot. I really
But then
don't.
you
He's
leave
gonna
the
catch
5
this.
somewhere in the middle.
Oh, I don't like this. I don't like
No, he had.
this. I don't like this.
He wanted behind the 10.
Yeah,
I
he
think.
wanted behind the 10.
But he needed to. He wanted to snooker, but
The angle he was playing it, he could get behind the 9 maybe, but
yeah.
I don't think that was ever on.
No,
I think he
don't
may have
so.
even rushed it a bit, but hey, this is a very key, critical point of a match, and the way they do it is up to them.
So a long shot for Nick Vandenberg now.
Yeah,
Don't wanna.
not so difficult, but still needs to be. Cue ball's not going exactly where he wanted to go, so yeah, it wasn't. He had to get into it to get the cue ball back round, so.
So how's his luck? How is his luck?
Wow, you can't make this up.
Oh wow. So this is really, really unlucky for Ralf.
If
At
that
this-
5 passes the 10,
Oh.
he can't even play the. Is it professional fouls in the American pool?
So
Is that
3
presumptive?
4 or 5 reel would be
4 rails, cut the 5 past the 10.
yeah
Yeah.
with perfect pace.
And
And
then
But you know, to be sure, I would play it like hard. That if it maybe go 5 rails, then you still would hit
yeah.
like a cushion.
Do you think
after.
the 6 is covered by the 9 covers the 6 down the rail?
I don't know. That's
Oh, he's going 1 rail or 2 rails. Doesn't matter.
I
What pocket is he calling? That's what we want to know. I didn't hear a pocket.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
he's
made an intentional foul, but I'm not sure what's so.
I don't
Good
think the
to
5
be-
passes the 10. So you are allowed an intentional foul, not professional foul. Interesting. It's just the
intentional
wording.
fouls are okay. You know, because
used
he
to
can
get
do
it.
that. He can do that 3 times and lose the frame.
Oh yes, rotation games. Hmm. Normally, I would just have all my teammates laugh at me. That would be pretty much it. If I tried to make a foul professionally. But
Yeah.
intentional fouls, awesome.
You know, and
Could Nick do the same here then?
Yeah, he could, but there's a super good safety lying here, so don't see why. But and I guess he's actually thinking about playing the 5, maybe towards the 9 to play
He's just going
another.
to leave it over the corner pocket
No,
and the cue ball behind the 10. Be a bit.
Let's see. Oh, he was
would
on.
go.
It was on.
Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, look at what we've got here today.
Um,
Aren't you glad you tuned in at this godly hour? Perfect.
so if you are watching like the whole match, you know this is nerve-wracking. Nick was actually going to his chair.
I
and
thought he was playing a safety, ladies and gentlemen. That tells you all you need to know about your level of commentating tonight. However,
I actually, I
he did
was-
play safe, just unfortunately safe
Oh,
on
no.
the 6.
So let's see. We know he's really
He's
really good at jump shots.
Yeah. Is there enough distance for him to get?
He has a small angle.
Oh, there wasn't
He
enough
fouled it.
distance. So, Ralph's like a cat up to the table.
So
He's looking for this.
Ralph, how's your temperament?
He just needs to get shape on this 8. It's tap tap after that.
It's only this shot, so
He needs more angle than that. Don't leave the cue ball there, Ralph. Give yourself a little bit more, fella. He hopes. He's not listening to me, is he?
No, you're talking really soft.
Hang on, let me bang on the window.
So
Oh, that's better. Here we go.
Because he's a lefty, I think.
He's pushing it off the end rail.
Actually, he played this good, but
Yeah.
actually
I would
liked it more to have the crossover.
Yeah, me too, but each to their own. This is
Just roll it in, just roll the 8 in, roll the 9 in, and pound the 10. Oh, wow, oh.
just used all of the pocket.
Yeah, it's important.
Yeah. It doesn't leave either.
You
Cushion left out.
they pay for the whole table, so better use all of it.
Generous. Just composing himself. It's a big shot. He doesn't want to run through. He doesn't want to do anything stupid here. He just wants.
Just stun it. Stun it
Yeah.
over.
But I understand. This is to bring it back to 29 apiece. Nice shot, Ralph.
It's a good shot. You saw there was a little bit of tension in his stroke when he played it. Like he pulled back really fast.
I can understand why.
I can definitely understand why. It's a big moment.
So we're 29-29.
Race till 3.
First to 32. Nick could be a little rattled, fatigued. Could we put any more spice into this game just to, I don't know, sensationalize it a little bit more than it is?
Well, Graham Hickman just said perfect layout about the last situation. He said even Pascal's newborn could pot these.
Graham's too generous. I tell you, he's really generous.
But Steve said,
on a
Nick,
Sunday.
time for a Snickers bar. Because you turn into a hangry diva when you're hungry.
Got to get them nuts.
So,
Little break, little pause.
I think so.
29-29.
So, Gethin, tell me,
Hi.
who do you favor and what do you think is gonna happen?
I like the question. I don't like the way you phrased it. Puts me on the spot, so to
does.
speak. I watched Nick play formidably earlier today, and I would love to think that Ralf can stick it to him now and make the game, which it more than likely will turn into anyway. If I was a betting man, of course, I would go with Nick. He's got every chance now with the ball in his hand now breaking.
Yeah,
But, you know,
that's big now. In
we're
the
in the-
race till 3 and he's breaking.
We're in the commentary booth, and anything can happen when we're in the booth. So
Yeah, that's true.
let's not hide from that. Oh, he's held the cue ball better, and he's held the one ball better.
Oh, wow.
Oh, the one ball took a
Oh,
few
this-
kisses, and it's still in.
Okay,
So
so now Nick is big favorite.
this could win him the match if he breaks like this now for his next breaks.
But does he has an angle? Because I don't think it.
Does he need
Does
an
it go
angle?
past the
Does
7?
he need an angle?
I think it also goes past the 7.
I'm not too sure he needs the angle, but he didn't need it.
No, he didn't.
Great break. Let's give credit where it's due. That was a really awesome break. He had a couple of breaks that had gone awry. Needed to make sure this one was tight, and yeah. I would like to say this is his frame to lose, but again, this commentator's curse thing, I don't want to be responsible for any of that.
Yeah,
shit.
and it's a real thing, you know. It's a real
It
thing.
definitely is. It's on par with the heebie-jeebies.
That's a real thing as well.
Exactly.
Don't mock that. That's actually really dangerous.
I've had it twice. Well, as expected, Nick's running through these very well. He's taken a bit of extra care. It's really, if anything, to be picky, he's just got to make doubly sure of the 7 to the 8. Because the 9 is a stun for the 10. I'm sure he knows
So-
that. He knew that before he even
Perfect.
took his first
Perfect
shot.
angle. 2 reels. Would you go 2 or
No.
1 reel? Because the 2 reels, I feel like you know for sure that you get the correct angle on the 8.
Well, Arnie was bringing up earlier that the table was getting quicker and quicker, and that would then lend me towards go for the 2 cushions because you can
Yes.
control it better.
Yeah.
However, how was his touch earlier? Let's find out. He might just drag it.
Oh no,
He's got to get low on the 8, and he's not.
Oh.
And he's not. And one thing that I learnt from Nick from my conversations with him, and it was really as simple as this, ladies and gentlemen, was, do you want to finish high, in the middle, or low on your next ball? And he would really approach it as fundamentally as that.
So
And he knew as soon as that cue ball left, he wasn't going to finish low on the 8.
So this was, I feel like this was a mistake.
I think he can still,
Just in choice, a
yes,
mistake in choice.
quite, yeah, absolutely. But if he can suck this back, just stun it at all.
Or go
If he can-
top spin. Maybe he could.
If he can stun it past back the middle line, I think he'll have a decent enough cut on that 9.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting. He might run it through. He's putting a little bit of left on it. That looked like a touch of left. He's going to run it through. He
How's the
is.
speed? How's the
Nice.
speed?
How is your speed?
Oh, perfect. Inch perfect. Good recovery.
Yeah.
He was actually straighter than I thought after he
Yeah,
shot
yeah,
the
yeah.
8.
I thought he was going to kick over a bit more, but he put a little bit of a trace side on it to make sure that he would check away from the object ball.
So big frame to keep his serve.
Puts the pressure, puts the ball, the proverbial ball, back into Ralf's court. How are we looking on the chat? And
So well, actually, maybe 2 hours ago, I think Steve in the chat says I'm searching for it, but I think he said for the prediction. Let me see. I think he said like 32, 31.
2.
Yeah. Let me see.
And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you're still here enjoying Pascal and I blessing the airwaves with our commentating, please do share, like, subscribe to Orange Forks, all of the other good stuff, and also please even consider contributing, donating to our cause as well. There's a lot of effort, a lot of backroom work that goes into bringing these matches to you, and any appreciation you guys can give is most welcome.
So, actually,
Look at this break.
so and don't forget you can leave donations through PayPal. You can do it to jimmy@orangeforks.com, and on YouTube you can use the super chat and leave a donation, and this is all for free and it helps a lot. Even the small amounts of €500 would help.
Absolutely, certainly.
So
Pay for the next money game.
so, but at this moment Steve said, and it was like 3 or 4 hours ago, he said, okay, Ralf wins 32-31.
Oh,
And later he said, no, that was just, just a joke. And Graham said, my prediction is 32. Oh, there was 23, Nick. So, but
Steve
now
could be on the money.
The Steve could be on the money, yeah, for sure.
In Steve we salute. Okay, this is interesting. So Nick's played that well. A lot of distance between him and the one ball then, and a bit of traffic in the way. He's come out favourable, maybe a bit straight.
So, but does the 7 ball, how does it pass the 8 ball?
Well, we're very fortunate that we've got such a high caliber of cameramen in the crowd today.
Yeah.
We will find out.
They're standing really still though.
Here we go.
So I'm not sure if the 7, because that's the money shot. Well, of
It
course
is.
this is a pretty tough shot as well, because he has to
Miss the middle pocket if he's
Yeah.
going to go that. I don't think he can go that way.
well, you can't like kill the
Is he
the
going
shot
to swing this with a lot of
swing
left?
it. Yeah, swing it like pot it with throw.
Yeah.
A lot of
No,
right hand
he's
spin.
not doing that. He's coming back past the middle pack. Oh, he's
Oh. Well, sometimes in these situations when like there's still a problem ahead, like let's say the 7 doesn't go.
Yeah.
Sometimes these situations feel like you're not going all out on that shot. I feel like sometimes that happens when you kind of feel okay. If I would make this, then I still have a problem further in the rack. So I'm not sure, but
Do you think
he
Ralph's
doesn't put in all the effort he normally puts in a shot.
Do you think Ralph has looked at that 7 and picked up the same vibe? Is he going to treat this 3 in the same way? Big pot. Oh, he got into it and moved a bit. And is the 6 going to save him? No, not today. However, Nick's still got all of that table to navigate to get back for the 4. So, I mean, it's obviously in Nick's control right now. He's got the ball, but is he going to swing this? Is he going
No,
to screw it back? That's a lot of screw.
No, it's gonna screw it back to just a little bit to lower the cue ball a little bit to leave the longer shot on or at least he was aiming at that.
I'm
Putting
sure
his
if
cue
Nick was
there.
10 frames in front, he'd play this differently, but he's playing conservatively for a good reason.
Yeah, and I think he doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball now.
No.
But it's
Just
pretty
probably
thin.
try not to contact the 5.
Yeah, he's looking at that now.
If he could run up towards the 9, he's got it all day. It looks like a natural follow angle just to come up and slide towards the 9.
Is he gonna roll this or go up and down?
Really thin. And he's hit it. With intention.
Intentionally.
Yeah. Yeah, he even...
So how about now go one rail and try to push out the 8 ball and obviously be in position, or at least you're in a spot where maybe you have position. It's not an easy shot, and maybe you can make it worse if you.
It's the
leave
best
it.
spot of the night, though. If that 7 doesn't go, that's the best spot of the night. And I think Nick is feeling the vibes and the mojo coming from Pascal's corner. The 6 is there all day. You're quite correct in your assessment.
So, and if you would go like 2 rails.
Here he goes. A pop.
Oh, perfect. Wow. That's a nice shot.
He's got to follow this with top left. Push it off the right-hand cushion. Do you think?
I think he's going
You
to
think he's going to come this side
below.
of it? Yeah,
he's going below
I think
the
it's too
7.
risky to go high. Yeah. Okay, now the hard work. This is the shot.
Oh, but he's pretty straight. That's he wanted an angle.
No, I know.
So
And he's got to think about it. And this is an important frame because this will take him 2 in front, which turns the proverbial screw on Ralf. So all about the cue ball.
so
He's
but
popped it nice.
what I think is nice about this situation that you can see that Nick, he doesn't try to force the
No.
situation. He
No.
just accepts, okay, I don't got an angle, have to do it with this position.
That's
And
a-
this isn't a nice position, but it's at the least you can do is accept your situation.
Is this some plan B? I don't know. What's it?
I don't know if I don't know if you have seen seen his final wreck in the European Championships final hill, but he cleaned that table till it blinked.
Yeah. I want every hair off. Fair play.
But
I
then
think
and with that he cleared the frame and then danced on a very clean table.
I don't want to get my shoes dirty.
If you haven't watched that frame, you have to watch that because you can feel the pressure like splattering
Just-
off the screen.
Yeah, oozing out of him. I do believe I have, but I'm definitely going to watch it again after you've mentioned it.
It's super nice to watch, but he's the whole frame. It is difficult.
Who started this dancing on the table thing? I mean, it didn't happen in the 70s, 80s. I can't remember it. When I was a wee nipper snapper.
Well, 70s, I was
Whippersnapper.
fluid.
A
So-
twinkle in someone's eye. Beautiful. So did you start it then? Have you jumped on the table after a tournament win or?
I'm actually, if I can look above the table, that's an achievement for me. So,
Yeah.
but
Nick did
to
it.
be honest, a really, really nice effort from Nick
Yeah.
in this frame.
Yeah, it
Rack, sorry.
wasn't an easy last 3 balls. Really had to be sweet on the 8. And and did the biz.
I think in these moments, the key lies in acceptance about the situation, about the position the things you get. Like they say that about the Filipinos, right? Like they're really good at accepting what the table has to offer.
Yeah.
And sometimes the table doesn't have a lot to offer. Sometimes that happens, and if you can accept that, I think you can,
Is that where we try and use like the pool gods and things
then
like that
we
as a bit of an
like
explanation?
you and me, we try to force the shot and then miss it.
Really? You miss it? You miss
or
it?
me, I miss it. You make like everything. So, but
Only
dry
when it
break.
matters. Only when it matters. Yeah, big. Because this was Nick's break of service for the last one.
So this is Ralph's moment, and this is maybe his last chance.
Yeah. Well,
No, he's always.
I
Oh,
agree.
if he makes this, if he clears this, and he makes a break and run in the next one, Nick is gonna break in the last, but then the pressure is really on. So that's needs to be his purpose. Just get this one in and have that wonderful break he used earlier.
Yeah, and he doesn't need to think about this. He doesn't need to think about the position for the two too much. He's got the 8 to hold it.
We thanks Peter Fred Dinsmore for the donation through PayPal.
Awesome.
That means a lot. Means a lot. So really, thanks guys if you're listening and and you want to help out a bit. That's great.
Thanks, man. Also, if you have any predictions, there's not many score lines left to choose from. But we'd really appreciate it. Look at this. I don't think he needs to worry about the 2 so much. I think he just... maybe if that was his way of settling his nerves, but he didn't need to worry about this 2 so much because he could have just bumped the 8, I believe.
So, but this is awkward.
Yeah. Well, this is about queuing. He could pop it over towards the 9 now.
I think he
doesn't need to
he's
do too
going
much.
topspin.
Yeah, he doesn't need to do too much.
No, you're right. Just roll it in. Go past the 8.
Yeah, he's done
that's
that.
a nice shot.
He's done
that's
that.
a really nice shot.
He's got to pump this with a little bit of topspin and force it through for the 4.
So
I hate to call the shots. Apologies at home.
So Steve said it right. It's go time, and that's definitely what this is. He needs to.
You need to shout that a little bit louder so Ralf can hear, because I think he needs to hear that right now. Okay, he's got to hit this with a bit of commitment. Yeah, lovely done.
So, oh man, I really would love to see this go hill.
Especially because that's
That
what
will be
we
a
bring to
treat.
the commentary booth.
Yeah, that
we
would be a
we
treat.
bring hills to this.
Yeah, we do. Actually, I would be disappointed if we didn't,
No two
because
for
it's
you.
all our doing. If it's gonna be hill, it's gonna be our doing. So now, obviously, both of the guys are super nice guys and deserve a win, but would be nice to get some.
We're not here for the players.
excitement.
We're not here for the players. We're here for the viewers. It's all about the viewers.
We want excitement.
Exactly.
We want to see sweat, and tears.
Oh, this has got all the elements of a tear-jerker written all over it.
So, are you going 3 rails position inside spin here, or
I'm worried about that 9 in the way if I was doing
or
that.
can he draw like? And
He's got to go 3, isn't he?
I think, yeah, or maybe he could go like up and no, that's too dangerous.
I would probably, me personally, I would play it to bump the 10 and just...
Yeah, roll it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Makes the pot
But
easier.
I'm such a wussy.
Yeah. But if it at this moment, the pot has pretty big priority right now.
Oh, look, he's listening to the Welshman. Oh, he's listening to the Welshman. You can be a wussy too and win. Yeah, this is about pace.
So,
He's given himself every opportunity here, and I'm on his
Are you
side.
go- are you going like to 1 reel to where he's lying right now, or are you going 2 reels to where he's pointing, or are you going 3 reels around to put the
1 rail, the
line?
10's in the way. I'm worried about 1 rail. So, yeah. Oh man.
Oh,
My heart just dropped a beat.
oh wow!
Oh.
So he gave up. He said like he
Yeah.
shook Nick's.
I don't
hand.
blame him. That's tough. That really is
Oh
tough.
wow!
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, I've
that's the result. 32. 29. Nick Vandenberg. Unbelievable. Well, believable
Yeah, well, but
after
what a match.
after that miss, but I really did. I was really backing Ralf there at the end. I
would,
I thought a hill was looking likely.
I seriously, the way he was breaking in the end,
Yeah.
it was, it was very, very realistic to think about it was possible.
And I think you nailed it there. He was caught between the 1 rail and the 3 rail. And that was the problem. I really think it was. I think he had to... Yeah, it's all a bit circumstantial now, isn't it? Doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't, but hey, you guys...
Impressive match. Nick did the business.
Yeah. And
Didn't make it look as easy as the first match, which was enjoyable for us in the commentary booth.
No, but it's really nice to see a little bit of drama and to see, that Nick can put in various situations and still perform at a really high level.
Yeah. He's as fresh as he was the first time I saw him on the TV. So I'm not going to take anything away from Nick at all. He thoroughly deserved today. He played very, very forthright.
Everyone that is watching on Facebook and YouTube, thank you all for joining us, and we enjoyed it very much. Thanks from the whole Orange Forks crew.
We love your feedback as well.
Yeah, and tune in the next time, and we love you all. And it was, what a day, right? What a day.
It's been a good one. And we even got to get both money matches earlier on today. Orange Forks, great, man. Getting 2 tables on the stream.
Yeah, it was some fireworks from Nick.
Yeah.
And actually, I was really happily surprised about the level of playing from Ralf here in this second match.
He gave himself every opportunity, and I felt for him at the end there. Because it looked like he was doing everything right, and it just unfortunately didn't. And
yeah, well then still, he is Nick Vandenberg. So
of course, but scratching that wasn't Nick's. Nick's doing.
No.
Maybe it was.
With his presence.
We'll save that one for the next encounter, ladies and gentlemen.
So, guys, if you're watching YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. That way you can stay up to date. There aren't a lot of tournaments right now, so it's always nice if you can watch some pool. If you could leave a donation, that would be great. PayPal, it's to jimmy@orangeforks.com, and through the YouTube channel you can put in a donation through the super chat. It's the little $sign on the right bottom of your screen in the chat. So guys, thanks a lot. We enjoyed this. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did.
Absolutely, it's been our pleasure, man. I really enjoyed it.
You will hear us the next time. See you guys later.
Laters all.